How's it going, guys? We're back here at the Wilmington Town Museum to talk about some items that we have in our collection. So what we have here today is a membership ribbon and a photograph, which coincide perfectly together. Now, if you take a look at this membership ribbon, you'll see that it says Wilmington Grange number 268. It is obviously reference to Wilmington. What you'll notice too is on the back side, it has a little bit of a different design. However, this was made specifically to be double-sided. So one side, the blue side, would be for normal events, whereas the black side would be for mourning or for funerary events as well. Now, what you'll notice on the ribbon, on the top part of it, it has two letters, PH, and that stands for Patrons of Husbandry. Now, the Order of the Patrons of Husbandry was the sort of the father organization of the Grange in Wilmington. They were started in about 1867, and it's a national organization. And their whole point was to promote agriculture within different communities throughout the country. Now, this chapter in Wilmington was found in about 1907 with about 30 members. And back then, Wilmington was very agricultural, so it makes sense for the time. And it wasn't until about 1911 when they actually built the Grange Hall, which previously was on Wildwood Street. And this photograph that you see right here is of that same Grange Hall. In the Grange Hall, they hosted their own events, so they had annual festivals, they had harvests, they had so many other things, but also it was a chance for them to talk to each other and talk about their needs when it comes to agriculture. Outside of that, however, they also hosted a number of different social clubs, events, and so on, and that they may have hosted scouting groups, they may have hosted a lot of different other youth organizations. So they had movies going every Saturday, they had plays, they had proms, they had so many different things going on where it wasn't just this organization's hall. It was mostly open for the entire community itself. And unfortunately, in about 1968, the Grange Hall did burn down and it was relocated to a couple different places. To last standing one was where the parking lot of the library is now. How's it going, guys? We're back here at the Wilmington Town Museum to talk about some items that we have in our collection. So what we have here today is a membership ribbon and a photograph, which coincide perfectly together. Now, if you take a look at this membership ribbon, you'll see that it says Wilmington Grange number 268. It is obviously reference to Wilmington. What you'll notice too is on the back side, has a little bit of a different design. However, this was made specifically to be double-sided. So one side, the blue side, would be for normal events, whereas the black side would be for mourning or for funerary events as well. Now, what you'll notice on the ribbon, on the top part of it, it has two letters, PH, and that stands for Patrons of Husbandry. Now, the Order of the Patrons of Husbandry was the sort of the father organization of the Grange in Wilmington. They were started in about 1867, and it's a national organization. And their whole point was to promote agriculture within different communities throughout the country. Now, this chapter in Wilmington was founded in about 1907 with about 30 members. And back then, Wilmington was very agricultural, so it makes sense for the time. And it wasn't until about 1911 when they actually built the Grange Hall, which previously was on Wildwood Street. And this photograph that you see right here is of that same Grange Hall. In the Grange Hall, they hosted their own events. So they had annual festivals, they had harvests, they had so many other things, but also it was a chance for them to talk to each other and talk about their needs when it comes to agriculture. Outside of that, however, they also hosted a number of different social clubs, events, and so on, and that they may have hosted scouting groups, they may have hosted a lot of different other youth organizations. So they had movies going every Saturday, they had plays, they had proms, they had so many different things going on where it wasn't just this organization's hall. It was mostly open for the entire community itself. And unfortunately, in about 1968, the Grange Hall did burn down and it was relocated to a couple different places. To last standing one was where the parking lot of the library is now.
This time I would ask that everyone make their way to their seat so that we may begin the meeting. And while you're doing that, a word. In our current practice of local participatory democracy, we maintain and renew a tradition of self-governance practiced in Wilmington now for 295 years. By gathering today, we honor and embrace the town meetings of 250 years ago. They were the local democracies that, by their nature, taught Americans the virtues and responsibilities of self-government. It was through the conduct of town meetings that the colonial American public embraced the inalienable right of self-determination independent of British Empire control, which in turn sparked a revolt and fueled the revolution. The voices then raised, actions taken, financial support committed, and lives and liberties pledged at many town meetings in the Commonwealth, and that remains our worthy heritage. The Wilmington Town Meeting on March 9, 1775 voted to train 24 good, able, effective Minutemen to defend our privileges, rights, and liberties. And at a town meeting on March 20th, that Cadwallader Ford Jr. purchase at the town's expense firearms for the Minutemen that are not able to purchase for themselves. Just 1 month later, in the early morning hours of April 19, 1775, the Minutemen, a group of 27 men commanded by Captain Cadwallader Ford Jr., and the militia of 81 men under Captain Timothy Walker, heeded the call and began to march towards Concord, meeting up with other Minutemen and beginning the fight for independence. And with that in mind, please rise if you are able as the Wilmington Minutemen present our nation's colors. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would request that you stay standing for a moment of silence for those men and women who have served our country, for those overseas whose safe return we await, and for those we have lost this year who have served the town of Wilmington, including Douglas D. Anderson, Robert C. Beals, Jean Ann Chang, Penny A. Crowell, David S. Elliott, William D. Falter Sr., Philip A. Fenton Sr., Phyllis D. Giannetti, Anna F. Giannotti, William G. Hooper Jr., Juanita W. Jackson, Henry Francis Koza, John T. F. Cray, Vincenzo B. Liccardi, Ruth L. Manny, Alice M. McCarthy, Edith Ann Mugford, Dorothy A. Neal, Norma M. Nolan, Ann B. Pinkham, Grace R. Santo, Jean M. Shibilia, Charlotte Ann Stewart, Barbara Sullivan, Ann J. Tanner, Robert H. Venno, Barbara J. White. Please remain standing as the Wilmington Minutemen present the colors. Thank you to the Wilmington Minutemen for continuing that tradition at our annual town meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you, Matt. Welcome to the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium, Wilmington High School, for the 2025 Annual and Special Town Meeting. My name is Jonathan Eaton, and I have the duty, honor, and privilege to serve as your town moderator. Our open town meeting, the most direct form of democracy, meets today, and you, the registered voters of the town of Wilmington, are going to make a lot of important decisions to direct your town government over the course of the next year. A few announcements before we get started. Individuals are not permitted to bring any food or drink into the auditorium, but Wilmington Public Schools Choral and Theater Support Group, CATS, will be selling food and drink in the cafeteria. Bathrooms are located outside of the auditorium, to the right of the doors that you entered the building through. If you do use the bathroom, please take your voting card with you so that we know that you've already checked in. High school cafeteria has been set up as an overflow room for the morning if needed, which is equipped with a television monitor and a microphone. Mike Shampoo has been sworn in as an alternate moderator to attend to this room for the morning. This meeting, we are piloting a new concept. Behind the stage is a high school band room, and we have repurposed that as the family-friendly room for this meeting. Parents are welcome to bring and care for their children in that room, with those who are registered to vote being able to do so. Mary Osgood has been sworn in as an alternate moderator to attend to this room for the duration of the meeting. This concept was an idea that came to me by a resident who reached out and engaged in a discussion. I do not vote during the articles that you're going to hear today, but let me get on my soapbox just briefly. If you are a resident who has an idea for making this forum more accessible and more engaging to the public so that we can fill all of these seats, please reach out. My email address is moderator@wilmingtonma.gov. If you can't remember that, this is our town clerk. She has permission to hand out my phone number. So if you have ideas to make this a more engaging atmosphere and forum, please reach out. Everyone should have the blue Finance Committee recommendations booklet, which contains the warrants for the annual and special town meeting, as well as a letter from myself, which contains the proposed consent agenda. Throughout the entrance of the auditorium, there are posters hanging up that include a QR code. The QR code is a square black and white image that looks a little bit like a barcode that likes to party. If you point your smartphone camera at the QR code, a link will pop up on your smartphone screen. If you click through that link, it will bring you to the town meeting page on the town's website. Included there is the warrant and many materials that will be helpful as we get through today's proceedings. This town meeting, in addition to complying with the laws of the Commonwealth and the Wilmington Inhabitant Bylaws, we will use the same rules that we use at every town meeting. If you wish to speak on the merits of an article, I would ask that you do so by approaching one of the 4 microphones in the aisles. Please identify your name and address so that we may accurately report the minutes of today's meeting. All motions or amendments having to do with the expenditures of money or the amendment of any bylaw must be presented to me in writing. And those are both articles on the special town meeting warrant and all articles on the annual town meeting warrant except for Article 30. So, if you're planning on making any motions on those articles or amending any motions on those articles, that must be presented to me in writing. The maker of the main motion can have up to 10 minutes for comments. All other speakers can have up to 5 minutes during discussion on a main motion. If you hear me tapping on the microphone, that is your cue that there are 30 seconds remaining and to begin to wind down your comments. No person may speak twice on the same question except to correct a mistake or make an explanation. On any motion to amend, all speakers can have up to 5 minutes for comments, and debate is limited to 20 minutes total. So if there is a motion to amend, once debate starts, a vote will be called 20 minutes later, even if there are individuals at the microphones waiting to speak that have not yet had an opportunity to do so. Today we will have 2 meetings for the price of 1. In just a few moments, we will begin by opening the annual town meeting, dealing with Article 1. We will then recess the annual town meeting and take up the business on the warrant for the special town meeting. After dealing with Articles 1 and 2 on the special town meeting, we will return to the annual town meeting, taking up the consent agenda next, and then proceeding through Article 24 to be taken up in order, with the exception of the articles contained in the consent agenda, should that be the desired course of the meeting. I will ask for a brief recess after Article 24 is taken sequentially before moving on to random draw, and Articles 25 through 33 will be taken up randomly. Non-voters should have yellow non-voter lanyards and should be seated to my right in the front of the auditorium or in the overflow section in the cafeteria. Earlier today, I was told that The voter cards were purchased from WB Mason, and the color scheme is blast off blue. We're just going to call it blue this time. And should be displayed for any standing votes so that the tellers can count you. Tellers sitting in front. I would ask if you see any of the individuals seated to my right or to my left that wish to speak, that you wave or otherwise get my attention so that I know that someone outside of my peripheral vision wishes to speak. If you are not sure what we are voting on, please raise your hand to make a point of order. I want to make sure that everyone is aware of what we're voting on at all times. Most importantly, we will deal with each other respectfully, even where there may be issues where there is disagreement. We understand that not everyone feels the same way about all issues. However, we do want people to feel comfortable participating in town meeting, sharing opinions, and asking questions. Therefore, at this meeting, like all other town meetings, we expect people to refrain from personal attacks, discussion not related to the matter at hand, and discussion raised for the sole purpose of disrupting the assembly, and addressing any other member by name, with all discussion to be through the moderator. Prior to today's meeting, I did submit an affidavit with the town clerk's office attesting that I have filed a disclosure of the appearance of conflict of interest as required by General Laws, Chapter 268A, Section 23B3, in regards to Article 32. I have no actual conflicts of interest with any of the articles on the warrants. I have not taken any public positions on any of the issues contained therein, and I have the ability to fairly administer the conduct of today's meeting. I do want to thank our Public Buildings Department, Health Department, Police and Fire Departments, the IT Department, the School Department, Town Council, the Town Manager's Office, and the Town Clerk's Office, and all town employees and volunteers that put in work to make today possible. I also want to thank our friends at WCTV who are broadcasting today's meeting for the benefit of viewers at home and recording for future viewing. Lastly, I want to recognize and thank 4 longtime volunteers. Roger Lessard. Roger Lessard was a longtime member of the Board of Assessors, first appointed in 1988, and passed away earlier this year. Jen Crane of the Recreation Commission. Ms. Crane was first appointed to the Recreation Commission in 2016. Jay Samaha of the School Committee. Mr. Samaha was first elected to the School Committee in 2019. And Greg Bendel of the Select Board. Mr. Bendel was first elected to the Select Board in 2016. Those individuals have decided not to seek reappointment or re-election to their respective boards, commission, and committee, and I want to thank those volunteers for their years of service to the town of Wilmington. Hearing no objections, I declare that the rules of the meeting to have been approved by unanimous consent. Let me just check in with our alternate moderators. Mike and Mary, how you doing?
Good, everything's fine. We have one person has come with her son.
Mike, we go to the cafeteria? Cafeteria's good. We may begin. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and in the manner prescribed by the bylaws of said town, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs to meet and assemble at the Wilmington Senior Center at 130 Main Street, precincts 1, 2, and 3, and Town Hall, precincts 4, 5, and 6, Saturday, the 26th day of April, 2025, at 7:45 o'clock in the forenoon. The polls to be opened at 8 a.m. and shall be closed at 8 p.m. for the election of town officers. Mr. Kyra. It's going to be a long day, folks. All right, just pace yourself.
Would you mind repeating that?
We'll see how many cough drops you got, Mr. Kyra.
I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as a main motion. Do we have a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. If you are in favor of disposing of further reading of the warrant, take up and make reference to each article by number, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mike and Mary, how the votes in the cafeteria and overflowing?
All aye.
All aye. Voted. Article 1. To bring in your votes to one ballot respectively for the following named officers, to wit: 2 select board members for the term of 3 years, 3 members of the school committee for the term of 3 years, 1 member of the housing authority for the term of 5 years, 1 member of the housing authority for the unexpired term of 3 years, and 1 member of the regional vocational technical school committee for the term of 3 years. You are hereby further required to direct and notify warn the inhabitants of the town of Wilmington who are qualified to vote in elections and town affairs therein to assemble and subsequently and meet in the town meeting at the Wilmington High School, Joanne M. Benton Auditorium, 159 Church Street, in said town of Wilmington on Saturday, the 3rd day of May, AD 2025 at 9 a.m. then and there to act on the following articles. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to present to you those individuals that you elected last week to the aforementioned offices. To the Select Board, Jacob Gearwar and Kevin Kyra. To the School Committee, Jesse Fennelly, Stephen Turner, and Becky Lord. To the Housing Authority, Anne Marie Hill and Tom Siracusa. And to the Shawshene Regional Vocational Technical School Committee, Gwen Harper Lawson. Thank you. Thank you to all the individuals willing to step forward to put their names on the ballot to work to improve our community. And I wanted to again thank those individuals who served in those offices previously, namely Jay Samaha of the School Committee and Greg Bendel of the Select Board. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, today we have not only the annual town meeting, but a special town meeting. The warrant for the special town meeting begins on page 31 in your booklet. What we will hear next is a procedural motion to recess the annual town meeting and take up business under the special town meeting. Ms. Manganelli.
I move to recess the annual town meeting for the purpose of entering and convening the special town meeting, and upon conclusion of the special town meeting, to end the recess and resume consideration of the annual town meeting warrant.
Motion is... Give me a second. Motion has been made and enthusiastically and quickly seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just to recess the annual town meeting and jump to the special town meeting that begins on page 31. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Cafeteria and family friendly room?
All ayes. Yes.
Voted unanimously so. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in the manner prescribed by the bylaws of said town, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs to meet and assemble at the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium, Wilmington High School, 159 Church Street, in said town of Wilmington on Saturday, the 3rd day of May, 2025 at 9 a.m. Then and there to act on the following articles. Mr. De Palma.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, Wilmington.
You're going to hit your button. There you go.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, Wilmington. I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. See none. If you are in favor of dispensing of further reading of the warrant, or if you want to listen to me read pages 31 through 40-something. If you're in favor of further reading of the warrant, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Overflow rooms? Voted and unanimously so. Ladies and gentlemen, our inhabitant bylaws require that we decide the order of the articles on a special town meeting warrant via random draw, and so we go to the bucket. Article 1. You have no idea how relieved I am. All right. The Article 1, just briefly, is contained on pages 31 through 37 of your booklet. There are maps that reference it on pages 44 through 47. It is to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington as follows to create a new MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District. Mr. Boland.
I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington to create a new MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 1. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 1. Mr. Boland.
Sure. So, we've been here before, but I'm bringing the article, making the motion as a member of the Planning Board. It's my job to do that. But I will also say that I'm voting for it as a resident for a few reasons. What we'll see in the presentation in a second here, 3 of the locations that we're looking at already have housing. The fourth one is already developed. Some of the towns that we've seen proposals come forward that have approved this state law and have proposals or construction sort of on deck. Their bylaws looked at empty lots, abandoned lots, vacant areas, or sort of places that they wanted to have housing. Maybe that town wanted to have housing. I'll use the example of Lexington. Lexington's bylaw, Lexington had a lot of a very quick turnaround on this. Their bylaw called for some of their zoning to have over 100-foot maximum height for their housing. It was on the other side of the highway up by Hartwell Ave. So not all bylaws are going to be the same. And ours would create that walkable streetscape that is in the Wilmington Master Plan and that people in town have been asking for as long as I've been on this board. I'm also not interested in turning down money solely on principle. We will continue to pay state taxes, but can expect to see less in return. We will end up paying directly for things we need: roads, drainage, technology upgrades in our public buildings. I worry that it trickles down to paying fees for trash and school busing, things like that. These are already fees in other towns. But lastly, I mean, it's a state law, so I'm not sure how we get around it. This would be Wilmington's method of compliance, not the state's method of compliance for Wilmington. And that's, I think, very, very important for us to remember, that we'd actually be in control of this versus something that's potentially much worse coming from the state. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our planning director for a quick presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Ms. Gingrich?
Thank you. Good morning. Valerie Gingrich. I'm the Director of Planning and Conservation. And to start out today, I'll go to the next slide. And next. So to give a little background, this was a law that was signed by Governor Baker in 2021, and it impacts 177 MBTA communities. And the requirement is an as-of-right multifamily housing zoning district of reasonable size. And we'll go through what that exactly means. But this is basically a requirement for zoning for multifamily. And next, but before we get into the proposal, I want to go through how we got here today. So originally we had a deadline for compliance the end of 2024. And if you recall, next, we had an annual town meeting last year at this time, and this zoning was proposed. It was referred back to the planning board. And after that, we had a December 7th special town meeting. There was a no vote at that meeting, and the Milton, Mass case was still pending at that time. Next slide. So in the beginning of 2025, the SJC ruled in the Milton case, so we got the answer from that case, and the answer was that the MBTA law is constitutional, and the Attorney General's office can compel compliance. So that's new information and part of why we're here today. We now know that it can be forced and it is constitutional. So next. So with that ruling came, the state redid the regs process, and we have a new deadline to comply, which is July 14th. Okay, and so let's talk a little bit about zoning, because zoning is not construction. Next, please. So zoning is really the list of things that you could do on your parcel that you own. It's options for development. Each zone has its own allowed use, a list of allowed uses. So for example, in the general business zone, which is a lot of our main street, you can do a list of things: office, brew pub, restaurants, retail, car wash. You'll notice that there was the term as of right, part of the zoning district, and as of right use means that you can do that use and you don't have to get a special approval for it. You can do it. You're allowed to do it. as opposed to a special permit use, like a car wash in this zone, where you would have to go through a special permit process with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and depending on whether you meet the criteria, you may or may not be able to do it. So an as-of-right use, you can just do it. So next slide. And next. So zoning also, in addition to a list of uses that you can do, it lists what you can do for building size, location, parking, open space, and next. So it shows you next how high you can go. It shows you what setbacks you need from the property line, from the street, and next. And all of that is reviewed by the planning board through the site plan review process. So they look at how everything's arranged. They make sure that you're meeting the setbacks, you're not going above the height, you're meeting the parking, the fire truck can get through the parking lot. So that's still reviewed even with an as-of-right use. So next slide. So the requirement for this is zoning. So the requirement is that we add multifamily housing to the list of possible uses, the possible things you could do on your lot. You don't have to do it. Construction's not required, it's just one of your options. And next. And we'll go to the next slide and we'll get into Wilmington's requirements specifically. So the requirement for the district is that it be 50 acres in size, and half of that district has to be located within half a mile of the train station. And then there's a unit capacity requirement of 1248. We'll talk about that number a little bit, because that number is can be a little bit scary looking, and it's a little hard to explain, but let me try it. There's a spreadsheet that we have to input all of the data into for the state. The state gives us a spreadsheet. That spreadsheet doesn't take account soil conditions, whether you're on septic or sewer. It doesn't necessarily account for all of the wetlands on the site. The spreadsheet thinks about a parcel that it's completely vacant and what you could possibly build on a vacant parcel there. So the spreadsheet has to equal 1248. What actually can be built, because we have, what you'll see is that we, as Terry mentioned, we have housing on a lot of these parcels. Can't actually build more housing on it at all. So the spreadsheet number is going to be a very different number than an actual realistic number, and we'll get into that a little bit more. So when this proposal was developed, the planning board took on the challenge of finding the right spot and kind of coming up with the best possible proposal. The focus was on existing multifamily areas and commercial areas, not on single-family neighborhoods. We wanted to stay away from those, and we avoided the groundwater protection district and the floodplain district. And there was an online survey. Hopefully you saw that in 2023. We've been working on this for a while. And that survey, we got a lot of input on which areas were most popular for the district. And then next, we did an economic feasibility study for the affordable requirement, which we'll talk about in Article 2. Okay, next. So what's being proposed is an overlay district, and what that means is that the zoning that's there on those parcels today stays. This would be another option on top of what already exists. And we're only talking about these specific areas. This is not a town-wide option for folks. It's just these areas. So the sub-districts, we have 4. 3 of them are within a half mile of the train, and we'll go through each one. And then there's another one on West Street that's next, outside the half mile. And again, only these districts, within these bounds, would you be able to do multifamily housing per this district. So we'll go through each one. First, I think we go through the West Street sub-district, and next. So just to orient you, Lowell Street's up at the top of the screen. You see 93 on the right, and then down almost through the center is West Street along that red line. And there's 4 parcels in this district. There's, you can go to the next slide, or the next, thank you. 100 to 104 West Street, which is on the corner behind Mr. Ticket. That parcel's already been approved for 132 units of housing as a 40B development.
What's that, Mike?
And 108 is just a small parcel below that. There's a single-family home there. It's less than an acre. It has a bit of wetlands on it, so limited development potential there. 114 West Street is the storage facility you see on the right there. And on the left side of West Street, 121 Regency Place is already multifamily housing.
Ms. Gingrich, if I could just ask you to speak a little bit closer to the microphone, just so that the overflow rooms can hear you.
Sure, is that better?
Let me check. just say.
Testing.
Hey, Mike, how was that? Mike, the suspense is killing everyone in this auditorium. How was it? You try again.
Okay. How is that better? That's loud.
We get the thumbs up. I appreciate
Okay,
everyone's
great.
patience as we pull this together with duct tape and paper clips. Ms.
Okay,
Gingrich.
thank you. I think we were on 121 West Street, which is Regency Place. It's an existing 40B development, multifamily housing, 3 stories. So in this district, you would be allowed to do 3-story multifamily with 20-foot setbacks and a 2 parking space requirement. So as you see here, most of this district is already, it's built out or will be built out with existing approvals, and a lot of it's multifamily already. So this new zoning option really wouldn't make a difference here. We can go to the next slide. So the 3 sub-districts within half mile of the train station are, I'll go through each one, so we can go to the next slide.
To the individual in the back, there is no handing out of paperwork inside of the auditorium. There is a section that is cordoned off in the hallway for handing out of materials that's been set up since 7 o'clock this morning, but there is no handout of materials in the auditorium as it is disruptive. Ms. Gingrich, with apologies, you may continue.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Moderator?
This is not up for discussion.
No, I just wanted to make a point of order that a person's right to free speech has been affirmed with being able to pass out information. So, in fact, you're unlawful in your decision.
Actually, not within the auditorium and during the course of a town meeting. There is no handing out of materials if it is disruptive to the assembly. Ms. Gingrich, you may continue.
Okay, so starting with the first sub-district within a half mile of the train is the Burlington Ave sub-district. And if you hit the next, so it's that one with the star, it's 1 parcel. It's the Metro Apartments. And that district allows 3 stories of housing, so next. And 20-foot setbacks, 1.5 parking spaces per unit. As you see there, it looks like part of that parcel, and you can hit the next one so they can see the picture. It's already multifamily housing, 3 stories, 108 units. So it is built out. That what looks like vacant area on the parcel is actually under a conservation restriction, so that portion cannot be built on. So this parcel is fully built out. So the multifamily option on this parcel will not make any difference. And we can go to the next slide. So the next sub-district is Deming Way. And next, it's right there, down Burlington Ave. And this sub-district contains multifamily housing currently. It's the Wilmington Housing Authority parcel. And this zoning district would allow for 3 stories of height, 20-foot setbacks, and 1.25 parking spaces per unit. And next slide. And then Main Street sub-district. Let me orient you because this is a little bit tilted. You see the train station bottom left, and Main Street is the line on the bottom. The red line on the top is the railroad tracks. So this district goes from the train station up to and including the Hyundai dealership. So all of those other uses there are in between. It's only one side of Main Street. So it's the side that has House of Pizza, Dunkin' Donuts, Meineke, used to be Dollar General, Speedway, and then the Hyundai. And I want to kind of, drive you through that in the next few slides. But this district allows 2 to 3 stories of height, which will explain 20-foot setbacks, 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So we'll go to the next. So at the top of the screen, we're at the Church Street, Burlington Ave, Main Street intersection, and the train station is on the left. And so we're going to kind of drive down the street, and it is the parcels on the left side, not the right side. So left side is Sunrise Market, EJ's Pizza. We can keep going. So it's Dunkin', it's Meineke, it's Enterprise, and then ending up at the Hyundai dealership. Nothing to the right side. Another view of that is on the next slide. Train station at the bottom, and you'll see Middlesex Ave there on the right. So it's that sliver between the tracks and Main Street that runs from the train up to Clark Street, where the chiropractor is, and then beyond that on the next slide, including Meineke up to the Hyundai dealership. So we talked about how, you can go to, yeah. So we talked about a 2 to 3 story height allowance. The explanation for that is if you're going to do residential only, you would be allowed to do 2 stories of height. If you are going to do a mixed-use development with a commercial use on the ground floor, you could do 3 stories of height, so you could do your retail on the ground floor and 2 stories of residential above that. So this is our way of incentivizing mixed-use development, and the vision there is that, trying to go for a typical New England Main Street where you have an active use on the ground floor and other uses above. And a couple more notes on that district are on the next slide. The 3-story height is already allowed on Main Street, so you could do a 3-story building there currently, an office building or a retail and office building. Another note is that residential multifamily is already allowed on the other side of Main Street, so the side with Bank of America, that side of the street in that location, you could already do multifamily housing. It's not located there, but the point there is that even though you could do it per zoning, it doesn't equal that it has to be done or that it'll be done immediately. The zoning does not equal that you have to build residential. But next, the vision there again was that the master plan talks about mixed use on Main Street and some housing options accessible to transit. So this district would allow for a measured development of some residential along Main Street. Next slide. Within the zoning, there's also streetscape design requirements. The goal there is to optimize the pedestrian experience and orient buildings towards the street with parking on the side and in the back, and so that the sidewalks would be walkable, have amenities, and be an active streetscape. Next. Go to the next and the next. Okay, so we talked about the spreadsheet number that we have to get to. What's a realistic number? Because that's been a question that's come up in the process. If we assume the following, that Deming Way stays the same, that the Metro apartments stay the same, Regency Place apartments stay the same, 100 West Street apartments are built per their existing permit, and the storage facility on West Street stays the same, and the Hyundai dealership is in fact redeveloped as a Hyundai dealership. They do have their building permit, and for what it's worth, the McGovern representatives did put in writing to me that they are proceeding with the dealership. They have no plans to do residential. So where would we be looking at possible development of residential over time? We'd be looking at the Main Street stretch, excluding Hyundai, with some of these other uses on them, could over time potentially become something else. And then that smaller parcel on West Street. So it would be expect to be less than 200 units. Over time would probably turn over into a mixed use or a residential. Next slide. So, and the new, as I mentioned before, the new deadline is July 14th. This slide next is actually outdated now. Since I turned this in, it's now 123 communities have adopted the zoning to comply. Most of our neighbors have done it. Tewksbury is going to be voting on it this week, and North Reading it's going to be coming back in some fashion to their town meeting in June. And the next slide, please. So benefits of complying, why we would want to comply. We would eliminate the risk of what's been talked about in the beginning of all of this about a reduction of capital funding for the Housing Authority. And even more so, grant funding remains available. The town has received millions of dollars in grants over the past 5 years, highlighting some of those on the next slides. We received $3.89 million in a MassWorks grant for the Lubbers Brook Culvert right at Eli's, and a sewer extension on Middlesex Ave. We wouldn't be eligible for those types of grants anymore if we didn't comply. And next slide. We also received an MVP grant recently for $321,000 to design and permit redesign of the Martins Brook Culvert. And I have a picture of that, I think, next. That is the culvert. It needs to be replaced in the short term, and it's being designed currently with that grant money. It's the one that after you, on 62, after you pass the health center heading towards North Reading, before you get to Shea, it's that dip in the road right there. So we would be looking to that grant program, if we're still compliant, looking to that grant program for construction funding, and that would be next up to $3 million for construction that we could get for that instead of using town funding. Other grants, examples, water and sewer grants. We get transportation funding next. We got, for the Woburn Lowell Street intersection, it was state and federal funding that built that intersection, $5.6 million. We would be looking for that process for the future rebuild of West and Lowell Street intersection, and that compliance does impact those funds. I think one of the biggest benefits of this proposal is that Wilmington voters would be choosing the location and details of the zoning district. This district next was designed to basically take credit for the existing multifamily areas that we have. And next, it located the district where the master plan envisioned mixed use along Main Street. And finally, it limits the potential for new units within the district. And that is the conclusion of the presentation. I'm happy to help answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gingrich. We're going to go first to Mr. Slagle, and then Ms. Maselli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So I really do appreciate Val and her staff for all the work that they've done. I did want to make a couple of factual comments regarding this proposal. First of all, I do want to say, and I've said it from the beginning, I appreciate the folks who have an opposition to this statute. I understand the reasoning behind it. No one likes to feel backed into a corner, and I understand those feelings, and I totally appreciate them. There are a couple of things that I think it's important for us to clarify, because I think they've come up in a lot of different forums, and I just want to make it clear to people. The MBTA zoning statute is not about numbers of units. It is about acres. You have to have 50 acres that meet their zoning requirements. There is nothing in the statute that requires construction of any of a single unit. As Valerie had mentioned, there's a mathematical calculation that shows how your acres have to be laid out. They have to, add up to a math problem. But fundamentally, the requirement under the MBTA zoning is that we as a town and all the other towns that are affected put a certain number of acres under a specific type of zoning that would allow housing as a matter of right. Secondly, and I think I understand people's concern about this, and I've heard it said many times, this statute does not compel construction. It can't. It is a zoning statute. Zoning statutes can never compel someone to build a single house. This legislation was specifically written to allow towns to take credit for acres that are already built out. So if the legislature had wanted us to only be able to use land that had nothing built on it, they could have said that, and they didn't. Lots of cities and towns have complied with this statute by drawing circles around multifamilies that already exist. And that is what the planning board proposal here does. In the most part, it draws circles around multifamilies that already exist in town, and we're allowed to do that, and that is compliant. So I do think that this is an elegant solution to this problem. I understand the concerns about it. I've reviewed the town's kind of finances in the 5 years before now. We've gotten about $5 million in grants that would be affected by this. Based on our capital plan in the 5 years subsequent to this, it'll be about $5 million in grants that would be affected by this. That doesn't include a potential impact to Lowell and West Street intersection. The third thing, and I wanted to kind of make clear, was people have asked, why are we back? I think Val explained it, but just to make it really clear, we did not know when we were here in December that this statute was going to be ruled constitutional, and it has been. More importantly, for Wilmington, we did not know that the court was going to say that the AG's office could compel our compliance, which basically means they can come in and do the zoning themselves. This option, this article, allows us to choose where these districts are, as opposed to a court or the Attorney General's office coming in and telling us. So for those are kind of factual responses that I wanted to have everyone kind of be able to think on as we're talking about this vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ms. Maselli and then Ms. Shukas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. I still stand opposed to this, and I apologize that we're all back here after you've all spoken and shot this down. I was against coming back here. I think it was unnecessary, and again, I will state I appreciate Val and the board and her department's work. This is not against them in any way. We're dealing with the state. This has been an extremely fluid plan on the state side. They keep changing things, and if we're looking at that stretch of road, okay, they might not build tomorrow, but they may build down the line, and we have to look out for our future, not just today and tomorrow, okay? All those businesses there, most of them are owned, the properties are owned by other people, okay? You're gonna look at all those businesses, the chiropractor, EJ's, Meineke, they're gonna be gone, okay? They're gonna build, whether the people come in and build at some point, the businesses underneath, or just apartments, where are they gonna go? They're gonna be out of business, and we're already struggling to bring businesses into this town, so we're gonna hurt ourselves. My other issue is, this is on Route 38. That is a heavily trafficked, that is not gonna have a main street feel. There's no way, I don't care how much, landscaping you put up, trees, and we can make it look beautiful. That's great, benches, all that stuff. It's a busy street that I personally don't ever want to cross, as a pedestrian. I don't see putting, hundreds of more people there, along with hundreds more cars, because regardless that it's a half mile from the train station, people are going to have cars in these places. So where's the infrastructure? They want to take away grants and funds, but they're not giving us anything to improve our roads, get more police, fire, any of that. So this is going to hurt us economically, financially, and it's the state, their spreadsheet, as Valerie referenced, spits out 1248, and we're coming up with a lower number. I have a feeling the state's going to look at that number and say, yeah, well, we want another 1,000. So you know what? Let's shoot this down now for a second time. Thank you.
All right, we got Ms. Shukas, we have Mr. McDonald, Mr. Pizzillo, Mr. McCoy, Mr. De Palma.
Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar Street. I don't know about you, but I feel threatened. And I don't like the state telling me what we can do in our town. We voted them out the last time. None of this is affordable housing. People are going to come in and build what they want. They will comply. But the price is going to be up there. So what have we gained? We've been fighting for affordable housing. You're not going to get it. And I don't like the state coming in and saying, you have to do this or we will sue you. Who are they? We are members of this state, of the town, and damn it, we're going to fight. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes. You've heard of the phrase taxation without representation. This is sort of the flip of that. This is a mandate without the fruits of your taxation, and it's unlawful. The manager failed to state that the courts ruled part of the law unlawful. I stand opposed to this article, and Mr. Moderator, as you know, the town has had ample time to put forth another article that would have addressed and put the onus on the legislature to address this issue. And I feel as though a home rule petition that could have put forth affordable senior housing would have been the way to do that, but the select board failed to do that. Mr. Moderator, I sent you an email. There was an attachment with my amendment on it, and I would like you to put it up on the screen since you denied my right to free speech to pass it out to people. So would you please do that now?
So, Mr. McDonald, this isn't the first time that you've sent me something within 12 hours of the meeting being called to order. We have, for nearly 3 years now, had a policy on presentation materials that you have not been complied with. So sending me something at 9:23 last night. Mr. McDonald, I'm going to finish. Sending me something at 9:23 at night, the night before a meeting, is not sufficient time for us to review it and then prepare it and integrate it into our slide deck.
It's the same exact amendment as last year. There's a computer right beside you. There's no problem putting the attachments. But since you're probably going to deny that.
Mr. McDonald, you are not going to interrupt me. This is a computer so that our town clerk can keep the minutes and also tally the votes. It is not connected to the internet, and she is not operating the PowerPoint.
Okay.
If it is as you have sent, I have it in front of me, and you can read it if you're making that motion.
Okay, before I do that, I want to explain to people that you have the ability, the lawful right, to appeal the moderator's decision to the body to overrule him. Keep that in mind. That would need a second to the motion. Having said that, I move for an amendment to Article 1 on the May 3rd, 2025 Town of Wilmington Special Town Meeting to read as follows. To vote to petition the Massachusetts State Legislature for a home rule petition to request a special legislative act to grant the Town of Wilmington an exemption from Section 3A of the Zoning Act, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40A, also referred to as the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District. The exemption is to allow the Town of Wilmington to choose its town-owned property or properties for the purpose of providing an overlay zone or overlay zones for affordable senior housing. The exemption requested would be conditional to the town providing an overlay zone or overlay zones for 1,248 affordable senior housing units or a combination of affordable senior housing units plus the total amount of bedrooms the homes and, plus the total amount of bedrooms of existing Wilmington homes owned by seniors that agreed to sell the homes and who agreed to become an occupant in one of the town-owned affordable senior housing units. The combination of units in affordable senior housing must total 1,248 units. An affordable senior housing unit shall be counted as one unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms, and an existing residential property to be marketed and sold shall not count for more than 3 bedrooms, regardless of the number of bedrooms, when calculating the total amount of units to meet the 1,248 units. The affordable senior housing zone or zones shall not include any existing affordable senior housing units at the time of this special legislative act. In determining the required number of units for compliance, there shall be an age restriction of 62 years of age or an age that is in compliance with state and federal law in determining the recognized age of a senior citizen. If the town of Wilmington's affordable housing stock units fall below the 10%, then 20% of these units shall not be age restrictive. This zone or zones shall not be overlaid upon land designated as water department land, nor property in a groundwater protection district.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. You have heard me say this again, but I have to explain to the Assembly really the guardrails that I need to go through in analyzing whether a motion to amend is within the scope of the article. Reading from case law, the purpose of the warrant is to apprise voters of the subject matter to be considered at the meeting. All that is necessary is for the article to include a sufficient description of the subject matter to provide the voters with substantial and intelligent notice of the nature of the business to be acted upon. And further citing that articles should be interpreted in a liberal manner and not with strictness or rigidity. They are limited, however, to the scope that may be given in article. Now, on the special town meeting warrant, Article 1 seeks to introduce a new subsection to the zoning bylaws. The proposed amendment would seek to replace that with authorization for special legislation to exempt the town from certain requirements of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3A. This is a wholly different concept and does not relate to amending the zoning bylaws. Further and more centrally to the issue, the amendment introduces affordable senior housing as a central issue, where affordable senior housing is not mentioned within the text of Article 1 on the special town meeting warrant. As such, despite the liberal interpretation to be given warrant articles, after review of the relevant case law and discussion with council, I have no choice but to rule that residents have not been provided with a substantial and intelligent notice that any matters regarding affordable senior housing or authorizing special legislation will be decided upon today, and as such, your motion to amend is out of order.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr.
I would like to
McDonald?
formally appeal your decision to the body here today, and I have a signed a formal appeal.
Mr. McDonald, there is no appeal on a matter of order citing from Chapter 39, Section 15. The moderator shall preside and regulate the proceedings and decide all questions of order. There is no formal appeal process on a matter of order. Your motion to get off of the orchestra pit, Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald, you have been speaking for more than 5 minutes, and pursuant to the inhabitant bylaws, your turn speaking on this article has concluded. Further, jumping on the orchestra pit is clearly disruptive to the assembly. There was no need to do that.
I tried to give it to the guy to pass it down, but he was afraid to sprain his fingernail.
Mr. McDonald, we're not going to have this discussion today. Further discussion, Mr. Fazzulo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rob Fazzulo, 28 Marjorie Road. As I did last year, I stood here and I praised Valerie for her work, so I'm going to do that again. She did the best she could do. I'm still against it, and with that, I'd like to address a couple of omissions that were not up on her presentation. In February, the auditor's office did throw the towns a bone, and it called this law an unfunded mandate. Now, with this mandate, everybody's worried about affordability in Wilmington. This mandate's going to require anything up to and including additional personnel. It's going to include additional infrastructure improvements. On top of that, schools. So we're all worried about affordability in Wilmington, yet that's all stuff that's going to be hit. We're going to take the hit on our taxes. And we're going to be asked for an increase of $900 for the new school in September. So keeping that in mind, this is something that we don't need to accept. The auditor's office, by deeming it an unfunded mandate, has allowed the cities and towns to file an exemption. I have been asking the Board of Selectmen to file that exemption. That was back in February, and all it takes is a vote by the Board of Selectmen to file that exemption. Our neighbors to the town of Tewksbury have filed their exemption, so they are not in compliance with the statute. If we file for that exemption, we still, and if we're granted it, we will still qualify for the grants. So that's some good news if you're considering this. This is an option. We do not have to be in compliance with the statute until July 15th. There's no reason why this meeting could not have been pushed to July 12th if that exemption was filed. They played the time ran out. And if we vote this today, we lose the ability to file that exemption. So I'm going to just lay that here. This should have been done. She gave us the best she can do, and with that, she shouldn't be held accountable for anything here today. Second thing I want to address, the gentleman from the planning board brought up this morning. Has anybody driven down Main Street and said, geez, I wish there was some pedestrians over here? Really? It just boggles my mind. So the exemption should be filed, and let's vote no here today and order the Board of Selectmen to take up that exemption. And let's see where things go. Now, I'm going to end here with, I don't like to do this. I always think it's kind of cliche, but I'm going to do it. I have to. Just feel the need to. The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. They're not helping.
All right, so we're going to go to Mr. McCoy, Mr. De Palma, Representative Robertson, and I'm keeping a tally of the other folks in line. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You know, we were here less than 5 months ago, and the vote was overwhelmingly opposed to this article. You know, that needs to be noted. And can you tell me, I know the answer, why are we back again? Normally on a zoning article, if it fails at the town meeting, the proponent would have 2 years to come back. Why are we here again less than 5 months? I know the answer. When the folks voted against this article overwhelmingly.
I'm going to go to town council for this, just for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the meeting. There is a provision in the Zoning Act, Chapter 40A, Section 5, that does allow a defeated zoning article to be brought back before town meeting if it is approved by the planning board and or if it has substantial changes from the prior article. So there is actually a mechanism to avoid that 2-year prohibition.
And I understand the mechanism. If the planning board votes to approve it at a town meeting, and if it fails, you can come back again at the next town meeting. So the planning board voted in favor of it of last time, and it's their article being brought here today. So that needs to be noted. And I understand Valerie and the people, it's a, you know, volunteerism on the planning board. You do the best you can, but I think there's a point here where we have to, you know, agree to disagree. And I totally disagree with this article, and I'll make a little bit more commentary, Mr. Moderator. You know, I served on the Board of Selectmen for a good amount of time. Secretary Ash, that was under Charlie Baker's administration, he was the Secretary of Housing. He came to the Board of Selectmen, and he started to initiate this program telling us of this future housing that they wanted to do on the MBTA. And I said to the secretary, I go, Mr. Secretary, there's a big difference between country life and city life. In the city, they know what they're getting. They're moving into a cluster development, and there's more of a hustle and bustle in the city. Out in the country, it's a different atmosphere. So if you're going to propose an article like this, you should have 2 separate different articles, one for the country, the good town folks in here in the town of Wilmington, and also in the city. But obviously that message went on deaf ears. You know, the bottom line is, if you see, excuse me, and I understand that, you know, the Superior Court judge made a comment and this is how it has to be and it's under law. But what has happened since then, and I know Mr. Fasula touched upon it, was no money was earmarked for this initiative by the state legislature or the MBTA. We can hang our hat on that as well. Not only us, other communities in this Commonwealth that is affected by this. I strongly recommend you good folks, The message was loud and clear, December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day of all days, that this thing should be defeated, and it was overwhelmingly. Let's send a strong message that this is our town, and not for nothing, you know, we're blaming the state a little bit, but if you think about why we're here, take a look around. There are people in this room is making that happen. So blame the state before, you got to take a look at it now. I do blame the state trying to throw this down our throat. Folks, vote against it, send the message loud and clear for a second time. This is our community, and that's where it stands. Thank you.
Mr. DePalma?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I believe most people know where I stand on this. I'm opposing it. I think it's bullying. What did the state do? They came down and told us, this is what you're going to do. They didn't come in and say, let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. Let's see what the town would like to provide. Wilmington has raised its home ownership quite a bit. We've built all new apartments around. None of that is taken into consideration. But they come in and they walk into our town and they say, you will do it. Whether you like it or not, you're going to, one way or another, they're going to get to us. Either we approve it, they get to us that way, or they come in later on with their little pencils and circle around areas and say, now this is where you're going to do it. I don't think it's fair. And I do really believe it's more like bullying because they're picking on us, the smaller, and I think we should stop it right now. Tell the state, no. You're telling us to do something and you're not giving us any funding at all to help us with it. Look at the infrastructure. Look at what's going to happen to the town if we put up all these apartments. Some, yes, but not like this. This is absolutely absurd. And I ask everyone today to say no and stand up for the town of Wilmington. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Representative Robertson. After that, the gentleman in the khaki shorts. We have the woman in the gray tank top out back. I'm trying to keep an order of folks as I'm seeing them there. I see you folks. I'm doing the best I can to. It was kind of like a race to 4 microphones when this opened up. So, Representative Robertson.
Thank you. Dave Robertson, 7 Middlesex Ave, your state representative. Also, depending on who you ask in the crowd, a new resident or a yuppie that lives in an absolutely destructive type of environment. Well, I'll let you know, yesterday I walked from 7 Middlesex Ave up to the Chinese food place. I crossed Main Street, past about 6 people. About 12.5 people walk past Middlesex up to 21 Middlesex, the 3-story condo, and it's quite nice. It's actually why, when as a state representative, they put this in front of us and told me the alternatives was some bureaucrat in Boston telling the town how to rezone, possible transfer taxes on your houses when you go to sell to have the towns develop affordable housing, and other oversights like we've seen in California and Illinois. I went, oh, Jesus Christ, this is terrible. So what we put in front of us, me, the state legislature here for the House of Representatives, at least had a modicum of where we controlled the impact. And here's the kicker. I live in a unit developed probably over 20 years ago that is exactly proposed like this. So if you don't want the town to become like this, we're already there. And the great part of this piece of legislation was, as Mr. Slagle had mentioned before, the Commonwealth was not looking to develop new land. Wilmington was already moving this way. It was a very bright move. And for folks that may not have been at some of the hearings, in fact, up at the North Wilmington train station, it was rejected, but once upon a time, this town proposed something similar around dense development around that train station. Why? I hit 35 last week. A house in Wilmington now costs $730,000. It's about approaching 4 to 5 times what my parents' house was valued at that rate. And after we had the debate last time, you know what some people's advice from this audience was? Dave, go get married. It'll make buying a house easier. I don't think that's a valid financial situation. And if it doesn't work out, she's taking my house. So, not for nothing, I'm going to divulge my personal financials with this, just to help you understand what the older folks looking to downsize and younger people my age are trying to do. Your average Wilmington house costs $730,000. That is about a 5% increase since April of last year. April of last year to the year before was 7%. I am putting more aside just to maintain a down payment than the majority of single-family people here are paying in taxes. And with all due respect, historically, the governor sent the lieutenant governor to meet with every single town. I know because Rep. Maselli was feeling under the weather that day, sent me down, and at the time, we revealed the town was building one house for every 4 high school graduates. So I understand personally I'm in the minority here. And as your representative, I filed some bills countering this. But I'm taking off my public official hat and asking you as a private resident hat. I came over from Tewksbury. I love both towns. My best friend was from here. I'd like to have a family and kids. All I am is asking, across the street from where I live, where there's a 40-foot storage company, where there's MBTA locomotives, a laydown yard, where there's a 3-story condominium across the street from me, you allow a 2-story house like mine would if they wanted to sell it. It's already existing there. Now, I'm happy to answer anything from the legislative half because we have had some comments on the auditor's decision, which, by the way, her mission is I'm happy that my office found this an unfunded mandate, even though I voted and supported for it. The auditor voted for it when she was a colleague of mine back in the day. So I'm not going to tell you that this law was implemented well. I'm not going to tell you that there's not massive problems with it. But at the end of the day, Wilmington was already moving that direction. And that's why, even though I know people aren't thrilled, I figured it's better than some bureaucrat in Boston taking their highlighter and just tracing around a couple neighborhoods. Because I trust the people on the local board to catch this, as awful as the hit was to them, and field it properly, and keep the town developing in the way that's already been. So, thank you. I'll avail myself to questions, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you to Wilmington's most eligible bachelor. All right. To the khaki shorts, the woman in the gray tank top, black t-shirt in the back. Just name and address for the record.
Yes, Benjamin Soper, 17 Aldrich Road. And so I've heard a lot of what people here are saying against zoning, and I can understand those concerns. But I really want to drive home that we're not voting on whether we want to zone right now. What we're voting on is whether we want to approve this path to zoning. In the past, we were voting on whether we wanted to approve this path to zoning or lose grants. And what we're hearing now is that instead, the state can force compliance on us and dictate that zoning for us. So what we're actually voting for here is whether, as we've heard, Valerie has put together a great plan with her team, and we think that's the best plan for Wilmington if we had to go about this zoning. So what we're voting on is whether we want to go down that path or whether we want somebody from Boston or the state to come and do it for us. If that's the alternative, do we really think they're going to do a better job? All of the concerns that have been voiced so far are against zoning, and if that's coming, then those concerns are ones that are valid, but not ones that are going to dictate, how the city is moving forward. Instead, I think that we need to focus on doing what's best for our town, taking that power back into our hands, and vote for this great plan that's been put forward to us, instead of trying to leave it up to the state, put ourselves up for the ability for them to take grant money away and then dictate our zoning for us in a way that's, not good for the residents of this town going forward.
All right. Thank you. The woman in the back, name and address for the record, please.
Kristen Hudson, Mystic Ave. I've lived in Wilmington the majority of my life, taking a short, brief while to live in Lowell, and I lived actually right on the edge of what was the proposed North Wilmington multi-family zoning district at the time, and watched that get voted down. And I feel like people that live in this town forget that they purchased a home between Boston and at least 3 other major cities. And as it was stated, the town is growing and has done so substantially since my youth, let alone my father's youth, who also grew up here. And this proposal they've worked up is basically a workaround to avoid having to build those. And as for funding for
infrastructure, personnel, those can come with state grants that we would be eligible for. And when those projects are built, the tax money would pay for the funding and the school. It's a lot of people in this town seem to forget that the generations before us are responsible for the next generations. And I don't want to leave the next generations so priced out of this area and the cities around us so responsible for that overflow, and we think we're too good for apartment buildings. Do you think other towns don't have traffic? And as for foot traffic, I don't drive. This town is not walkable. I don't think anyone realizes just how much it puts people out of moving here, whether there's apartments or not. But that zone down by Market Basket, I think you underestimate. A lot of the businesses that already exist there could exist on ground floor level businesses. And two, I don't think it will be fast to change because nothing moves fast in this town. But just take it into consideration. You didn't buy a house in the country. You bought a house in a suburb located between Lowell, Lawrence, Boston, and not far to west, Worcester. If you didn't imagine or think about growth when you purchased your home, it seems like a major oversight to me when you live between a major highway, 2 train routes, and at least 3 or 4 major state roads. We can always work to improve the things that problems this may cause, but we will probably not recover well if we're reliant on tax dollars for everything grants can help us with. Thank you.
To the gentleman in the back right with the black t-shirt. After that, we have Mr. Jackson and Ms. Kozlik.
Yes, Peter Malarkey, 43 Oakdale Road. I moved here roughly in about 1963. I spent most of my life here, save for some time in the bustling metropolises of like Lowell, Cambridge, Somerville, Medford. And for those of you who don't know, we're well on our way there. I've seen exponential building and growth in this town. I'll call it unbridled at times, especially recently. What I have found out, though, after the last meeting that we had for this, we talked about the extension of Wildwood Cemetery. It appears that the only green space we're now building is for dead people. There's some bizarre reality that we're living in. It doesn't make sense. But what I can't understand is why only these towns that are serviced by the T that are subject to this mandate. Can anybody answer that? It's just, I've heard terms like a housing crisis. And if that's the case, that's fine, but crisis holds a lot of weight, and it's kind of an attention-grabbing term. So if it's actually a crisis, why just these towns? It doesn't make sense. So, could you not talk in my ear, please? Thank you. Jesus. It's funny to hear that Maura Healey and Andrea Campbell are mandating this and now want to withhold funds if we don't pass this, yet call the current administration bullies for doing the same thing to them. Seems rather hypocritical to me. Now, I'm going to, obviously vote in the negative in this, but in closing, I just want to ask where Dave Robertson is, while he's pushing this, could he ask Maura and Andrea where our audit is? That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Joseph Jackson, 10 Apple Tree Lane. We have a choice, I think, whether we want to be preservation-minded or growth-minded. And we've seen some of the other communities that are growth-minded, like Lexington and Westford, who've said, oh, we'll do 5 times more than is expected. And I think it's clear that Wilmington wants to be preservation-minded, to slow things down, to do less. If we're looking at you know, the nature of our town, that we started as an agricultural community and not a manufacturing community, that we're looking to maintain single-family flavor. This proposal has just one single-family home that gets overlaid by that. So this is very preservation-minded in that regard. The second is, we recognize that because we were agricultural since our beginning in 1730, we were easy pickings for putting the rail line through, that the Boston and Lowell and the Boston and Maine came through our area because it was open and easy access. We choose that we want to be a residential community instead of primarily business community, so we have people that live here that need to get somewhere else. And so we have these two lines with 2 commuter rails that make us, again, residential. So just so we're thinking in the context of, we were a town for 150 years before we even got a town common, that went through in 1881. We still don't really have much of a Main Street presence. This would be an easy way, a very slow and conservation method of saying, let's take our business district, make it so that it can be very mildly upgraded with ground floor businesses and residences above. And then maybe the last point before I sit down is that the note from the Attorney General's memo indicates strongly that there will be no exceptions for MBTA communities. That if we don't have compliant multifamily zoning district, that we'll have to come into compliance or be subject to civil enforcement actions. We're already 75% of the way there. We need this one little strip, and the state will leave us alone. And they're in charge of zoning. They're in charge of approving our bylaws, ratifying them. We propose things to the state, and they approve them. If we do what's best for us, they'll approve it, and then we're on our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. So up next we have Ms. Kozlik, then we have Mr. West, and then we have the individual with, I'm going to call it a black long sleeve shirt behind Ms. Kozlik. So Ms. Kozlik, Mr. West, individual behind Ms. Kozlik.
Megan Kozlik, 10 Hanover Street. Those of you who are here in December have heard me make these points before, so I'll keep them brief. But just taking or opposing some of the things I've heard mentioned thus far. One is that this is an unfunded mandate. Again, the folks who would be moving into town would be paying taxes either as part of their rent or as paying for their condo units in these multifamily units. Second, schools and the impact thereon. So I've pointed out the fact that Wilmington's school population has dropped significantly in the past dozen years. We were at 3,732 students for the school year 2010 to 2011. For the most recent data I was able to find in 2023 to 2024, that had dropped to 2,760 students, so a drop of almost 1,000 kids. We heard about a possibility of 200 units under this zoning. That's not going to increase our population back by 1,000 kids. If it's a small number of kids, the impact to our school budget is not tens of thousands, it's the incremental cost of an individual student. So some of the numbers that have been bandied about are, I think, sort of scaremongering. And then lastly, in terms of the character of the town, what has been proposed, as already was mentioned by Valerie, is already allowed on the other side of Main Street. And we haven't seen multifamily development rushing in. These are not big lots. There are not large developments that are able to be done there. It's hard to find financing to do these. We have seen some, like on the corner of Church Street and 38. There's a 3-story multifamily with office and commercial below. I drive by that development every day. I'm pleased to go by it. It looks nice. I would say, no one drives by Sunrise Market and Wilmington House of Pizza and is like, I want to leave those buildings exactly like they look right now. So if those businesses were brought onto the ground floor with multifamily above, I think it would increase the attractiveness and desirability of this town. I don't think anyone here avoids driving through Reading or Lexington that has more of these types of developments along that road. So I would just have people think about the possibilities that are allowed by this zoning and not let their fears prevent them from thinking about the benefits it would bring. Thank you.
All right, Mr. West, the individual in the, at the microphone in the back, and then we're going to go to the two folks on the back, my back right. So, Mr. West.
Good morning, everybody. Going to try to be brief here. I stand vehemently opposed to this article. Actually, I sit very vehemently opposed to this article, but in either case, a few things that I'd like to say is that, number one, we have our town manager here, and we have an acting chair to our Board of Selectmen. Vote no on this, and I'm going to ask them right after this meeting to put on the agenda for our next Select Board meeting that we file for an exemption. Yes. So let's get that out of the way. I keep hearing, a member of the planning board said that, things that could be threatened would be things like trash pickup. We don't have competitive grants for trash pickup in Wilmington, and I don't think we ever will. So things, our town services will continue to happen without any of these grant monies that we may or may not get anyway. See, part of the problem that we have in Wilmington is that we're kind of a product of our success. We have $43 million in our cash reserves, in our free cash. So what happens in some of these grants, that we may be eligible for, is they look and say, you guys got $43 million. We're not giving you $300,000 for whatever your project is. A lot of these grants also are matching grants. So we have to put up money to get up front to get these grants. Mm-hmm. As far as the affordability and all, I got a 26-year-old sitting in the audience right now, and I got a 29-year-old that's moving back to Massachusetts, okay? They're living at home because things are tight, and I get it. Right now, like if you look at the Cross Street development, they have two affordable apartments down there listed under the affordability guidelines. The one bedroom is $2,450 a month. The affordable one for the two bedroom is $2,950. So again, when you hear these are going to be affordable rates, are these affordable rates? That's what these rates are going to come in at, if not higher. Right now, as we've heard, it's an unfunded mandate, meaning that, yeah, the developers can come in, do their business, but they will not give us money for roadway improvement, public safety, schools, etc. The lady that said, hey, well, if we're lucky we get 200 units, I'm sorry, if the state wants 1,248 units, one way or the other, they're going to pressure us to get higher than 200 if. And I hate to say it, I think, Valerie, I think you made the best of a bad situation, but I also think that what if you're wrong? What if the Hyundai dealership 20 years from now says, you know what, we're gone. There was Bill Dubé Hyundai for many years, became McGovern Hyundai. So who's to say how long McGovern's going to be there? You got all these other places, like you got the the self-storage area on West Street. Who's to say that they don't look and say, you know what, instead of renting out little storage units, we'll rent out apartments. As far as Deming Way, Deming Way not getting funded, Deming Way is state property. We have no control over that. We don't pay for Deming Way. So that's up to Dave Robertson and our legislators to make sure that Deming Way and any other senior development that we decide to put in Wilmington, and I'm hoping there is one soon, that if it's state property, it's state funded, so it has nothing to do with us. So I guess I'll close with our former Chair of Board of Selectmen, Greg Bendel, kept saying up front, keep our options open. That was the mandate that we had on our board. Let us file the exemption, let us keep our options open, and let's go from there. Thank you.
There's a point of privilege to Mr. Slagle on the relevancy of an exemption. If you could just address that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So folks have talked about an exemption under the auditor's ruling that something's an unfunded mandate. And I just want to make two pieces of clarification. The first is the Select Board did in fact already take a vote to file a litigation with respect to this being deemed an unfunded mandate for Wilmington. So that vote already did take place. I just wanted to make that clear. March 24th. The second issue is, with respect to that exemption, what that actually means is we would file litigation against the state in court where we would say, for these reasons, we believe this is an unfunded mandate for Wilmington. Because of things that some people have suggested. It's going to potentially increase infrastructure costs, potentially increase school costs, and potentially increase costs for other services. So that's what that exemption is. Importantly enough, the issue about an unfunded mandate is something that the legislature can change with the stroke of a pen. They only need to file an act that says the MBTA Zoning Act is not subject to unfunded mandates. Once they file that, that goes away. So that's and they could just put money towards it and say, here our funding that we're saying is to help support MBTA zoning. Those are two ways the legislature could make that unfunded mandate exemption go away. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Slagle. At long last, we're going to go to the gentleman with the long sleeve. I'm going to call it black T-shirt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and hello, everyone. So Charlie Dagley, 12 Jakes Lane, here in Wilmington. So I rise in vehement support of this article. My wife and I have attended all 3 of these meetings, town meetings, special or otherwise. So I will just summarize and not belabor points that have already been made. I think along with Mr. Manager and many of the folks in the town, do not like how this was brought to us and what we have to respond and deal with. But, it is what it is. We are one way or the other going to have to deal with this. We can't snap our fingers and make it go away. So to that point, Ms. Gingrich, Mr. Bolin, and others have spent a lot of time putting together a plan of action for what would happen if we vote yes. What concerns me and what worries me, and again, over the several town meetings, where we discussed this, it's not clear to me, nor have I heard, any plan of action that the town has put or is putting together to respond to the consequences of a no vote. So I think, there are a number of people that are vehemently yes, vehemently no, maybe some that are on the margins. And I think you could convince people on the margins, on the bubble, to support this or not based on how the town is planning to respond to a no vote. And in particular, Mr. Moderator, through you and to whomever you feel is appropriate to respond to this, I'm thinking kind of 2 things. One, a couple of comments have been made regarding the legal response to this. So who in the town is leading that up? Is that being led by the town council? Are we partnering with other towns that may be wanting to respond in a similar way? What is our legal strategy? How is this being paid for? So on. So that's one piece. The second piece is the financial consequences of noncompliance, in particular with respect to grants. So, I think a number of numbers have been bandied about, but Mr. Manager, you said minimum it's going to be roughly $50 million. So what is this sort of, near, mid, long-term 5-year plan for dealing with this? Are we going to be increasing tax levies? Are we going to be moving money out of petty cash to support some of the things that are not just discretionary, but we have to do? And in particular, I'm thinking things like roadways, drainage, and other things that was mentioned earlier. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I heard 2 questions in there. First to Attorney Rich on what you may be able to discuss about the possibility of litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To you,
after that, I will ask the town manager to respond to, I guess, the financial cost, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you to the meeting. Obviously, with respect to matters of litigation, we really can't discuss privileged and attorney-client communications. The select board would direct litigation, and the town would proceed. In terms of litigation regarding unfunded mandate, each town would have to present its own case. I am aware that a number of towns have already filed litigation. I was in conversation with the Attorney General's office earlier this week. So that is an ongoing matter and would be determined by the select board in terms of funding of that. That obviously comes from the town's legal budget, which is appropriated by town meeting.
And Mr. Slagle, to the anticipation of any funding changes that may result.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's a very good question, and it's really going to be case specific. So some of the things that we do get grants for, a lot of our grants are infrastructure related. As Ms. Gingrich had noted, we have the culvert coming up. The anticipation is that culvert's a multi-million-dollar culvert. That is probably more of a mandatory than an optional expense. So we would have to either take on additional debt or take money out of free cash or some other stabilization account in order to fund that infrastructure if we were not eligible for state grants. So some of the other grants that we may get are like an MVP grant or other planning grants may be more optional, and that means that would be work that we wouldn't be able to do. We would either make a determination that it's something we need to find other funding sources within the general fund, or we would just say this is not something we can fund outside of the grant, and therefore those things would not happen. And so, well, I appreciate the question. It's a lot. It's very case specific and depends on the grant itself.
All right, so we are going to go to the individual with the black t-shirt who's very patiently been waiting in the back. After that, Ms. Feeney, Ms. Richards, Ms. West.
Okay. Alex Howlett, 25 Linda Road. Okay, so when I first went up here, a lot of the points I wanted to make have since been said by other people, so I might be repeating myself, but whatever, it's fine. Anyway, I would like to speak in favor of this motion. I am currently a college student. I am a commuter student. I'm living with my parents, and for many people my generation, home ownership is becoming increasingly out of reach, unaffordable. I love my parents dearly, but if you tell me that I have to live with them until I'm 40, I'm going to snap.
Ms. Clerk, can you just keep that off of the minutes?
Sorry, anyway. But in more formal points, for the people who are concerned that this will change the character of this town, the planning board has specifically planned this to keep the character of the town intact. They've made it so it's minimal changes, and again, if we vote no on this, the state has the right to make bigger changes. And so by voting no, we would gain no benefit at all. It would be opposition for the sake of saying no. And for other concerns, saying, oh, we'll need more taxes for infrastructure. Well, I'm surprised to hear that people who move into these new apartments are not going to be paying taxes. That's news to me. For people who are saying this is a country town, a rural town, well, I happen to know my parents moved here so they could commute from Boston. I'm sure that they're not the only ones. For the people who are saying that Wilmington is already undergoing massive, dizzying growth and urbanization, the 2020 U.S. Census stated that over the past 10 years, Wilmington grew at a rate of 4.5%. Both the state of Massachusetts and the nation grew at a rate of 7.5%. And if this is what counts as dizzying urbanization, oh boy, you guys are not ready to hear about, like, Texas. And for the people who are saying that affordable housing isn't affordable enough, then the obvious solution would be to tell Dave Robertson and the state legislature to make the requirements for what counts as affordable to be stricter and not get rid of any new housing developments. That just seems logical. But in the end, this, to summarize, Voting yes on this is a vote not to destroy the character of this town, but to keep the character of this town. This is a vote to let your children and grandchildren stay in town, make a life for themselves here. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Feeney, Ms. Richards, Ms. West.
Michelle Feeney, 5 Arlene Ave. I am actually here today to read a statement from Suzanne Sullivan. Suzanne Sullivan is a Wilmington resident. Many of you know her as a former select board member. Suzanne has also been protecting the Wilmington rights and protecting our town for the last 20 plus years, most notably for her work that she's done with the chemical Olin incident. I'll start from Sue. First, I want to acknowledge the planning department for their hard work on this article. My opposition to this article is not a reflection on them. Instead, it is a reflection on the illegal transfer of power to the state from our local jurisdiction. This is not about housing. It is about our right to self-determination under the Constitution. These fiscal threats from those elected to protect us and our communities is nothing more than a power grab by special interests and reflects an ongoing assault against the people by their own government elected in good faith. These actions to weaken home rule are unjust, oppressive, and inconsistent with the fundamental principles of a free government. Amendment Article 89 that governs municipalities states that the legislative powers of the town shall be exercised by a town meeting open to all voters of the town. Our legislative powers are basically fiduciary, bylaws, and zoning actions. These are not state powers under the Constitution of the Commonwealth. They are ours. We determine the local laws, not the state legislative branch. Why should a member of the legislature or the executive branch that lives 50 or 70 miles away, that doesn't have to live with the local repercussions of a state mandate, get to determine our destiny and self-governance as a town, or make our vote at town meeting nothing but a formality, get to determine the impacts to our tax base, or require us to suffer consequences because we object to their interference? Section 8 states powers of the general court, also known as the state legislature, shall have the power to act in relation to cities and towns, but only by general laws which apply alike to all cities or to all towns. To all cities and all towns, not just the ones that have the MBTA. This is a violation of the Constitution and the purpose of Article 89 of the Constitution, Home Rule. Home Rule took sovereign power from the state to the towns and cities essentially shared it in 3 areas: a charter, making the authority which created our town manager and town meeting form of government; 2, granted us general legislature authority on local issues through town actions such as today; and 3rd, establish a doctrine of fair play between municipalities on the one hand and the legislature/governor on the other. The state legislature and the governor have ignored all 3 of our powers under the state constitution. It is a violation of our town charter, our legislative authority, and the fair play rule, which only gives the state legislative powers of general laws which apply to all cities and towns. The state's retained powers can create districts to aid cities and towns, such as school districts, but they cannot take to home rule powers or take our home rule powers away unless there's an amendment to the Constitution. I wish I could be there today to stand with and support my fellow residents in opposition to this article. I am at a town meeting every year, but could not be there this year. To say I am disappointed in my elected state legislators would be an understatement. We elect them to protect our rights and not to take them away. John Adams wrote in a letter to Abigail Adams in 1775, and I quote, "Liberty once lost is lost forever. When the people once surrender their share in the legislature and the right of defending the limitations upon government and of resisting every encroachment upon them, they can never regain it." End of quote. As much as housing is an issue, this is a much bigger problem. This is about your local rights, our home rule, and self-determination. Please, do not give up your legislative authority under the Constitution for self-governance. You may never get it back. Let's send a strong message now to our elected officials that we will fight for our rights. The time is now. Be brave, Wilmington. If we have to suffer the consequences for standing up for our rights afforded to us under the Constitution of the Commonwealth, so be it. That is what great Americans do. Thank you, Michelle, for reading this for me. In solidarity, Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street.
Because your position was mentioned to the point of personal privilege, Mr. Robertson.
Sorry. You already let me cut in line once. I appreciate that logic, and I would back it except for the fact that we fought Olin and are now reusing Olin under MGL 62E. There's benefits for the legislature sending out zoning. And I want to make it very clear. You might disagree with this. Again, repeating myself, I think there's a lot of poor things within this law's implementation, but as to constitutionality, that was ruled. And that was, as I told you during the first and second meeting about this, our attorneys are constitutional attorneys. All they do is look at town charters, the state constitution, and what we're writing in any case law, ruled that this is legal and valid. And we also, Ms. Sullivan and I and other people in this town, have used regional zoning to defeat other bad proposals in the area. So if we're going to accept the logic cutting one way, for example, I should, and I'm never going to do it, withdraw my piece of legislation limiting the chemical discharge around Olin. These are our neighbors. This is not a question of constitutionality. It's been settled. So thank you, Mr. Moderator, for letting me address.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. I did want to be mindful that we've been on this article for approximately an hour and a half at this point, and I just want to ask the folks that are in line, I want to thank you for your patience, but please restrain your comments to new and informative discussion. Ms. Richards.
Yes, Kelly Richards, 31 Shady Lane Drive. Thank you to Val for all of your effort. I think you did the very best you could. Secondly, I would like to revisit the gentleman that was 2 people ahead of me in line. He talked about zoning and that the state could come in and overtake our zoning. That's incorrect. By general law, Part 1, Title 7, Chapter 40A, Section 5, essentially long document, but zoning can only be done by town meeting vote, not by the state. By law, the state cannot come in and take over zoning. Thirdly, I'd like to say that I've heard a lot of fear here, and I think that as a general population, we need to stop. Vote for what you authentically and genuinely want in your life. What type of town do you want? I would like a single-family town that I can walk around. And currently, with my kids in the car, there was an accident on Main Street when a woman ran over a guy on a motorcycle right in front of me. I've seen kids almost get hit by cars currently on Main Street when they're leaving the middle school to come down to the town plaza as like their rite of passage, because currently there already is too much traffic. I'm not going to harp on that too much, but you know, one other point, people keep talking about the rising costs. Good, you're on to something. Now explore that further. Delve deep into our monetary system and why things are the way they are, because you know what? It's not the fault of anybody that's in this room. We have been put in this situation, and with the inflation that's going on, our government has been stealing from us. Look at why. I'm not going to focus on that right now either, but you're touching on something that is very important to understand. And I also love this because this type of environment, people have criticized this, but this is where people talk to each other. We hash things out, and in our society, that hasn't happened enough. People have stopped talking to each other, they judge, they call names, instead of actually looking at the real issues and where they're coming from. And you know what? They're not coming from you or me. They're coming from legislators, they're coming from non-governmental entities. Figure that out. There's more of us than there are of them. Lastly, costs. I want to talk about that because when we were talking about presented with what we might miss out of with grants. We could potentially miss out from $3 million for a grant that we have to apply to, and maybe we will get it. Well, what are the costs of voting this in? Because we really will incur real costs. How much are they? Even at minimum, let's say we had projected population expansion size. I'm going to go really minimum. They said we could potentially have 10,000 more residents with 1,800 more students in our school system. Let's just go minimum and say 100 additional students in our school system will cost us $2 million to $3 million per year. Public safety for public, fire, EMS, annual cost $3 million to $6 million per year. Water, sewer, and waste management, cost per capita, $1 million to $3 million. Roads and transportation, $500,000 to $2 million per year. Health and social services, $1 million to $4 million per year. Administrative and government services, $1 million to $2 million per year estimated. Total annual estimated cost, $3 million to $60 million per year potentially. Look, it's not like we're just missing out on something. We will be incurring costs. There are costs to everything. That's it for that, and I make a move to move this question.
Can't.
So, a motion to move the previous question is actually out of order if you've spoken on the merits of an article. Had you led with it and then stopped? Otherwise, Ms. West?
I'd like to move the question.
I had a hunch. Okay. A motion
Mr. Moderator, with people in line, can we still move the question, or?
Yep. It's up to the assembly as to whether or not you folks have heard enough. It's not up to me. So, motion to move the previous question is effectively to end debate. The maker of the main motion, which would be Mr. Boland, would have up to 10 minutes if he so chooses to address the assembly. It does require a 2/3 majority. I will try it with a voice vote, but let me check in first with our moderator in the overflow room and the family-friendly room. Mike and Mary, let me know when your rooms are ready for a procedural vote on the motion moving the previous question. Okay. If you are in favor of moving the previous question, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no.
No.
Mike and Mary, could you let me know how it went in the overflow room? I think someone else's microphone is louder than mine, or walkie-talkie. So I'm going to say that that was clearly more than a 2/3 majority. So the motion has been motion to move the previous question has passed. Mr. Boland, I'm actually not seeing you right now, but you have up to 10 minutes. There you go. What is your point of order, sir?
I just want, is it permissible to ask a question of Mr. West from what he said earlier? No debate?
Discussion has ended on this, so Mr. Boland's going to have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. He may yield his time to anyone else, but after that, we're going to actually have a vote.
It's just a question regarding...
Correct. The assembly has decided that it has heard enough discussion. We're going to move forward on a vote. So, Mr. Boland, the floor is yours.
Yeah, all I'd like to say is that I really believe in the sort of, actually somebody mentioned it, sort of the slow and controlled development of the space, particularly along 38. Nobody's thinking that, dumping, a bunch of pedestrians on 38 as currently constituted is a good idea. And then secondly, just the money aspect. Of course, there's no, and I kind of said this to the select board in December. I hope they remember. Of course, there's no grants for trash pickup, but the money's got to come from somewhere. And with a no vote here, we're either going to have to forego services like fixing Lowell and West Street, or you know, we're going to have to find that money somewhere else, and that puts the decision on the select board. This is what I mentioned in December, and I you know, I hope you guys, somebody mentioned it as well today, as I hope you guys have a plan for the next steps. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
What is your point of order, sir?
would Mr. Bowling consider giving me some time, deferring some time to me?
I think he had given his time back to the meeting, so we're just going to go right into a vote. So I would ask that the tellers take their places and that our alternate moderators just check in when their locations are ready. If you are in favor of Article 1, which is to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington to create a new MBTA Communities multifamily overlay district as printed in the warrant, so indicate by rising in your seat and displaying your blue voter card. Thank you, folks. You may be seated. If you are opposed to the motion on Article 1 on the special town meeting, please rise in your seats if you are able and display your blue voter card. All right, folks, you may be seated. Folks, it might take some time to tally these up. I did want to note that the town clerk's office, you will notice that there are several sleeves that mark many of the chairs, whether reserved for non-voters, for members of the media, and also for people that are handicapped. Those handicapped chairs are marked with a blue sleeve. Those are so marked because the armrest does lift up and allow for easier access. So I would ask that those chairs be reserved for people that are handicapped and would make use of them. Ladies and gentlemen, on Article 1, there were 152 in the affirmative, 165 in the negative. The measure fails. Moving on to Article 2. Article 2 is on page 38 in your warrant booklet. It is pages 38 through 43. It is to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw to delete the current inclusionary zoning, section 6.11, in its entirety and to replace it with a new section 6.11. Or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Boland?
I move that the meeting pass over Article 2.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion on the motion to pass over Article 2 on the special town meeting warrant. Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. We will move to the vote if you are in. Let me first check in with our surplus rooms. Mike and Mary, are the surplus rooms ready for a vote? Thank you. So if you are in favor of Article 2 on the special town meeting warrant being passed over, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mike and Mary? Mike? The motion to pass over passes and unanimously so. All matters on the special town meeting warrant being disposed of, I would ask for a motion to dissolve the special town meeting and end the recess and resume business on the annual town meeting. 40 people made that motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. If you are in favor of dissolving the special town meeting warrant and resuming business on the annual town meeting, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Mike and Mary? Mike? The measure passes. So we are now done with the special town meeting, and we are moving back to the warrant on the annual town meeting. I would like to thank Mike Shampoo, who has volunteered to serve as the alternate moderator in the overflow room. We were only able to twist his arm to do so for the duration of the special town meeting. So, Mike, your servitude being expired, you are free to go. But we will not be taking votes from the cafeteria anymore. So members of the community that are in the cafeteria, if you want your future votes counted, please come join us in the auditorium. There are excellent seats available at no cost. All right, at this time we are back on the annual town meeting warrant, and we are going to entertain a procedural mechanism that was introduced to our annual town meeting 5 years ago. We are going to entertain a consent agenda. The articles to be contained within the consent agenda are included in the chart contained in my letter that precedes page 1 in your booklet. These are historically non-controversial articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that Articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 be approved on a single motion by consent with Article 2, hearing reports. Article 4, approved as written in the warrant. Article 7, funding for appropriations from the PEG Access Special Revenue Account in the amount of $500,000. Article 8, funding by taxation in the amount of $50,000. Article 9, funding by taxation in the amount of $13,000. Article 10, funded by taxation in the amount of $1,500, and Article 11, approve as written in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. De Palma. I recognize that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Moderator?
What is your point of order, Mr. McDonald?
Just a question. What article are you on?
We're on the consent agenda, Mr. McDonald.
Because I'm a little confused. Article 1 here is to bring...
We already
votes
dealt
in.
with Article 1 before the special town meeting, Mr. McDonald.
Pardon me?
We disposed of Article 1 prior to recessing the annual town meeting and taking up business under the special town meeting.
Okay, so you're saying that the other articles here are non-controversial.
Let me just get to the point where we're actually in discussion on this. So, there has been a motion to approve the consent agenda. It has been seconded. The Finance Committee does recommend approval of all articles contained within the consent agenda. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Do any of these articles contain banking authorization?
The Article 4 deals with the compensating balance agreements.
That's what I'd like to speak about. The reason why I like to speak about that is because on several occasions I have put in public record requests and I received balances from our banks, and I've asked questions to the board relative to the security of our funds. Particularly, there's one bank that is holding pretty much every day of the week $90 million. It's my understanding that the FDIC insures accounts up to $250,000. So I would like to have some questions answered relative to the security of our funds, particularly the bank that's holding the $90 million. What mechanism, what entity is insuring those funds? And is there an entity that's other than the FDIC?
So, Mr. McDonald, the Article 4 is the only one that comes close to touching on the question that you've asked, and that really just authorizes the treasurer collector to enter into compensating balance agreements. So
Right.
It is.
You're asking for us to authorize that, and I have concerns about that. I have questions about that, and I'm seeking to get some answers to those questions so that people here can have a legitimate and a reasonable decision to make if we are going to authorize her to do that. Because it's in my belief that authorizing her to put $90 million in one particular bank and we don't have answers to security on that is bordering on foolishness. So with the manager, through you, Mr. Moderator, discuss about security of the funds.
I'm going to pose this to Ms. Frontiera, if you have any commentary on the security of town funds.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephanie Frontiera, Finance Director, Town Accountant. So I can speak for our funds are all secure. We have funds over a wide range of local banks here in Wilmington, as well as investments.
Okay. Would you please tell us what entity is securing those funds if the FDIC has a limit of $250,000 per account, and why there's an institution that is holding $90 million of our money? And let me just, before you answer that question, I want to give you an example of something that I am aware of. Years ago, the town had millions of dollars in Century Bank, and they lent money to a corporation for a development, and that corporation had no permit, absolutely no permit.
Mr. McDonald, at this point, we're a little bit beyond the scope of the article. A former bank loaning money to it sounds like a former corporation, is well outside of.
And they went bankrupt. Okay, so it's relative to the question and it's relative to security. So would the finance director please be kind enough to us to explain to us the mechanism, the entity, the insurance company who is securing our funds?
Ms. Frontier, I believe you already answered the question. What is your point of information, Ms. Shukas? So, Ms. Shukas,
Town funds.
Mr. McDonald, please. Ms. Shukas, the question was not to any individual's personal accounts, but Ms. Frontier, I believe you already answered the question as to the security of funds in town accounts.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marta, I did not hear the name of the institution. Could you please repeat the name of the institution that's providing the insurance and the security of the funds?
The specific institution is not within the scope of the article. It's just to authorize the
So she did not answer the question, and you're covering for her. You're in other words, overstepping your boundaries here, and you're failing to
Mr. McDonald,
show respect to these people.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to ask that you cease interrupting. You're done speaking on the consent agenda. Mr. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Maselli, 25 North Street. I played this game last year, Mr. McDonald, and I'll play it again this year. I'd like to make a motion to move the question, please. Thank you.
Mary, are we ready for a motion to move the question from the family-friendly room? Mary, can you hear me? We're moving the previous question on the consent agenda. Is the family-friendly room ready? Great, thank you. All right, motion to move the previous question would end debate. It would allow the maker of the main motion, Mr. DePalma, up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if he so chooses. If you are in favor of any debate, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Mr. DePalma, you have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. If you so choose, you may give your time back to the meeting or yield to any other member.
Oh, I give my time back to the meeting.
We appreciate that. So, if you are in favor of the consent agenda articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear a report from the Wildwood School Building Committee. Dr. Brand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Glenn Brand, I have the privilege and pleasure to serve as the superintendent of schools here in Wilmington, but also as the chair of the Wildwood School Building Committee, for which I appear before the citizens this morning. I'm pleased to provide a brief update on the Wilmington Elementary School Building Project, and after this short presentation, we'll show a brief informational video with more detail on the project. Many residents have followed this process from the start of this project nearly 5 years ago, while others may be hearing about it now. This project began because of an objective review of our 6 elementary schools. 5 were built in the 1950s to 60s, and our newest, the Shawsheen, was built in 1970. Though the town has maintained all of these 6 facilities well, they have not been modernized. Recognizing the scale of need, we applied to the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or MSBA, for support. That move was supported by the then school committee, as well as the select board, and we applied for all 6 elementary schools. The MSBA only funds the most critical projects, and we were, as many might recall, one of 15 projects out of 71 the year that we applied, and invited in on clear, documented need. Next slide. As part of the process, we had to designate 1 school as our priority project. You recall I mentioned that we applied for 6. After review, Wildwood was selected as the most in need and is on file with the MSBA as the name on this project because of this fact. Hence why we have continued to refer to the project in the name of Wildwood. At the 2022 special town meeting, voters approved funding to study all options, including renovation, consolidation, and possibility of new construction, not just a fix for Wildwood alone. As you can see, this slide shows the exact language used in the warrant from that meeting that identifies consolidation as something that would or could be explored. Next slide. Following that vote in 2022, we established a building committee. Members deserve tremendous thanks from the citizens of this community. They have met more than 60 times since that committee formed in the fall of 2022, and all meetings and all relevant information continues to be compiled and publicly available on the project website, which you can find linked from the school department's website. Next slide. As the only grant program in the state to help communities with school construction costs, the building committee has worked diligently to follow the process. Over the past year, we worked through what started as 18 potential possible plans, eventually narrowing them down to 5. These 5 included consideration of basic repair of the Wildwood School alone, renovation or expansion at the Woburn Street School to bring together Wildwood and Woburn under one roof, new construction at either the Woburn to include the Wildwood, the possibility of a renovation and addition at the North Intermediate School to consolidate pre-K to grade 5 from all 3 schools, or a completely new school at the North School, consolidating all 3 schools, again, of course, including the Wildwood, Woburn, and North. In late April, the building committee finalized their selection, in late April of last month, finalized their selection of the preferred schematic design, which is a new pre-K to grade 5 school at the North site. Next slide. The building committee was extremely interested in community input to help shape their decision-making process that led to that final decision. As seen here, outreach to the Wilmington Public School staff yielded over 200 responses, gathering their perspectives, and as can be seen, the overwhelming response from staff was in the direction of a new pre-K to grade 5 school at the North site. That outreach, next slide please, that outreach also extended to the community. The community was surveyed with more than 1,200 responses coming in from parents, guardians, and community members, and again, as can be seen here, the overwhelming majority selected the new pre-K to grade 5 as the preferred option. Next slide. Once the overall project was selected, our architects and project team, with input from WPS staff and of course members of the building committee, have worked diligently to develop a detailed plan, of which I'll provide some highlights here this morning. Next slide. This is an overview of the proposed new school, and it sits at the North Intermediate site. The current school is unnamed at this time, hence why we are just referring to it as the Wilmington Elementary School. With a successful vote by citizens in the fall, the school committee will need to navigate the ultimate naming of a new school in the months ahead. Most important, I think, to note is that this proposed new school can be built at the North Intermediate site while that school remains in use. That can be done safely, and certainly from a financial aspect is very beneficial, avoiding the cost of temporary or modular classroom space. Next slide. This is an overview of the school's floor plan. The proposed school is a 3-story building, grouping similar age students together on different floors. Of note, the district currently operates multiple other 3-story buildings. Those include the Shawsheen Elementary School, the Woburn Street School, and of course, the school that we're sitting in here, the high school. The next slides provide just a brief overview. These do resemble what the plans are architecturally as this project takes shape. An aerial view of what that campus would look like. Next slide. Considerable access for traffic, for buses, appropriate parking spaces, and of course outside playground space. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. Prominent throughout the design as you get into the interior of the school is really a focus on natural light, trying to capture as much as is possible to enhance the learning environment that would be in this proposed school. Next slide. One of the exciting features of the plan includes a nice, bright, very airy cafeteria, leaps and bounds above what any of our current elementary schools can offer our students. Also, a great feature is that the stage is situated, you can see, in the cafeteria, between the cafeteria, and the gymnasium, and can be accessed on both sides, allowing for a large concert or special performance with the ability to greatly expand seating. Next slide. One of the features of this building is also inclusive of a high school-sized gymnasium. There's a lot of discussion amongst members of the building committee as well as outreach to the community, and there was a strong leaning towards including this in an elementary school for the mere fact of providing plenty of recreational space for the community, with the potential of fewer elementary schools operating in the future. Next slide. The library in the space will be designed to adequately accommodate the various books and learning materials and resources for students of all ages in the school. Next slide shows a typical classroom that is being planned and designed in this school, all built to today's recommended standards for size, storage, and display of learning and related materials. Next slide, please. Shows an exterior corridor that's being planned for flexible space. Next slide. And another area that is part of the building design. Next slide. It's well understood by members of the building committee that cost is always a concern for such a project. Thanks to the careful planning of our team, we've reduced the cost per square foot. It is important to note that these projected costs represent the construction portion of the facility alone and don't include other additional costs such as site work. However, what is also not factored in here yet is the reimbursement rate that the town will receive to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars through the grant program with the MSBA. It is important to note that that exact amount of reimbursement, which I know is on the minds of many, will be received by the town at the end of June. Next slide. There's a number of data points on this slide, but this is data that comes from the Mass School Building Authority, and it provides a highlight on other projects in development. And what can be seen here is that this project is on budget and in line with or below other projects that are currently in the development phase. Next slide. The building committee has completed their work up to this point on this phase of the project, and now it will be up to the Wilmington voters in order to advance the project forward. Key dates include Saturday, September 13th, for which a special town meeting has been called, and then Tuesday, September 16th, for a ballot vote in order to allow this project to move forward. Certainly the members of this community, your voice and your vote will help shape the future of Wilmington schools and education in the community. Finally, it was a year ago that some will recall on the town meeting floor that we debuted an informational video for the project, and I'm pleased to be able to debut an updated video this morning as we begin to push this out to the community starting next week. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to update you on this important project for the future of public education in Wilmington.
The town of Wilmington and our school district have a rare opportunity to fund a Wildwood construction project in partnership with the MSBA. It's a state agency that helps local school districts pay for the design and construction of schools. It's competitive and needs-based. When Wildwood Elementary was accepted into the program in 2021, it was one of only 15 projects selected, a 21% acceptance rate among 71 projects across the Commonwealth who applied in that round. The work is tough, but the payoff is significant. By completing the MSBA Marathon, Wilmington will unlock tens of millions of dollars in grants that won't come out of our local property tax assessments. One factor MSBA considers is the facility needs of the entire district. How many buildings might get addressed at once? And when the MSBA accepted Wildwood into the process, it presented our town with an opportunity to explore consolidating one or more schools into the Wildwood project, which would reduce costs and our aging elementary schools. This opportunity created a long list of potential scenarios, like whether to choose renovation, addition, or replacement of Wildwood to update the Early Childhood Center for 130 kindergartners and approximately 100 pre-K students, or to consolidate it with Woburn Street School to create a single pre-K through 3 school for 510 students plus the same number of pre-K students, or to consolidate it with Woburn Street School and North Intermediate School to create a single pre-K through 5 school for 755 students along with those pre-K students. The Wildwood School Building Committee, a group of volunteers that include parents, school staff, and elected officials, conducted a feasibility study. It's due diligence on this long list of scenarios, including which site might provide the best conditions to complete the project and the estimated costs of each possible solution. The town of Wilmington and Wilmington Public Schools pursued MSBA funding for a Wildwood construction project because each of its 6 elementary schools are approaching the end of their useful lives. 5 of these buildings were built before 1965, each now in their 7th decade of service. Shawsheen Elementary, the youngest, was opened in 1970. Wildwood, now unoccupied, is the oldest, built in 1955, the same age as the old Wilmington High School, which was torn down after its replacement in 2015. The Wildwood site and building have significant landscape, drainage, thermal envelope, and systems infrastructure issues that must be addressed. The building is not fully ADA accessible, suffers from 30-plus-year-old roof sections that need to be replaced, and steel windows that make the building inefficient, along with antiquated building infrastructure components like original unit ventilators and outdated light fixtures that would not meet today's building standards. While each of our aging elementary schools are excellently maintained by the town's buildings department, examples from across the Commonwealth demonstrate that buildings of this vintage can experience educational disruptions due to aging facilities. Each school has capacity issues and lack the environments necessary to best meet students' educational needs. None of them have conditioned spaces or fire suppression systems like our new high school. And with each year, each building becomes more expensive to maintain and repair. These are just some of the reasons why in 2018, our town's facilities master plan recommended operating fewer, larger elementary schools. That master plan lays out a town-wide building strategy, some of which our community already enjoys, like in the new high school. The Wildwood Project's acceptance into MSBA makes it the next opportunity. The town of Wilmington and our public schools partnered with the MSBA for partial funding for the Wildwood Project to meet our educational goals. It's one piece of a whole, a strategic goal to provide a next-generation education to all of our students. School construction contributes to those goals, as we can see through our new high school for our oldest learners. And we believe the design of a school construction project should be integrated with our goals for our youngest learners as well. This includes design considerations like larger classrooms with more breakout space for children in the same grade to collaborate in communities, natural light and conditioned spaces for mental well-being and physical comfort, larger, more flexible space that educational planners couldn't imagine in the 1950s for things like project-based learning and STEM education, purposefully designed special education space to provide the support and education for all learners to be among their peers, and space to serve our multi-tiered system of supports to provide each student the right supports at the right time. By also evaluating whether to consolidate Woburn Street School and North Intermediate School into the project, we also may address another educational goal, reducing transitions. For our youngest learners, they'll transition between 4 schools before entering high school. These transitions disrupt continuity, a demonstrated driver of student outcomes in education. They also present logistical challenges for our families who face the prospect of having children at multiple schools more often than they would with larger elementary schools. And they increase daily transitions for our educational support staff who could spend more time on instruction and student learning in one place. Wilmington School Building Committee used public feedback to explore 18 different options to unlock MSBA funding to address its 3 elementary schools on the north side of town. After digging deeply into 9 of these potential options, the School Building Committee selected a preferred option, which the MSBA approved. This plan calls for a new pre-K through 5 school to be built on the site of the existing North Intermediate School to serve all students at Wildwood Early Childhood Center, Woburn Street Elementary, and North Intermediate Schools. We believe there are many advantages to this plan and want to highlight 3 key benefits. It starts with economic benefits. By completing the MSBA Marathon, we unlock grant money that will provide the town of Wilmington tens of millions of dollars of state funds to help pay for the project, rather than relying on local tax money alone to fund the new school. While the MSBA invited Wilmington to explore using state money to renovate or replace Wildwood, by meeting their requirements, we can access state funding to replace 3 aging schools at once. This saves Wilmington money in construction costs in the short term and delivers potential operational cost savings in the long term. These savings can come from maintenance and repair of 2 fewer aging buildings, and the efficiencies that come from new design, from energy to staffing. We also believe this plan has educational benefits for our students. Most importantly, it reduces the number of transitions to different schools for our youngest learners, and continuity is a demonstrated driver of student success in education. The design of a new school preserves the smaller school communities that our students need at different ages. Grades pre-K through 2 will spend their time in the lower levels of the school, while grades 3 through 5 would occupy the upper wing of the school in their own age-appropriate communities. Meanwhile, the entire school gets the benefit of expanded educational opportunities through the core wing of the school, specials programs, library and media center, integrated special education, physical education, and cafetorium. Our educational specialists get more time delivering services to students without having to transition to 3 different locations, while supporting the chance for all educators in this school to plan together, a challenge today given our 3 separate schools. All while preserving the smaller community feel that our students enjoy at 3 different locations in the north side of Wilmington today. A new elementary school on the north side of Wilmington also provides significant community benefits. It reduces the number of school pickups for families with children at different school sites. And it centralizes the CARES program for the Wildwood, Woburn, and North school families with before and after care at one pickup and drop-off location. Meanwhile, the entire community can benefit from a new, large gym with multiple courts for use outside of school hours, the cafetorium and stage for community gatherings, and outdoor play space designed for separate play at different age-appropriate levels.
Mr. Moderator?
Hold on one second, Mr. McDonald. Dr. Brand, I trust that's the end of your report? Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Since this is an informational report, I'd like to offer some additional information.
Mr. McDonald, the motion that was concluded in the consent agenda was merely to hear the report of the Wildwood School Building Committee. It was not an informational session. The Wildwood School Building Committee, as I understand, is still meeting, so you're welcome to address any question through them directly. And as Dr. Brand did include in his presentation, that we should expect to be back here on September 13th. For any discussion or questions. So we move on to Article 3, which is to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purpose of paying unpaid bills of previous years. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move to hear reports from the, oh, sorry, excuse me, my apologies. I move that this article be passed over.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends passing over Article 3. Discussion. Seeing none. If you are in favor of passing over Article 3, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Article 4. Article 4 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 5, to see how much money the town will appropriate for the expenses of the town and the salaries of several town officers and departments, and determine how same shall be raised, whether by taxation, transfer from available funds, or otherwise. Ms. Manganelli.
I move that the several and respective sums as recommended and presented by the Finance Committee be raised from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, or by transfer from available funds as may be recommended by the Finance Committee, and be appropriated for the purpose set forth in Article 5, each budget category including government, general government, public safety, public works, community development, public buildings, human services, Wilmington School Department, Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, maturing debt and interest, unclassified and reserved, and statutory charges, to be taken up and voted on in the order they appear, subject to amendment, and each budget category not be open for reconsideration until the entire budget is voted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and second. This is a procedural vote to take up the budget by category. It appears in your booklet from pages 2 through 9. The amounts that we will be voting on are the amounts listed in the column recommended appropriation at the far right if you turn from portrait to landscape. Finance Committee recommends approval of each of these categories. Again, this is just a procedural motion as to how we're going to take up Article 5. Further discussion? Do you have discussion on the procedural motion, Mr. McDonald? Thank you. If you are in favor of taking up Article 5 by budget category, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Total general government, which is on page 3, in the amount of $4,505,495. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion's made. Discussion. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. At this point in time, I'd like to give a brief budget presentation. As a kind of a first point, I want to say how excited I am to present my first budget to the town. Folks may remember I was sitting over there in the audience last year as a bystander, and I've had the privilege of working with our amazing department heads and folks at the school district and the Shawshene Tech to come up with what I think is a really appropriate budget for the town that maintains our conservative fiscal approach while putting forward some very important projects that kind of keep the town moving forward. Next slide. So I wanted to kind of open the curtain a little bit to folks to give you an idea about how this budget came together. Next. So the first kind of pillar of this budget was for us to maintain the appropriate staffing levels in the town departments while continuing fiscally responsible budgeting. So that's kind of the first thing we looked at. The second thing is, the second pillar would be to support our public safety staff and police, fire, and public works departments. That was another critical thing we looked at. And pillar three, work to renovate and update our municipal buildings and infrastructure. Next. And then plan for a safe, modern educational experience for Wilmington school children. So those are the general thoughts that went behind the preparation of this budget. As a new town manager, I had the benefit of being able to approach this budget with no preconceptions. So those were kind of the thoughts that went in as we started the budget process. So here's the budget by the numbers. In FY25, our non-capital budget was $133,571,972. In FY26, that's increased to $140,052,681. So that total change is about 4.85%. That is consistent with our combination of tax levy under Prop 2.5, our new growth, and the town's kind of solid fiscal foundation with free cash. The significant changes that are in this budget, different from last year. The first thing is the town has had a tradition of putting in $1 million in capital stabilization every year, and they did so last year. This year, we're increasing that to $3 million. So an additional $2 million is going to go into capital stabilization. One of the purposes of that extra capital stabilization funds is to allow the administration, the select board, and the FinCom to have a broad range of options as we approach the question of financing the new school, the proposed new school on the north side. So this will take our capital stabilization account. It will increase it to about $16 million. And so it just provides additional flexibility for maybe potentially using those funds to pay down the debt to lower the amount of tax impact for the new school. In addition, we had what was a very small capital budget last year. I want to give Lou Samaglia, who was our temporary town manager last year, a lot of credit. He came in. Lou did a great job while I was here, and he had marching orders to make sure that the ship kept sailing in the same direction. And one of the things that he was tasked with was taking larger questions, potentially controversial projects, and moving them potentially off into this year. So we had a very small capital plan last year, about $2.4 million. This year, our capital plan's about $11 million. So it's a significant change, about $8.6 million. That's primarily driven by 3 or 4 very large projects that you'll see when we get to the capital plan portion of today's agenda. So the total budget increase is about $17 million, about 12%. Again, the vast majority of that comes in additional capital projects. Most of those additional capital projects are being funded not from the tax levy. They're coming from either free cash or other non-tax sources. Next slide. Go ahead. So here's some of the factors impacting the budget. You can increase that. Non-union COLAs from FY25 and 26. Because of the timing of some union negotiations last year, non-union COLAs were not included in the FY25 budget because the unions in town had not settled, and that non-union COLA usually reflects the settlements that are provided to unions. So the numbers in this year's budget include both the FY25 COLAs that non-union employees got and the FY26 COLAs that they got. Increase in general liability insurance, we budgeted that in for 10%. That's actually a relatively low number. Unfortunately, municipalities around the state are seeing significant increases in insurance costs. I'm happy to say that we budgeted 10% in general liability insurance, and our hope is it's going to come in below that, so there will be some cost savings for the general liability insurance. Increase in health insurance. At the time when we set up the budget, our health insurance was tentatively budgeted at 8%. That's, believe it or not, 8% is actually a good rate in these times. Lots of municipalities in the state are seeing increases between 10 and 20% in their health insurance. Due to some very diligent work by our HR department, along with the Insurance Advisory Council and our consultants, we do believe we're going to come in under the 8%, so there'll be some cost savings there, but we did have to budget based on what our consultant told it was. Next. We've got other increases in contractual services. As folks may know, we put out for the new trash contract. That was a significant increase over last year, or the previous contract we had with Casella. And there are other contracted services the town has that unfortunately they don't necessarily have to keep themselves within the 2.5% that is the limit on us raising taxes. Next slide. And the need for updated information. As we're making the budget, there's sometimes pieces of information that we don't have. We take our best guess. We try to be conservative. I'd much rather budget $10 more than we need than $10 less. But those were kind of the drivers behind the budget. So here are some of the budget changes. You can go ahead. Staffing increase. So the town clerk's office got one senior clerk. The reason for this was the need to assist with public records requests and digitization. In our capital plan, you'll see there is a digitization proposal. The town desperately needs to move our paper records into digital format. We are seeing, since the change in the public records law, a dramatic spike in the number of public records requests that are coming into the clerk's office. And so the combination of those two increased caseloads merited another staff member. Our IT department, we're bringing on another technician. We actually had what I considered when I got here an incredibly lean IT department of only 3 people. Last year's budget included one additional tech for IT. This year's budget includes another additional tech for IT. As our municipal operation becomes more and more enmeshed in technology, it's really critical that we have appropriate level of staffing in our IT department. Folks, I'm sure, have heard of the nightmares that have happened in other municipalities and other businesses who've been hit by ransomware or incredibly high costs from insufficient safeguards over IT. Having another technician is one way that we make sure that the town stays safe with regards to cybersecurity. In addition, our public buildings is bringing on one G2 custodian and one painter. So the reasoning behind those are when we brought on the new senior center and then the new town hall that will be brought on at the end of this year, the square footage for those buildings required, based on the calculations that our public buildings office operates on for the number of square footage per custodian, another G2 custodian. And then the town, believe it or not, has not had for a few years painters on staff. We have hundreds of thousands of square feet of building space, over 28 buildings. And so this painter would be able to proactively paint our 900,000 square feet of space over those 28 buildings. Next. So these are some issues that went through that affected our budget. As I mentioned earlier, the town trash contract, we went out to public bid. We had numerous different entities express interest. We actually got 3 bids. The low bidder was our current trash contract, but it did come in at an over a 12% increase. Next. SoftWrite Financial Software. For the last several years, the town has been migrating from software called SoftWrite to a new system called Munis. At this point in time, we were able to drop off some of our SoftWrite software, archived software. We were able to reduce the cost for that bill about 65%, so that was a benefit to our bottom line. Other changes, folks who are paying attention in our heating systems, the 2 new buildings coming online, those are all electric buildings. And so you'll see a drop in the fuel oil that the town is purchasing, but an increase in our electric appropriation to make up for the different construction of those buildings. Just to give you kind of a preview of what's coming up in the next article, this is some of our capital improvement plan highlights. And these would be the reasons that would drive the difference between those 2 capital plans from 25 to 26. The first, folks who've been paying attention have heard this, but if you haven't, we are taking strides towards the North Wilmington Fire Substation. I know that town meeting had appropriated some money. Yes, I do think that's worth a round of applause. I think that's really exciting. I want to give a lot of credit to Chief Kavanaugh for him continuing to follow up on this, and to the select board, who have been very clear from my first day that getting a fire substation on the north side of Wilmington was a real priority for me, and so we're working to make that happen. I also want to recognize former chair of the select board, Greg Bendel, who made it his personal mission to make sure that this substation had whatever traction it needed to move forward. And so we are proposing what I call the first down payment towards the substation. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get it for $3.5 million, but we are taking free cash and putting it towards the substation. You will hear later that we actually have a location for that substation. We have a lot of exciting information to give you about that substation. You'll hear that in the capital plan article, which comes up next. The second large capital plan item is the West Intermediate School window replacement. So this has been an item that's kind of been in waiting for a couple of years. We were lucky this year to have an excess of funds in our overlay account, which allowed the Board of Assessors to vote to surplus some of that money. That $2.75 million that the assessors have saved for us over the past several years is now going to go to replacing the windows at the west. Next. This is an example of an item that was originally on last year's capital plan, but got bumped a year as a fire department pumper for $950,000. For those who don't pay attention to municipal financing, and you shouldn't if you don't have to, fire trucks take forever to get. You're talking about a 5-year lead time from the time you put in an order to the time they deliver a truck. So it's really to credit to the fire department, and the same thing happens with police as well, but not as bad. The fire department really has to plan out when these trucks are going to be needed, because we have to get them on capital plans approximately 5 years before they're needed in service. So that's another thing. And then another really exciting project that we are putting forward is the turf field replacement at Wilmington High School. I want to credit Jamie McGaldy and his staff. They worked really hard. This was originally anticipated to be about $1 million. It's going to be about $825,000. I think, Jamie, am I correct? We went with the option that got the really exciting logos on it too, right? Yeah, so we're gonna have a really new turf field. It's gonna be really exciting. All of these are coming from non-general fund revenue. So they're either coming from free cash or from the overlay, so they're not impacting the tax rate. There are also some water and sewer improvements. There's an industrial way pump station. You'll see that these two water and sewer improvements are separate articles. But the sewer department is putting a pump station in at 1.2, the cost of 1.2 million. And then we're doing a Route 38 water main replacement at a cost of 5.5 million. We'll talk again about those a little bit more as those articles come up. The last thing that I mentioned earlier was we did fund capital stabilization with an additional $2 million from free cash to provide us with some options coming up. Go ahead. So one of the underlying things about what you've seen in the capital plan and what we're talking about in the budgeting is a long-term building plan for the town of Wilmington. I want to say, I didn't know you guys were building a new town hall when I got hired. It was so exciting to know that we were going to be moving into a new building. And so I want to give the town a lot of credit for the steps that has been taken with the new senior center and the new town hall. There are other, long-term building projects that the town's going to need to work on. Number one, Wilmington's in the business of education, so we're going to need to provide schools for our residents going forward. I think everybody understands that. Our predecessors paid for the schools that we have, and we're going to need to continue to have schools to educate our kids going forward. Next. We also need to plan for our municipal building needs for the next generations. We've done a really good job. Public Buildings is an outstanding department. They maintain our buildings and schools in ways that are spectacular, but we need to plan going forward. So we can accomplish all these things while respecting the tax concerns of the citizens. Next. So though we will need a debt exclusion for the proposed pre-K through 5 school at the north, with proper timing and help from the MSBA, we can build a second pre-K through 5 elementary school on the west side within our budget without the need for a debt exclusion and an override. So I want folks to know that. This is really important. This will allow us to update our municipal infrastructure using our tremendous AAA bond rating and free cash. So those are things that are really critical to know. We are going to have debt exclusion vote in the fall. But because of some quirks with how we're paying off our pension liability, there's going to be the ability to get another school without going forward with another debt exclusion. Next. Go ahead. So for the schools, the long-term building plan would look at a proposed pre-K through 5 school at the north site with a debt exclusion this year. That would be 2026 to 2056. Next. A second pre-K through 5 to replace the west side schools in the tax levy without increasing taxes via debt exclusion or an override in approximately in the mid-2036 range. The timing of those projects would coincide with the high school debt exclusion coming off the tax rolls. So that debt exclusion ends in 2036. So this would line up. I know that people think that we have a new middle school. We actually have a middle-aged middle school. Assuming a good lifespan of our middle school, it's probably going to need to be renovated or reconstructed in the mid-2050s. This would time up with a debt exclusion for the pre-K through 5 coming off of our tax rolls. Then we would have the ability to do a middle school in the mid-2050s. And then, I know we have a new high school, but this actually would line up for our high school, having a renovation or reconstruction of our high school in the mid-2060s. Now, I know that Ms. Shukas will be here to vote for all of these, along with the rest of us. But this is just kind of a preview of how we're looking long-term and thinking about the fiscal health of the town when we're doing our budgeting. Next. So, on the town side, we've got the North Wilmington Fire Substation. It's actually coming together a lot faster than I hoped, and I'll give you some more information on that when we come to the capital plan. So we've got our first funding for construction set aside this year. We're going to come back next year for the final funding request to town for the substation. What I would hope to do is in the approximately 28-29 put out a feasibility study for a DPW barn. Our DPW barn was built the same time as our elementary schools were, and so it is ripe for a look at a feasibility study for that, a new barn. Next. I know that there have been requests in the past to a library, but if we follow this plan and we kind of work within our budgeting, we would anticipate going out for a feasibility study for a potential library renovation in 2021-32. And again, these projects would all line up, and we're talking about using our good bond rating and our free cash to enable us to do this without increasing taxes. Next. So in conclusion, that's kind of the thought process that went into this whole budget. I want people to know that we didn't just take numbers from departments and plug them into a formula. We really were trying to be thoughtful about this budgeting process, and more importantly, thinking about the long-term vision for our town and how we get there. And so I appreciate all your time, and now let's delve into the fun part, which is voting on the budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Slagle. Just by way of explanation, the previous motion that we had was to divide the budget by budget category, and we will still be taking up each budget category one by one as they come, because I feel like it's an important exercise to educate the Assembly on the big picture of the budget rather than merely facing on one piece of pie at a time. I allowed Mr. Slagle a little bit of leeway to really cover that whole big picture. So we will still be taking up each budget category one at a time. We are on discussion on total general government, again on pages 2 and 3 in the warrant booklet. So I would ask that you please constrain your comments to the budget category that we are currently on, and I promise you we will eventually get through all 11 of them. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, let me just say that I disagree with a previous speaker when he says that when somebody questions security of money or finances, that it's playing a game. I don't believe I'm playing any games today. With regard to this budget, I did have some questions, and one of the questions that I have is, when it comes to contracts, I've reviewed some contracts before, and I have not seen this language in there, but maybe the manager, since we have a new manager, has changed that policy. Is there language in the contracts that state that the contract is conditional upon town meeting approval?
All right, Mr. McDonald, is your question constrained to total general government?
Since total general government involves contracts, I would say that yes, it's very relative to that.
Okay, to either town council or Mr. Slagle as to whether or not there's any contingencies on the availability of funding as appropriated by town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can answer that question through you. The contracts that the town utilizes specifically have a provision that indicates that each contract is subject to appropriation. Contracts are not subject to town meeting approval. They're subject to appropriation, and that language is in the contracts, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, a couple other questions. It's my understanding that you folks have seen up on the screen about insurance, 8%. However, the town, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Slagle, the town is self-insured for employee benefits, and it's relative to the budget.
Mr. McDonald, that's going to come up, I believe, under unclassified and reserved. So for insurance questions,
let me clarify something. I understand that, Mr. Moderator. However, you've seen the additional employees, okay? So we're voting on a budget that involves departments, and part of that equation is the need to cover them and their families for employee health benefits. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Slagle, but the town is self-insured for employee health benefits, and before we even collect any penny from stop-loss insurance, the town has a deductible of $175,000. Is that correct?
Mr. McDonald, again, that question would be appropriately asked when we take up unclassified.
I disagree with you because
Mr. McDonald,
we're voting on additional employees and we're taking on additional expenses.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, do you have any further commentary on total general government?
Can I get an answer to that question?
You
or an
will
affirmation?
when we get to unclassified and reserved, I will make sure that you are
I
in front
don't
of a
think you're
microphone.
understanding me.
Mr.
We are
McDonald,
voting on
Mr.
additional
McDonald.
employees,
Mr.
and additional employees have additional costs for
Mr. McDonald,
employee
you are
housing.
out of order. And if you continue to be disruptive, I will recess the meeting and I will have you to be removed. Further commentary on total general government, Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. I guess one statement I'd make is I don't consider a 12.5% increase in the total budget as being conservative. That being said, I understand some of the issues that you presented. My real statement on the general government costs is in the salary line items. There are many of these that are going up between 8 and 12%. And I was just wondering if there was anything other than salary in those line items.
Mr. Slagle?
Thank you. So, without speaking about a particular line item, I can tell you one of the things that I noted in my slide was some of these line items include COLAs from 2025 and 2026. So when you look at a COLA, I believe the COLA was 2.75 last year and 2.75 this year, plus steps, which are generally between 2.5 and 2.5. If somebody had a step and a COLA, it could add up to be, close to 8%.
What was the stat you were saying, 2.5?
Yeah, so steps. So
a step.
Yeah.
Okay.
Between steps and COLAs, because the COLAs were not included in the FY25 budget for some non-union employees. Those lines look like they went up more than they should because this year's budget incorporates both the FY26 non-union COLA and the FY25.
Take the town treasurer just as a point. There are steps involved in his increase. That was 10.1%.
Yes, so the treasurer has steps in their
So
as
they
part
get
of their
COLAs and steps.
Yes, every union employee gets a COLA and a step, and most non-union employees have COLAs and steps, except for me. I don't get any steps.
I'm sorry, I'm just used to Social Security increases, which are nowhere near these kind of numbers. So, again, I state that I don't consider this very conservative. Anyway, thank you.
Individual in the back. Just name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name's Mark Nowacki. I live at 169 Shawshing Avenue. Good afternoon. I have a couple of specific line item questions, especially regarding expenses for certain groups. They appear to have increased year over year from 2024 to 2025 and now in 2026 by between 30 and 80% specifically for expenses. Perhaps we could ask questions about which ones are those and why are they going up so quickly?
Mr. Slagle?
Yeah, so that's a very case specific. So is there one you're particular or something that you're particularly
Sure.
looking at?
Looking at the Select Board of Elections, the expenses went from $17,000 to $42,000 in 2 years. That's $25,000 increase. We're also looking at an expense increase of $27,000 from 2024 to 2025 for the Treasurer Collector Amped Cert tax title. Under the Board of Assessors, expenses went from $75,000 to $136,000 this year. And appraisals and inventory went from $10,000 to $74,000. And there was an addition of something called ATB costs for $20,000.
Sure, so those are all really good questions. They all have specifically different answers, which is, for purposes of the clerk's office, they had to do a presidential election in FY25, which was not the case in FY25.
I didn't actually question the clerk's office.
Just a point of clarification, I think that's under Select Board elections.
Yeah, the elections. So the elections, I apologize. The town clerk runs the elections, but it's under
Very good.
the Select Board elections. So that's a federal presidential election. So that's the difference in that year over year. You mentioned the assessors. The assessors, we are in a revaluation year. And so every 5th year is a revaluation year for the assessors, when they're required by the state to do a revaluation of all of the properties in town. So that by necessity increases those costs. The other one I think you said was the treasurer collector.
Yep. What is the AMT cert tax title? And why does it cost us $27,000?
So I would actually refer that to the treasurer collector. I'm not exactly
Ms. Dudley?
Penny Lynn Dudley, Town Treasurer. That would be including the fee, the cost for the attorney for tax titles to put.
So that's, yes, thank you very much, Penny, I appreciate it. So that's funds that's set aside for an attorney for tax title. If you're looking at the FY24, that's actual expenses, which means we didn't have to spend that money in FY24. So in actual expenses in FY24, there was only $200 in expenses. That means we didn't need to hire an attorney that year for tax title.
And under town manager, we went from 81,000 to 142,000. 24 to 25. I'm curious why we're keeping it at that high number.
Sure, yeah. So one of the differences that you're looking at between 24 and 25 is you're looking at expenditures from the accounts and then funds that were appropriated. So that doesn't mean that we're going to spend $142,000 in FY25. It means that we've appropriated $142,000, and the year before we only spent $81,000 of that. You may be pointing out an appropriate line that we need to look at to see whether or not we're over budgeting, but I would suggest that like our costs for our expenses have gone up astronomically for printing, for paper, for binding. I think if Beverly Dalton was here, she would tell you she has a heart palpitations every time she looks at the increased costs of printing. Our warrant costs doubled year over year from this year to last year. So I would be hesitant at cutting that before we see what our FY25 expenditures come out as.
Okay, that pretty much covers everything, and I think your presentation earlier covered the other questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Individual in the back.
Yeah, hi, Jeff Howlett, 25 Linda Road. Evidently, my child's going to be living with me till they're 40. This question is for the town manager. Could you give sort of a historical background on the use of free cash? I liked your budget presentation. It was wonderful. I noticed there were a lot of things in there that we're going to pay for with free cash. And while I applaud that, I don't want my taxes to go up. I'm also concerned that we're going to be overspending on our free cash as opposed to what we've done in the past. Sort of a percentage of what percentage would you think is a conservative use of the free cash so that we don't get stuck in a recession and have to lay people off?
So, sir, I'm going to just interject to say that nothing on total general government is being funded through free cash. That question would be very appropriate when we get to Article 6 and subsequent articles where we're actually appropriating from free cash. So, spoiler alert, what's coming for you in a little bit is that question.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the manager, please affirm or deny what I'm about to say. It's my understanding that free cash is built up as a result of appropriated articles for expenses when those expenses are less than what was appropriated. That extra money goes into free cash. Is that correct?
Mr. Slagle, I'll frame the question as to is the amount that the town has in free cash the result of spending that is less than what is appropriated at a town meeting?
That is one of the several ways that free cash is created. Yes.
Okay, so the reason I preface my comments with that is to let everybody know that what I'm in fact saying is true. We're looking at a an increase of over 12% to the budget, okay? Proposition 2.5 limits the tax levy to 2.5%. Most of you people who have jobs out there in the private sector, you don't see anywhere close to that in pay increases. However, when you're being asked to spend that additional amount of money in taxes when you really are limited on what you can afford, that puts a real burden on you. And so when I looked at the state reports of free cash around the other 350 communities in Massachusetts, I see communities with 3 million, 4 million, 10 million. Wilmington, with their combined total of free cash and capital stabilization money, is over 50 million, and it's probably more than that. So what I'd like to do now is offer an amendment to this. And my amendment will read as follows.
Mr. McDonald, just a heads up, because it deals with the expenditure of funds, it will need to be in writing.
Correct.
And when you do make it, I would ask that you hand it to town council, who is to my far right, rather than
I'm
jump
going to
on the
make it
orchestra.
super simple. I would like to move that the funding for the fiscal year 2026 budget that is an increase from 2025, that increase be taken out of free cash. And since it was previously over budgeted and overtaxing people, I think it's very much in order. So I will put that in writing, but just to repeat my motion, I move that the increase in our budget from 2025 for 2026 budget, that increase be taken out of the free cash. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, we are.
I would need a second to that motion, right?
I just want to remind you that we are only on total general government right now. So
yeah.
I will need to have that in writing, but is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Further discussion on total general government. Seeing none, we will call for the vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $4,505,495 for the total general government, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. 1 second, let me just check in with our family-friendly room. Mary, how is the vote in the family-friendly room? The vote is unanimous. It's unanimous there, it's unanimous here, voted unanimously so. Total public safety, which is on pages 4 and 5, the total amount of $14,152,658. Do I have a motion? So moved. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, this is a question for our police chief. The question is, over the past years, there was a previous chief who budgeted his department for more officers than the town had. And when the budget got approved, people got taxed more money for officers that really weren't even working for the department. So my question's simple. Mr. Desmond, have you performed an analysis on that to let us know what that amount of money was that was over budgeted for people that weren't even on the department?
So we're only voting on the fiscal 26 budget. So Mr. Desmond, if you want to respond to merely the planning for the fiscal 26 budget. But what is currently in front of this assembly is not anything to do with prior years.
I must say good morning, it's good afternoon. What we do is, as far as analysis, we try and figure out what a town the size of Wilmington needs as far as law enforcement, which we budget for. There's no over budgeting. Now, if we have trouble filling those positions, the money doesn't get spent, which, as you know, the past couple years we're doing much better, but for a time there we had positions that we just couldn't fill. So, yes, that money is not being spent, but it's not over budgeting. We are budgeting for right now 52 positions total.
Okay. The way I see it is, if the money was budgeted and it didn't get spent, then it was over budgeted. And so your department is looking for more money this year than it did last fiscal year. And so I've been made aware of a past chief budgeting his budget for more officers than was even on the department, after there were increases previously to what historically the level of patrolmen and officers were. And so I know that people really hate to use this word, fraudulent over budgeting. So I'll use another word. How about we say creative over budgeting and overtaxing people to the extent that you're forcing people out of town?
Mr.
And so,
Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, what I'd like to do on this particular line item is to put forth another amendment to this line item, which states that any increase from 2025 to 2026 for the police budget be taken out of free cash.
Is there a second?
Of course not.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Just two line items that probably can be explained, but and the fire chief salary line went up by 14.5%, and the clerical went up by 17.8%. Can that be explained?
Mr. Slagle?
Yeah, so you're talking about the fire chief's salary line and then the clerical salary line?
Right.
And underneath the fire department. The clerical salary line, we had in between FY25 and FY26, we negotiated with the union to remove the executive assistant to the fire chief from the union. So that position was removed from the union and given a pay increase as a part of coming out of union protection, along with additional duties in an amended job description.
So this was originally his duties before, but it was handled in a different way, because it's still just one person.
So that's two people under the clerical.
No, I meant in the chief.
No, I'm just talking about the clerical first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I should have made that more clear. So we took one of the clerks out of the union, made her an executive assistant, changed the job title with increased responsibilities, and as a result of that, there was a salary increase. For purposes of the chief, in between FY25 and FY26, the chief negotiated with the prior administration an increase in salary.
So this was the basis of a new contract?
Correct. Well, no, the chief's he doesn't have a contract per se, but it's a new employment agreement, yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, a question for our fire chief. Our previous town manager stated that there was going to be an additional hiring of 8 employees at the fire department, and the purpose for this hiring increase was to curb employee overtime. And so my question to the chief is, how much money between last fiscal year and this fiscal year, since those people have been hired, has the town had? What's our overtime cost in this budget?
Chief Kavanaugh, if you happen to know the answer, I will note that the expenditures for fiscal 24 is in the booklet.
Bill Kavanaugh, 288 Salem Street, Fire Chief. The 8 members that I believe Mr. McDonald is discussing was brought up in 2018 when Joe McMahon was the fire chief. We hired them through the COVID issues, and they all came on board in 2021. But to answer the question, we were at a $1.4 million overtime line item at that point. That number has come down to $1,050,000. We're on track to spend less than that this year, and Mr. Manager when he first came in and we were looking at this in the budget, brought up a good point that while their salaries are going up, that means we're actually reducing overtime because the amount of overtime available based on their hourly rate is less.
I guess the problem that I have is when 8 additional employees get hired and then now there's still overtime, it's a concern. And so the previous manager's comments obviously doesn't seem to hold true. And so what I'd like to do on this line item is also the same thing I've done previously, is to ask the town to take the amount of money that's increased for this department for this fiscal year out of free cash, since I believe it was over budgeted and you people have already paid taxes on it. So I move, Mr. Moderator, that this line item for the fire department increase be taken out of free cash.
So, Mr. McDonald, this assembly previously agreed or decided to take up the total budget categories, so we're not voting on individual line items.
So we can't make a motion to.
You just have to do the math.
Yeah, I know how to do math.
I'm just saying we're not going to take up each of the individual line items. If you wanted to make a motion, you could do so to the same effect, but we're not going to vote on.
Okay,
salary
I'll make
overtime.
it easy for you. I'll make it easy for you. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to our finance director. What is the total increase in cost for this article from the previous fiscal year to this fiscal year?
That is in your booklet, Mr. McDonald.
Can she let people know for the?
Mr. McDonald, this is not a game of stump a chump.
There are people watching on TV at home that would probably like to know, Mr. Moderator. I think it's a fair question.
Be that as it may, my duties are to the people that show up at town meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Further comment on Mr. Golden is running away. Further comment on total public safety, seeing none. If you're in favor of the sum of $14,152,658, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Mary, what was the result of the vote in the family-friendly room? Voted. Total Public Works, which begins on page 5 and goes down to the end of page 6, in the amount of $8,722,144. Ms. Manganelli.
I move that the sum of $8,722,144 be appropriated for the Department of Public Works, and to meet this appropriation, $20,000 be transferred from the sale of cemetery lots account, and the sum of $20,000 be transferred from interest cemetery trust funds, and that both accounts be applied to line item personnel services cemetery, full-time, and that the balance of $8,682,144 be raised from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Manganelli. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator. Question for our DPW director. An additional employee was hired to care for the leased field that is the owned by Textron. I haven't really seen any activity on that field, and after it rains, it pretty much gets flooded out. So can you tell us the extent of the duties relative to that field for that additional hiree, Mr. McGaldy?
This was an employee that was added in last year's budget, right? Okay. So no, I can't allow the town meeting to become a performance evaluation for each individual employee, Mr. McDonald.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm actually asking, last year, we approved funding for additional employee, including their health benefits for them and their families, to have the town take them on to specifically take care of that field. I don't see it being used. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just asking Mr. McGaldy, since that employee has been taken on, what duties has that employee performed on that field?
Yeah, again, this is, you're asking for the specific performance of one employee, and
I'm asking it for a purpose, Mr. Moderator, because if that employee was hired and is doing nothing on that field because it gets flooded out and it can't be used, do we still need to fund that extra employee? So I think the simple resolve would be to ask the DPW director to get up and prove me wrong. If I'm saying something that's incorrect, please correct me and let us know what's being done by that employee.
I see that Chief Kavanaugh is behind you and has indicated he may have some insight on this. Mr.
Bill
McDonald,
Kavanaugh, 288
hold on,
Salem
Mr.
Street.
Kavanaugh. Mr. McDonald, as you well know, all conversation is to go by and through me. You don't get to cherry pick who answers a question. Mr. Kavanaugh, please proceed.
Bill Kavanaugh, 288 Salem Street, as a resident, not as a fire chief. I drove by there yesterday. There were kids playing softball in a very, very well manicured field. I've seen them do it multiple times. Also, as a point of personal privilege, I believe it's abhorrent to sit here and listen to a resident berate town department heads for our budgeting practices. We are scrutinized. We are scrutinized time and time again between the manager, the finance director, the finance committee, all for good reason. We all budget very appropriately, I believe, and I'm not going to sit here and listen to it anymore. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Maselli.
I too just want to state that I drive by that field every morning on my way to work, and there were 2 DPW workers mowing that field. Thank you.
So we have 2 additional employees. Thank you.
Seeing no further comment on total public works. If you are in favor of the sum of $8,722,144 to be appropriated for the Department of Public Works, and to meet this appropriation, $20,000 to be transferred from the sale of cemetery lot accounts, and the sum of $20,000 to be transferred from the interest cemetery trust funds, and both amounts be applied to the line item personnel services cemetery full-time, and that the balance of $8,682,144 be raised from the fiscal 26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary, what is the result of the vote in the family-friendly room? Voted and unanimously so. Total community development on page 7 in the sum of $971,033. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Seconded. Discussion on total community development. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $971,033 for total community development, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary from the family-friendly room? Voted and unanimously so. Total public buildings on page 7 for the sum of $6,276,055. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion on total public buildings. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. The sum of $6,276,055 for total public buildings, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. Total human services on page 8. Sum of $2,470,673. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, for our Veterans Services Director, if you would tell us how many veterans are receiving benefits through the town.
Mr. McDonald, this is a budget appropriation article, so
Yeah,
this is not a examination of the roles of veterans that are
Well, I'm
reaching
seeing like
out.
3 employees to handle the veteran services when most towns only have 1. And so I'm trying to do an analysis to see, well, if veterans could get more money with one person like other towns doing a job, maybe they can have an
Mis-
increase
Mr.
in their pay. But
McDonald,
that's just,
Mr.
it's just a
McDonald,
simple question, like, how many
Miss-
veterans are receiving benefits?
Mr.
Could
Mr.
Semaglia-
McDonald, you will not interrupt me again. You are on
interrupted me.
thin ice. Mr. Semaglia, you may respond, but I would ask that you keep your comments from being incendiary.
Well, then I have nothing to say. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
As usual.
Director of Veteran Services, proudly representing one of the best veteran services in the state, for many reasons, Mr. McDonald. This town came together last week and buried a veteran that was missing in action for 83 years. We do everything Memorial Day and Veterans Day for our great community. I have never seen you at one veterans event, Mr. McDonald. So, the approximate number of veterans that live in the town of Wilmington that we service is over 2,000.
I'm talking about receiving benefits.
Mr. McDonald, you are going to let Mr. Semaglia respond. I have had, Mr. Semaglia, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do so, but I have had to continually call you to order and you've continued to be disruptive. If you are going to continue to be disruptive one more time, I will call the meeting to recess and you will be removed from the assembly. Am I clear?
Just want the
Am I
question-
clear, Mr. McDonald?
No, you're not.
Okay, we're going to see. Mr. Semaglia, the floor is yours.
Okay, I appreciate it. Just to give you an outline, what he's talking about, I guess, is there's two kind of different programs that we administer. We administer all state benefits that is able to help indigent veterans and widows of veterans pay their bills and to survive. And that is the program where we receive 75% back from the state of all that money that we expend. That goes under Veterans Aid. And of course, the VA side is federal, so we do everything also for widows and dependent children, and of course, all the veterans. I hope that answers the question.
No, it doesn't. How many
Thank you, Mr. Semaglia.
Mr. Moderator, through you, let me reiterate the question. My question is, how many number of veterans are receiving benefits that this department would have to handle, which I'm trying to figure out why other towns have one veterans agent and we have 3.
Mr. Semaglia, if you care to expand upon the services that your department provides to the 2,000 residents in Wilmington that are veterans, please do so.
I will. Again, we have two sides, the benefits state and federal, and we do over 2,000 benefits, everything from welcome home to death benefits. And as far as the outright lie that is being spewed here, many offices have a clerk or a caseworker, as we have, a veteran service officer like Mike Fraughton. Also, we are the only state that are mandated by law to have a veteran service officer if you have over 12,000 residents. Because unlike you, Mr. McDonald, years ago, this state, voted to have this program and have a veteran service officer to help the widows and the veterans when they come home since 1861. So thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, can I make a clarification? I've never voted against veterans getting benefits. This isn't against veterans, okay? This is a simple financial matter. We had one veterans agent for a while. Some towns, I think the veterans agent has handled multiple towns. So how often do benefits get paid and how many veterans get the benefits?
Mr.
We're
McDonald,
not talking about
Mr.
saluting a
McDonald.
flagpole or anything else that he does. I'm
All right.
talking about simply a financial matter.
Mr. McDonald, there's a couple points that need to be addressed here. First, we are voting on the expenses of, amongst other departments, the Veteran Services Department. As Mr. Semaglia has now at least twice indicated, those benefits are paid through both state and federal expenses. We are not allocating money right now for town benefits. Am I correct, Mr. Semaglia?
Well, the state benefits are the ones that we
Yes.
administer, and then we get 75% back from the state.
Yeah. So we've, I think, belabored the point. Is there any further discussion on total human services?
No, thank you, but
Mr. Moderator?
nice to get the question answered.
Mr. West?
Just want to say that all these questions that are being asked, we have a building down the street called Town Hall. We have another building called the Veteran Service Building. I would imagine that if you called them during normal business hours, that Mr. Semaglia or any of these department heads or department people would be happy to answer your question at that point.
Mr. Moderator, in response to that, I do go to every single selectman meeting.
All right, hold on. All right, the meeting needs to come to order.
Mr. Moderator, I do go to every selectman meeting. I've go to pretty much
We're-
all the finance committee meetings. And with regard to Mr. West's comments, okay, our manager previously stated that our employees get paid every week. A previous chairman has stated that he takes...
Mr. McDonald, we are so far down the rabbit hole, we're not even seeing daylight.
This is very, very important because...
Mr. McDonald, whether it's important and whether it is relevant are two distinct concepts.
It's relevant. It's relevant.
I'm
going to explain how it's relevant.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Golden.
Thank you. Nicholas Golden, 453 Shawshene Avenue. I move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Motion to move the previous question has been seconded. There is no discussion on the motion to move the previous question, as has been stated earlier. Motion to move the previous question would end debate, and the maker of the motion was Ms. Manganelli on Total Human Services. It would allow her up to 10 minutes if she so chooses to address the assembly. If you are in favor of ending debate and allowing Ms. Manganelli up to 10 minutes to address the assembly, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Ms. Manganelli, the floor is yours if you would like it. Ms. Manganelli has chosen to give her time back, so we are going to go directly into the vote on Total Human Services, again for the sum of $2,470,673. If you are in favor of that sum for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. Remaining on page 8, within the schools category, there is Wilmington School Department. We're voting on that one only next. The sum of $51,423,526. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Just one question. Has to do with the budget item of the athletics salary, which is indicated as one person. Are we really paying him $250,000?
Mr. Brand, if you want to discuss Mr. Ingram's salary.
Well, I mean, is there anything else in there?
If I could, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Ruggiero, sorry.
Paul Ruggiero, Assistant Superintendent of Administration and Finance. Those salaries include not only the athletic director, but coaches and referees. We fold them into that line. There's one employee, Wilmington Public School employee, but it also includes those other expenses.
But you do have an expense line underneath.
Yes, there's other expenses for athletics, whether it's dues to the Middlesex League, there's medical supplies, there's transportation services and so forth. But the referees and coaches, we include on the salary line.
Well, it might be useful to differentiate that in the future, because it does draw attention.
Okay, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Further discussion on Wilmington Public Schools. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $51,423,526 for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, staying at the bottom of page 8, the sum of $7,860,878. Is there a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I want to just try to share with you some troubling things that I see. When people are supposed to get paid every week and the Board of Selectmen is supposed to approve those warrants.
Mr. McDonald, please constrain your comments to the appropriation, the motion that's currently before the floor, which is for Shawshene Tech.
I'm going to try to explain to you how it's relevant to this, Mr. Moderator, because I went to every single Finance Committee meeting, and I'm not going to single him out, but there were multiple people that mentioned that they were concerned that there was a misrepresenting of funds for their school. And that sent up red flags. And it sent up red flags because when I go to the selectmen meetings and I see them taking a vote on the expenditures, which is under the title of warrants, okay? They're supposed to be approving these, and people get paid every week, but yet the selectmen don't meet every week. And as a matter of fact, they just took
Mr.
the
McDonald,
vote to,
again,
like,
please constrain your comments to the motion for Shawshing Valley Tech.
it's relative to it, because we don't have oversight. And I'm concerned with this amount, since the Finance Committee members stated that they were concerned that there was a misrepresentation of funds by the superintendent. So would
Mr.
anybody
Moderator.
have...
Mr. McDonald, I am going to note that the sum that is currently before the floor has been recommended for approval by the Finance Committee. Ms. Manganelli, if you care to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It is true that the Finance Committee had some concern with the budget that was presented by the Shawshing Valley Tech. However, that concern was not for the amount being allocated to Wilmington. The concern was when they compared the current year to the previous year, and it was not apples to apples. And we brought that up to their attention and asked them to make sure that they were careful in the future with comparisons. It had nothing to do with the amount of money that Wilmington is being charged. Thank you for that question.
For you, Mr. Moderator, could the chairperson of the Finance Committee share with us the vote tally amongst the board in support? Who was for this and who was against it?
Mr. McDonald, we are not reporting out on individual votes. The recommendation of the Finance Committee is approval.
Okay.
Further discussion for Shawshing Tech. Seeing none, if you are in favor of the sum of $7,860,878, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Say that again? Voted. We're on to total maturing debt and interest. That is on page 9 towards the top for the sum of $6,178,323. Ms. Manganelli.
I move that the sum of $6,178,323 be appropriated for maturing debt and interest, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $93,310 be transferred from sewer available funds, and that the sum of $382,080 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest water, and that the sum of $20,000 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest, authorization fees, and miscellaneous debt, and the balance of $5,682,933 be raised from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, regarding this line item, maturing debt and interest. Third line down, schools. It appears as though we owe a lot more money on the high school out to like 2035. Can you share with us why this number is this amount in the book when that's not actually the debt that's owed?
This is what is being proposed to be paid during the fiscal 2026.
I understand that. I'm trying to figure out, it says maturing debt and interest. Debt is what I'm focusing on, okay? We owe millions of dollars for the high school out to, I believe it's 2035. So can somebody enlighten me as to why this amount is in the book?
Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The appropriation that needs to happen by town meeting is for the FY26 payment on the debt. So the appropriation of, as you say, schools, $2.3 million to $2,310,058 is is the current year's payment on the debt. So that's all
So
you
it's
need
just for interest payment?
No, it's principal and interest.
Okay. And am I correct in stating that that debt goes out to 2035?
Through you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Further comment on total maturing debt and interest? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $6,178,323 to be appropriated for maturing debt and interest, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $93,310 to be transferred from sewer available funds, and the sum of $382,080 to be transferred from the water department available funds, and applied to the line item maturing debt and interest water, and that the sum of $20,000 be transferred from the water department available funds to be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest authorization fees and miscellaneous debt, and that the balance of $5,682,933 be raised from the fiscal year 2026 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? Voted unanimously so. Total unclassified and reserve, and the amount, we're still on page 9, the sum of $22,606,884, Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $22,606,884 be appropriated for unclassified and reserve, of which the sum of $139,918 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve insurance account, and that the sum of $335,478 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve employee life and health insurance account, and that the sum of $12,125 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve Medicare employees contribution account, and that the sum of $500,000 be transferred from special revenue available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve PEG cable access, and that the remaining balance of $21,619,363 be raised from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Manganelli. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator. I have a few questions, but to begin with, I'd like to talk about insurance, employee health benefits, since the town is self-insured for employee benefits. Is there a line item in this part of the budget that actually discloses what the town has paid in its own responsibility for employee benefits?
Mr. McDonald, the budget booklet speaks for itself. So if you're seeing it there, it's there.
Okay. Actually, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing insurance, which leads me to believe that that would be a payment that an insurance company would make. However, I think there's a difference between that versus a town expenditure when they're self-insured. In other words, they pay the benefits. So could somebody clarify
So
that?
is your question what insurance means within this line item?
No.
Help me understand, Mr. McDonald.
Okay. The town is self-insured
for
for employee health.
Please just ask your question, because I'm having a real hard time understanding what you're getting at.
The town has paid money to employees for health costs that are not covered by insurance, since the town takes on the responsibility of that debt before the insurance companies pay out through stop-loss insurance. So, number one, which item here is for stop-loss insurance? Number two, what is the amount of money that the town has paid out itself towards employee health costs?
Mr. Slagle, to the extent you have that information available to you.
Yes. That would be line 2, employee health and life insurance.
So that is the amount of the money the town has paid out that has not gotten any money from insurance, from stop-loss insurance, correct?
To you, Mr. Moderator, that is the amount, that is the cost for fiscal year FY26 to provide health, employee health and life insurance. that includes the town's percentage of the payments, which is 75%, plus cost for stop-loss insurance.
And what's the amount for stop-loss insurance? Can you tell us that amount?
It's included in that line item.
Okay. The other concern I have is our insurance is going up. And from my understanding through other sources, they tell me that our town council contract is not covering legal expenses, and the town is having the insurance companies have their attorneys take over fighting cases, and that is causing our insurance to go up, like a massive amount.
So, Mr. Slagle, I think the question is, any insurance counsel included in total unclassified and reserve?
So our insurance costs, which is under the first line, insurance, include, as they do for anyone who has insurance, legal coverage.
And it's gone up like a lot of money. And so
Not significantly.
there seems to be one case in town that could be relatively settled easily. And because you don't want to settle it, we have to pay millions of dollars extra
Mr. McDonald.
for attorneys.
Ms. Galeazzo? Motion to move the question has been presented. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded several times. If you're in favor of moving the previous question and otherwise ending debate, which would allow, again, Ms. Manganelli to address the assembly for up to 10 minutes if she so chooses, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. So, if you are in favor of the sum of $22,606,884 to be appropriated for the unclassified and reserve, of which the sum of $139,918 to be transferred from the Water Department available funds and applied to the unclassified and reserve insurance account, and that the sum of $335,478 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve employee life and health insurance account, and that the sum of $12,125 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and applied to the unclassified and reserved Medicare employees contribution account, and that the sum of $500,000 be transferred from the special revenue available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserved PEG cable access, and that the remaining balance of $21,619,363 be raised from the fiscal 26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town. So indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. All right, last budget category, total statutory charges, staying on page 9, the sum of $12,320,512. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $12,320,512 be appropriated for statutory charges, of which the sum of $1,038,340 be transferred from Water Department available funds. The sum of $48,879 be transferred from sewer available funds. The sum of $20,000 be transferred from special revenue available funds, CARES revolving fund, and $8,772 be transferred from special revenue available funds, recreation revolving fund, and that the remaining balance of $11,204,521 be raised from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Manganelli. I'll recognize that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded in discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, a few questions through you, Mr. Moderator. The first question is, how many students are going to the North Shore Agricultural and Technical School?
Mr. Ruggiero, if you know, I'm seeing you shaking his head no. Mr. Slagle and Ms. Frontier, if you happen to know the answer off the top of your head.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head. We get the appropriation. I don't know that it comes to the specific student
It's
count.
just close to $250,000 amount, so I guess that's not important. Relative to retirement contributions, I've asked several times, like more than several times, to the selectmen to actually have an agenda item to talk about this, but continue to refuse to talk about that. We're looking at $10 million a year. It keeps going up for retirement contributions. So I guess this probably is a question for Mr. De Palma through you, Mr. Moderator. When somebody retires from the town, I'll give you an example for an analogy. Let's say that a husband and wife both work for the town. They're both making well over
Mr. McDonald, please just get to your question.
Okay, so when somebody retires, say that's making like combined, let's call it $250,000, and they're retiring, and the understanding is that they get 80% of their pay. Can you tell us, Mr. De Palma, is there like a limit on cost of
Mr. De Palma, you do not speak unless you're recognized by the chair. Same rules as him. Mr. McDonald, what is your question? Stop
Yes.
it with the analogy, just boil it down to the question.
Is there an income level that gets cut off before cost of living adjustments get applied to those incomes?
Mr. Slagle, if you can comment on how the town's retirement plan works.
Is it not possible to get Mr. De Palma?
As we've discussed before, Mr. McDonald, you do not get to pick and choose who answers the
I was
question.
hoping-
You
I was
address your
really hoping
Mr.
for that
McDonald, we are done here. If you have a question, it is my duty to try and get an answer for the benefit of the entire assembly. You don't get to pick and choose everyone who's here to answer a specific question. You
Mr.
ask me the question, and I will address it to the person that I believe is most addressed. You're done.
I just wanted to ask you a question.
Mr. McDonald, you're done. Mr. Slagle, question is addressed to you.
Yeah, so the retirement charges here include both our annual costs and the statutory requirement we pay off our outstanding pension liability by 2036. So that would be all included in the $10 million. The specific layout of how the funding works for an individual employee is something that should be redirected to the Middlesex Retirement Board.
Thank you. Further discussion, Ms. West.
I'd like to move the question.
Thank you, Ms. West. Motion to move the previous question will then debate and allow Ms. Manganelli up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if she so chooses. If you are in favor of any debate and moving the previous question, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. At this time, it's customary to thank the volunteers of the Finance Committee who sacrifice multiple nights per week from the end of January through mid-March and work through town meetings scrutinizing the town manager's proposed budget so they can make recommendations to residents at town meeting. Lastly, on this article, I want to thank 4 longtime employees who will be retiring in the upcoming year or who have recently retired. Lou Samagli, the Veterans Agent, who has been employed in town since February of 2005. Chief Joe Desmond of the Police Department, who has been employed since 1987. Penny Lynn Dudley, who's been employed by the town since January of 2015. And not to be outdone, but Nancy Elliott of the School Department, Fire Department, and Public Buildings Department, who has been employed by the town since 1971. So I want to thank you to your service to this community and wish you all a long, happy, and healthy retirement. Being as though it is 1:05 in the afternoon, we're done with the budget. So we're going to move on to Article 6. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $6,079,000 from the overlay surplus the sum of $2,750,000 and to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,218,555 as designated for the following purposes, and that continues on the chart and makes up the majority of page 13. Mr. Kyra.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $11,047,555 be appropriated from capital expenses, of which the sum of $2,218,555 be raised from the FY26 tax levy, the sum of $6,750,000 $79,000 be appropriated from available funds free cash, and that the remaining balance of $2,750,000 be appropriated from the provisions of abatements surplus overlay account as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Before we get there, Finance Committee does recommend approval of Article 6. Discussion. We're going to go first to Mr. Slagle for a presentation.
Thank you, folks. I'm going to have a presentation not on the capital plan as a whole, but solely on the North Wilmington substation. This affects the largest capital item, which is the $3.5 million for substation construction, along with several other future articles that will come to in the 20s. The discussion for a North Wilmington substation has been on the minds of the town for quite a while. Next. During my time here, we have identified a location where we are planning on moving forward with the substation. That location is a spot adjacent to the Harnden Tavern and the medical center on Salem Street. So the property next door is 500 Salem Street. That's the medical center. Next. That medical center has a rail right-of-way at the rear of the parcel that we'll talk about, and we'll show a potential layout for a substation. Next slide. So the property on Salem Street. This is a relatively large 13-acre parcel. As you can see, it's adjacent to Salem Street at the south there. You'll see on the southwest is the Harnden Tavern, and southeast is the medical center. The town purchased this property in 1990, so we've owned it for 35 years. And in Article 24 of the 1990 town meeting, it specifically says, for water department purposes, accepting 1 acre, which is to be reserved for the site of a future substation. So 35 years ago, someone had the foresight to think of a substation on this parcel. Next. One of the interesting parts of this location is its adjacency to the medical center, which provides several benefits to a partnership. The first is an access easement. As you can see on the lower left of this screen, there is an access drive that comes off of the Winchester Medical Center. Thank you for the cursor. We're in conversations with the medical center, and we have a preliminary agreement for us to use that access drive for a substation. That would have a couple of benefits. It would allow us to pull the access drive further away from the Salem and Woburn intersection, and less curb cuts on the road. It also means less land we have to use of ours for the actual substation. There's also the potential for us to increase parking on their lot. They did say that they would be open to increasing parking on the west side of their lot. They also have, on the rear of their lot, a rail right-of-way that starts at our property line and extends all the way to Salem Street, that red area right there. This becomes important for several reasons. It's a future article that we are requesting authorization of town meeting to acquire this railroad right-of-way for general municipal purposes. But one of the important parts for this potential project is there's a vote on in a future article. The Board of Water and Sewer Commissions has surplused an additional acre of land and has proposed town meeting to transfer that acre of land to the select board for use for the substation, which would give us 2 total acres on that parcel, which we believe, based on discussion with our consultants, provides sufficient area for the substation. We would acquire that railroad right-of-way for general municipal purposes, and then if the project goes forward, we could transfer that right-of-way to the water department for water protection, because it lies in between Salem Street and the watershed area that feeds the wells off of Woburn Street. Next. So potential layout. In a very kind of back of the napkin potential layout involves the 2-acre parcel, which is in the red, being laid aside for the substation. There would actually be a potential for an entrance ramp or entrance road that comes off of Woburn Street and approaches the substation from the rear, and then the substation exit for all of the apparatus would go out of the Salem Street egress for the medical center. This would allow us to have a robust parking lot in the southern kind of like notch of the property adjacent to Salem Street. The plan, if it goes forward, would also include a sidewalk along the road there. This would also provide some parking for Hardin Tavern, which doesn't really have sufficient parking at the moment. So we could have a substation there. And one of the reasons I'm actually very excited about this is we've had as part of our feasibility study, our consultant was out at the property, and they did find that it perks, so there's appropriate for a septic system, and there's no ledge. So it makes this kind of an A-plus location for the substation. Obviously, this has been working really closely with Chief Kavanaugh and on the potential. And I want to give a lot of credit to several different people. First of all, Selectman Kyra, who said, hey, that's a good spot. Has anybody looked at that for a substation? And we went and looked at it. I really want to give a lot of credit to Paul Looney, the town engineer, who did a really deep dive into a bunch of different parcels, including this one, and kind of laid out the potential for this as a possible substation. We did work with town council to make sure that it wasn't Article 97 protected, and at this point in time, I think we're looking for the funding to try and go ahead and do all of the architectural design, any kind of finalize any kind of easements. We're going to have to do subdivision of the land, so this parcel needs to be subdivided. If we do purchase the rail parcel, it needs to be subdivided. But the idea would be for us to start construction, assuming town meeting approves of it, after town meeting next summer. So go ahead to the next slide. So I think that's it. Yeah, so that's it. So I'm really excited about this as a possibility, and I think the first step is the $3.5 million that we set aside from free cash in the capital plan today, which is the kind of the down payment towards the substation, and then we'll look at once we get through feasibility and design over the next year, we'll come back to town meeting for the final payment on the substation. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Slagle. Further discussion in the back.
Yeah, hi, Jeff Howlett, 25 Linda Road. I told you I'd be back, and I am. So my concern with the free cash is I don't want to see us spending it all, just willy-nilly. I also don't want to see it growing so that it's just sitting there and nothing's happening with it. So I was wondering if you could give me sort of a historical feeling on what percentage of that free cash we spend a year, and how this year matches up with that in the past.
Mr. Slagle?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So that's a really good question. The town has a history of funding projects through free cash, as I'm sure this body remembers. When we went to go forward with the town hall and the senior center, there was allocations from capital stabilization and free cash to significantly fund those projects. Our free cash position is such is that we've recouped all of that free cash since that time. So our current free cash position is about $42 million prior to the allocations in this budget. So I agree with you. I think we need to be very careful about our free cash. My goal is to maintain a free cash position that's similar to what we've historically maintained in town. I think the way that we capitalize on our free cash is we can do borrowing with our AAA bond rating, and then allocate funds from free cash to pay for the debt. So we're paying it out over a long period of time instead of paying it in a lump sum. So we've got, and just to take a step back, folks who are not aware, and I'm sure lots of people here are, but folks who aren't aware, free cash comes from three places. The first is when there is, we set the tax rate based on the buildings that exist and the real estate that exists now. If somebody builds something new, and obviously we didn't budget for it, but they're still going to pay taxes, and so that funds comes in. That's called new growth. So we put in our budget a certain amount of new growth, but we try to be conservative with it. And so if we get more new growth than we budget, that comes in as free cash. When funds that are in the budget are not spent, so for instance, if police or fire or DPW has an employment vacancy for 1 or 2 months, that person's salary was in the budget, but we're not spending it because we're looking for a replacement. At the end of the year, that excess funds go into free cash. The final way that we get free cash is if we have local revenue that comes in higher than anticipated. So local revenue includes things like building permits, excise taxes, other kind of permitting. If we say, and I'm drawing these numbers out of the whole cloth, but if we say it's $1 million in excise taxes and everybody buys a new car and it's $2 million in excise taxes, we didn't count for that, so that goes into free cash. We've got a pretty good track record in town of knowing how those different factors come together to add to our free cash. Because of conservative budgeting for a really long time, we have a good balance, and the goal is to maintain that balance while using it appropriately on projects year over year. And I would prefer to use it out of free cash because we already know the money's there. So if we have a $40 million free cash balance and we spend $9 million of it, as we're proposing to do this year, we know we're going down to 33. Next year, if that only goes up to 35, then we're going to have to reduce those spending that's coming out of free cash, as, in the same sort of coordination, so that we're not overspending it. So that's kind of our philosophy.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald.
A few questions, but first I'd like to just talk a little bit about the substation.
So on the substation, I did allow Mr. Slagle a little bit of leeway because much of his discussion does get into the substance of Articles 20, 22, and 23. So we will have time during those articles to discuss some of that, but as this Article 6 kind of covers a lot, including the $3.5 million for fire substation construction, you can speak to that, but much of the land use we'll save towards later.
Okay, that's what I wanted to speak about, use the $3.5 million. The town of Andover built a substation in the Ballardvale section. I would encourage everybody to go check that out. But I'd also like to make the suggestion that the manager and our selectmen see if we can reach out to other towns who've built substations and to see if they would be willing to either sell us or give us those architectural designs, seeing as though Wilmington provides mutual aid for those towns as well as vice versa, to possibly save us some millions of dollars. With regard to the expenditure for the construction of the substation, I'm not opposed to it. However, there are some problems. But before I get to those, I want to just mention about something that I would like to see included in the construction. And based on having seen other places around the country where the whole town's burnt down because they had an absence of water, we have a great situation where water is flowing out of our town, which is going through that culvert by Shea Concrete. We have the opportunity to bring a pipeline down and have a cistern where it fills up maybe 60 to 100,000 gallons of water that the town could drain from in the event.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, Mr. Rich, Mr. McDonald, this is
Yeah.
well outside of the scope
It's
of
money.
the article.
It's money, it's, relative. And so,
Well, no, but you're specifically suggesting diverting stream funds, and that is beyond the
no,
scope
I
of the
didn't say
article.
that. I just said that I would like to see that in the construction.
Okay, we'll interpret that as a suggestion. What is your next point?
Okay, and so, the problems that I see are, when I was looking through the registry of deeds, there seems to be a question on the title for the property.
We're going to
and
get
I'd
to
like
that in a future article, Mr. McDonald.
Yep, okay. Secondly, when it comes to funding this building, we have a bylaw, which is a groundwater protection bylaw. And since the fight up, and it's
Mr.
relative
McDonald,
to bedrooms.
Mr. McDonald, again, this is not beyond the scope of the article.
Well, you're asking for $3.5 million, and so people should be aware
Right,
that there
right
are
now,
some
we haven't even
issues.
taken up the issue of where it's going to be. So this is just as the community comfortable appropriating $3.5 million for construction of a substation.
Hold
Later
it.
on
Can
today,
you clarify that? We're not
They-
voting on where it's being located?
we
You just
will,
got finished saying where it's being located.
we will on Articles 20, 22, and 23.
Okay.
We're on Article 6.
So, can you please tell us, the $3.5 million, what is that for?
Construction of a substation.
He just said it's not for the construction of the substation.
Mr. McDonald, please look about just less than halfway through that chart. Fire substation construction.
I'm looking at
Free
it right
cash,
now.
$3.5
Take a look
million.
around. I'm seeing it right on the screen. $3,500,000. He just got finished doing a presentation where he says, this is not for the construction of the substation, okay? It says there, clearly, fire substation construction. We all know that it's not gonna get built for that. So what is that money for? If it's for a design, and my suggestion is to reach out to other towns to see if they would be willing to give us
All right,
their
Mr.
design
McDonald,
for free.
Mr. McDonald, that's enough. Mr. Slagle, is this the last time you anticipate an appropriation before town meeting for the construction of a substation?
No.
For
the comment, Mr. Toth.
This is just for information purposes. We have a lot of money there, 11 million, coming from different sources, including free cash. All of that's not spent within the next year. So, but it is appropriated. Is it set aside in some other fund?
Mr. Slagle, to how the appropriation at town meeting is treated when those funds are not spent in the immediately subsequent fiscal year.
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. So when funds are allocated under a town meeting warrant article, they are set aside in that warrant article. Warrant articles can last year over year. They're not a part of the annual budget, and they basically last until they're expended or until the town meeting takes a vote to eliminate them, and then the fund goes back into free cash.
So it's not in free cash after it's appropriated?
Correct. It's taken out of free cash and put in a separate account for this particular warrant article.
Ms. Shukas.
I don't care how much it costs. I have waited 63 years for a substation. I lived in North Wilmington. We came before the town, and we were told, oh, it's not in the master plan. Okay. Our concern was 93 was being built. We knew the influx of building, residents, and everything else that would build up North Wilmington, which was just a very little backwater. Okay, I lived there. We moved over into on the other side of the tracks. And because of this, every time this has come up, it has really irked me that you're considering the lives of people are unimportant. That's what it comes down to. We need it, but we can't have it. Years ago, Wilmington Center had the same problem. We had a 52-car train going through every night at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fire department came up and said, this is unacceptable. So what did they do? They came down through our neighborhood, rebuilt all the roads, and built a secondary fire road around it. There is a way to solve a problem if you stop and think. Now, don't tell me this isn't going to happen, because I'm not going to be happy. Trust me. As long as it's going to happen, Of course the cost will go up. Accept it. It's needed, and it's about time we faced up to it and we gave it to the people. We're paying the bill, not you.
Thank you, Ms. Shugas. To the individual in the back.
Mark Nowacki, 169 Shawshene. Can I ask a question about something that isn't the fire substation?
Is it on the
Yes.
extremely long list behind me?
It is.
Okay.
It's just a discussion for the town manager. The last item on the list is digitizing records from free cash for $25,000. Earlier, when I was asking about the expenditures in the budget for next year, you mentioned, or somebody mentioned, that digitizing records was part of the town clerk's responsibility and would be included under their expenses. May I ask why it's here under free cash and not under the town manager's expenses?
Yeah, so, and I apologize if I created some confusion about that. We're adding another position in the clerk's office. Part of that position's responsibilities is going to be handling the digitization of records, not just for the clerk, but for all of the town departments. For purposes of this is the $25,000 is year one of what we anticipate to be a 5 to 10 year digitization project across all of the departments in town. And so, because that's a long-term project, we thought it was more appropriate to be in capital expenses than just be a line item in the clerk's office.
Okay.
And because it's also going to cover multiple departments. So though it's going to be overseen by the clerk, in a couple of years, this $25,000 might be doing building department records or DPW records. So we thought it made more sense in this location.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 6. If you are in favor of Article 6 with the funding sources as indicated as written in the warrant, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you are opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. All right, folks, you deserve this. It's been a long day. Buckle up. Article 7. Article 7 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 8. Article 8 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 9. Article 9 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 10. Article 10 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 11. Article 11 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 12 to amend Section 5 of Chapter 73 of the Town of Wilmington Having Bylaws, revolving funds, to establish a revolving fund in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E&1, with a spending authority limit of $25,000 for the purpose of receiving monies for the use of the Wilmington High School fields. There is a chart at the top of page 15 that indicates the spending authority revenue source, allows expenses in fiscal years. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend Section 5 of Chapter 73 of the Town of Wilmington's intimate bylaws, revolving funds, to establish a revolving fund in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E, 1-2, with a spending authority limit of $25,000 for the purpose of receiving monies from the use of the Wilmington High School fields to be used for payment in Public Buildings Department and Department of Public Works personnel required to cover activities as follows.
All right, Mr. De Palma, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the book?
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 12. Discussion. Mr. Toth.
Quick question, is this only for the Wilmington High School fields? That's all this is for?
Mr. Slagle is indicating yes.
Yes, that is just for the Wilmington High School field, yes.
And the other thing, could you explain the revolving fund? Are we committing $25,000 to this?
Mr. Slagle.
So that's a good question. In a revolving fund, what happens is we're setting aside particular revenues to come into the town, not to exceed $25,000 that we could then send back out. So if an entity needs to use that field and pays $500 for the cost of that staffing, then we can turn around and expend that staffing cost out of these funds. But it's no town money would be going into this, just from the payments for those field use.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, we'll call for a vote on Article 12. If you are in favor of Article 12 as written, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? Mary? Could you repeat that, Mary? Did he get? What was the vote on Article 12? Voted and unanimously so. Article 13, which is for a sum of money to operate the Department of Works Sewer Division Enterprise. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $3,747,035 be appropriated from department receipts.
Ms. Maselli, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 13. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I would like to ask a question. I'd like to know the water and sewer department's balance of funds in their department.
Ms. Frontieri, if you know the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the current fund balance of the water department is $600,000. In retained earnings at June 30th for the sewer enterprise fund was certified at a little over $4,000.
Thank you, Ms. Frontieri. Further discussion on Article 13.
And can you just reiterate that amount that's you're being looking for?
$3,747,035. See no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $3,747,035 to be appropriated from Department receipts on Article 13 for the Department of Public Works Sewer Division Enterprise Fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. Article 14, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the other post-employment liability trust fund in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 32B, Section 20. Mr. West.
I move that $1 million be raised and appropriated from the FY26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Mr. West, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It is.
I will accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 14. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, can you tell us how much money is in the trust fund now?
Ms. Frontieri or Mr. Slagle?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The current balance in the OPEB trust fund is $16.1 million.
Thank you, Ms. Frontieri. Further discussion on Article 14.
Yes. Where are those funds invested in or being held?
We're not actually discussing whether there's any separate investment that is beyond the scope of the article. So there's nothing that this assembly could do that would effectuate where these are held or how that is invested.
Well, you're looking for $1 million, right? And we'd like to find out about the security of the funds and why are we increasing it by $1 million? That's, I guess, what I'm getting at.
Mr. McDonald, we go through this, I feel like, every annual town meeting. The employees have a retirement committee, I believe, that decide where those funds are invested. Is that correct? Mr. Slagle, I see Mr. Kyra, I know he knows a great deal about this, but feel free to respond.
So the OPEB retirement funds is a trust fund that's retained by the town for future other post-employment benefits, which is non-pension benefits.
And what would that be, Mr. Slagle? For example?
Health benefits, medical benefits, those other post-employment benefits that aren't pension. Yeah.
Okay, so previously in an article, you're looking for $13 million. We have $16.1 million in the fund now, and you're looking for another $1 million. And I'm just wondering why you're looking for another $1 million when we have $16.1 million in the fund now, and your amount that you were looking for at a previous article was $13 million. Why are you looking for additional money?
Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So there is a belief among some finance people in the state that like outstanding pension liability, municipalities should be planning for outstanding post-employment benefits that aren't pensions. So just like we put aside money every year to pay for our outstanding pension liability until we've got enough set aside so that we don't have to do that, the town has taken a proactive measure to set aside some money for other post-employment benefits. Now, whether or not that continues, there's no statute that requires it, but it is a fiscally conservative thing to do. So if those expenditures increase to the point that we need aid to cover them, we have a fund set aside to be able to pay for them.
So just a clarification on that. When you were interviewing for the manager's position, I had a conversation with you where you stated that you came from a town that didn't have post-employment benefits, correct?
Mr. McDonald, the Wilmington Town Meeting does not.
Now, the reason why my question is relevant.
Mr. McDonald, you are so far outside of the scope of this article, you can't even see it.
I don't think so, because we're looking for $1 million. He just got finished saying that we are not required by statute to even have other post-employment benefits, and I just stated that I had asked a question to him if he came from a town that did not have it, and I recall in that conversation, he said he came from a town that didn't have post-employment benefits. So if it's not required by statute, and we have $16.1 million in the trust fund, okay, why are you asking for another $1 million? It's a legitimate question.
Mr. Slagle, if you want to further expound on the rationale behind having an OPEB trust fund.
Sure. So the vast majority of municipalities in the Commonwealth pay for health insurance for their retirees. It's one of the benefits that you get if you retire as a municipal employee. There are, I think, 2 that don't. And to fund those other post-employment benefits, again, non-pension, it is fiscally conservative to set aside money so that you have it for those future costs. And that is what the town is doing.
Okay, so Mr. Moderator, I just have a clarification request on this thing, on this article. It says to vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds. Can you tell us if the appropriation part of this has anything to do with taxation?
So the motion that's in front of this assembly right now is that those funds be raised and appropriated from the fiscal year 26 tax levy and other general revenues of the
So
town.
you're looking to tax people for this money when we just had a budget item that showed the need for $13 million in the budget. We have $16.1 million in the budget. We just had a request on this article for $1 million, and I don't see the need for that. And I think it's wrong to tax people for something that you do not need. And so I stand opposed to this.
Ms. West?
I'd like to move the question.
A clarifying
Just
remark,
clarify one thing.
Mr. Slagle first, and then we'll go to you.
Well, just very clearly, our total outstanding liability, our OPEB liability, is $119 million. So that's our outstanding OPEB liability, of which we have $16 million set aside in account to cover. So we are trying to be fiscally responsible so that we are setting aside money over time, so when this liability comes time to pay it, we have a fund that can pay that liability instead of it coming out of the tax levy during that year. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator?
Ms. West?
I'd still like to move the question.
Thank you, Ms. West. The motion to move the previous question would end debate and allow Mr. West up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if he so chooses. If you are in favor of moving the previous question and end the debate, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted. So, Mr. West, you may address the assembly for up to 10 minutes if you desire, or you could yield your time to anybody else or give it back to the
I
meeting.
am looking forward to getting lunch soon.
On that point, if I can add, the Tremezzo had donated the pizza that Katz is selling out in the lobby. So my hat's off and thanks to Tremezzo for those who were able to leave the podium and actually eat pizza. So we're going to call for a vote on Article 14. If you are in favor of $1 million to be raised and appropriated from the fiscal year 2026 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 15, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund. Mr. Gearwar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $3 million be appropriated from available funds, free cash, to be deposited in the Capital Stabilization Fund as established by vote on Article 23.
Mr. Gearwar, does the remainder of your vote read as it does in the booklet? Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and second. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 15. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes. I clearly heard him state that this money is being requested from free cash. However, when I look up at the screen, it still says appropriate. So
Mr.
would
McDonald,
it be,
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interpret. Mr. McDonald, I'm
would
going
he
to
have to
answer your
modify it?
question. Mr. McDonald, the article reads as follows: to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute. The article sets the universe of options that may be taken upon it. The motion narrows it down to the specific funding source. So available funds is one of the options that is, you see above me, that it is coming from. So it is not, his motion does not specifically say that it's coming from the fiscal 26 tax levy or borrowing. His motion has specified that it is coming from free cash.
I heard that loud and clear, but I just was questioning if he needed to amend it so that all the other sources can go away and it's specifically free cash.
He does not. His motion is specifically tailored to only include free cash.
Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 15. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of $3 million to be appropriated from free cash to be deposited in the Capital Stabilization Fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary. Voted and unanimously so. Article 16, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the Retirement Stabilization Fund. Mr. Kyra.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $1,500,000 be raised and appropriated from FY 26 tax levy and other general revenues of the town for deposit into the Retirement Stabilization Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and second. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 16. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, can you tell us what the amount balance is in the fund now?
Ms. Frontiera.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephanie Frontiera, Finance Director. The current balance of the Retirement Stabilization Fund is $3.7 million.
Thank you, Ms. Frontiera. Further discussion on Article 16.
Yes. One of the troubling things that I have is that time and time again, I requested an agenda item so that we could look at our funding, our security, our investments, to see why it's such an enormous amount that we have to come up with by a certain date. Is it because those investments aren't returning an investment that's above the cost of inflation?
So, Mr. Slagle, to the process of how those funds are handled.
Yeah, so the town has taken two different tacks about additional funding of pension liability. In the past, the town has submitted additional payments to the Middlesex Retirement Board, and that lowers our outstanding pension liability payments over the remaining 12 years. This year, we are doing something different. We already had a retirement stabilization account, so we are moving money directly into that retirement stabilization account so that the town has control over when we use that to pay down our standing pension liability.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, Mr. Moderator, one of the problems that I have is when you give additional money to a fund manager, you have no control over where those investments go. And so we should be able to have a say in where our money gets invested. If not, we should be able to have a fund manager of our own that funds something in town that is secure and returns money to us. You're interrupting me.
Mr. McDonald, I am the moderator and I am presiding. You are out of order and you're done speaking on this article. This assembly, especially through this article, does not have the authority to do any of the things that you just suggested. Further discussion, Mr. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I might have to start raising Mrs. West to the microphone now, but I'd like to move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Maselli. Motion has been made and seconded. If you are in favor of moving the previous question and ending debate and allowing Mr. Kyra up to 10 minutes if he so chooses to address the assembly, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Voted and unanimously so. So, Mr. Kyra, You have 10 minutes.
I would love to, Mr. Moderator, but I'm going to pass it off.
I appreciate it. I really regret mentioning pizza earlier. It's going to kill me the rest of the way. If you are in favor of the sum of $1,500,000 to be raised and appropriated from the fiscal year 2026 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to deposit in the retirement stabilization fund, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 17, to see what sum the town will vote to transfer into various line items of the fiscal year 2025 budget and from other line items of said budget and from other available funds, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll make this quick. I move that the article be passed over.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? A motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends passing over Article 17. Discussion, seeing none. I'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of passing over Article 17, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Article 18, which is for a sum of money to replace the water main on Main Street, Route 38, from the intersection of Route 62 to Ames Street, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs, and any incidental and related costs and expenses through a friendly act of hazing the new select board member, Mr. Gearwar, stepping up and taking on additional motions. So, Mr. Gearwar, the floor is yours.
I move that $5,500,000 be raised and appropriated to be spent by the town manager with the approval of the Water and Sewer Commission to replace the water main on Main Street, Route 32, from the intersection of Route 62 to Ames Street, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs, and any incidental and related costs and expenses, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 8(4) of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, although any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote shall be general obligations of the town. And it is the intent of the town that any such bonds or notes shall be paid from water rates and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 18. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Just a clarification, I believe that's Route 38 rather than Route 32. Is that correct? Just for Route 38?
Route 38 and Route 30. I misspoke? That has never happened before.
Route 38. And what's the footage of the water line?
Mr. McGauley?
How many feet?
Jamie McGauley, Public Works Director. It's approximately just under 2 miles.
And through you, Mr. Moderator, will there be an outside firm designing it, and will there be an outside firm installing it?
Mr. McGauley?
Mr. Moderator, the majority of this has already been designed. The article states engineering and construction costs related to construction administrative services. It will be constructed by an outside contractor.
Thank you, Mr. McGauley.
Okay, I'll tell you, one of my concerns is that you just voted to fund a DPW budget item, millions of dollars, and we have a water department that can't install water lines, apparently. And so we have an engineering department that can't design a simple water line. And we are spending all this money to outside firms, but yet financing.
Mr. McGauley, to the process it needs to go through to be conducting the work that Article 18 covers.
Sure. I would equate this to going to see your general practitioner when you go to the doctor and he refers you to, say, a cardiologist or a heart specialist for specialty work. We do have a water department that I'm extremely proud of. We do all sorts of work in that department, including meter reads, fixing our own local water breaks, installing smaller water main projects. If we were to commit our services to doing this project, we would not finish it in time that the state's reconstruction of Main Street would take over.
It's, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. McDonald, you're going to have to bear with me. I'm extremely distracted right now.
Pizza? We can take a recess if you want.
No, I'm just kidding, Mr. McDonald. I'm prepared to be here all day. I'm paid the same anyway. So, further comments on Article 18?
Yes. the DPW director, as you saw earlier, was looking for $300,000 for a dump truck. We have all kinds of excavation equipment and other dump trucks there. It's just disturbing to me that we have a staff that can't
Okay,
install water
I think
lines.
that the
I
question,
understand.
Mr. McDonald, I think the
a
impetus
comment,
behind your
not a
comment,
question.
I think the impetus behind your comments has already been responded to by Mr. McGaldy. I'm going to
We'll
go
let
to
Mrs.
Ms.
West
West.
move to question.
Yes, Karen
Thank you
West.
for the input.
Birchwood Road, I'd like to move the question.
Thank you, Ms. West. Motion to move the previous question has been made and seconded. If you are in favor of any debate and moving the previous question, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. So, Mr. Gearwar, if you have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly, if you so choose.
I'll give it back to the meeting.
Appreciate it. If you are in favor of the sum of $5.5 million to be raised and appropriated to be spent by the town manager with the approval of the Water and Sewer Commissioner to replace the water main on Main Street, Route 38, from the intersection of Route 62 to Ames Street, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs and any incidental and related costs and expenses, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer with the approval of the select board is hereby authorized to borrow said amount under the pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 8.4 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Although any bonds and notes issued pursuant to this vote shall be the general obligations of the town, it is the intent of the town that such bonds and notes be paid from water rates and charges. So indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Carried. Voted and unanimously so. On to Article 19, which is on page 16. Mr. Gearwar doing double duty.
I move that $1,200,000 be raised and appropriated to be spent by the town manager with the approval of the Water and Sewer Commission to construct the Industrial Way Sewer Pump Station, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs, and any incidental and related costs and expenses, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 8.4 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, although any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote shall be general obligations of the town, and is the intent of the town that any such bonds or notes shall be paid from water rates and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 19. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, through you. I guess this question is probably either for Mr. DePalma or Mr. McGaldy.
You can just ask me a question, Mr. DePalma, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, does the town have any other sewer pump stations in town similar to this?
Mr. McGaldy?
We do have other sewer pump stations in town. This article specifically is to replace an existing pump station that dates back to the early 1960s.
Okay, so the reason for my question, Mr. Moderator, is if we've had modern pump stations constructed in town where there's been a design for a similar pump station, can we use that design if this pump station is similar in modern technology to something that we already have online pumping for the town?
Mr. McGaldy, if you could just respond to the design, engineering, and construction costs that would be effectuated by Article 19.
Sure, this article is primarily for construction. Again, just like the previous article, engineering is listed with the intent of construction administrative services.
Thank you, Mr. McGaldy.
Mr. Moderator, does that mean it's already been designed?
What is your point of information, Ms. Shukas? So, that is a very good point. There is a limit. People cannot speak more than
5,000.
It is actually not, Mr. McDonald. Residents can only speak twice on the same question.
Mr. Moderator?
So,
can I get a clarification?
Mr. McDonald, you asked a question. I'm not counting that as one and then getting back to you as a second. I allowed you to ask your question, Mr. McGaldy, and then it went right back to you.
Okay. Does that mean, I did not hear this from Mr. McGaldy, does that mean the pump station is already designed, because he mentioned about engineering and construction primarily. So do we have a design already in place on this pump station?
He did respond that the majority of that work has been done. Further discussion on Article 19. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you were in favor of the sum of $1,200,000 to be raised and appropriated to be spent by the town manager with approval of the Water and Sewer Commission to construct the industrial waste sewer pump station, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs, and incidental and related costs and expenses, and that to meet that appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amounts and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 8.4 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Although any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote shall be the general obligations of the town, it is the intent of the town that such bonds or notes shall be paid from the water rates and charges. So indicate by saying aye. If you are opposed, say no. Mary. Voted and unanimously so. Article 20, which is to vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of approximately 1 acre of a portion of a parcel of land located on Salem Street and identified by the assessors as parcel 102.1B from the Water and Sewer Commission for water department purposes to the Select Board for general municipal purposes, including without limited for the purpose of constructing a fire substation thereon. Mr. Gearwar.
I move that the town vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of an approximately 1 acre portion of the parcel of land located on Salem Street and identified by the assessors as parcel 102-1B from the Water and Sewer Commission for water department purposes to the Select Board for general municipal purposes, including without limitation for the purpose of constructing a fire substation thereon. Such parcel to be combined with the 1 acre portion of land originally set aside for a fire substation pursuant to the vote taken under Article 24 of the 1990 annual town meeting, both as approximately shown as substation parcel on a plan entitled Sketch of Land for Proposed Substation March 13, 2025, as on file with the town clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 20. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, would you be kind enough to have our IT professional to bring up the plan of that property on the screen?
Mr. O'Neill, if you can scroll back to the presentation that was on Article 6 to one of the aerials of the subject parcel.
Mr. Moderator, while he's working on that, that parcel, thank you. What is the total square footage of that parcel right there? Because it looks like it's much bigger than an acre, and you're looking for control of 1 acre. It looks like it could be like, I'm guessing 10 acres.
So, Mr. Slagle, you had addressed this in your presentation earlier in Article 6, but just to the, I guess, the size and the intent of what's happening here.
Yeah, so the total square footage of that parcel is approximately 13 acres. Once we get to the next, I think it's the next one. Yeah, so go back one. That's perfect. So this shows a combined, the 1 acre that was originally set aside for a town meeting in 1990, plus the additional approximate acre that's being transferred here is what's shown in red.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why I have a little bit of a problem with this. Getting back to what I said before about my desire to have a cistern where we can draft water from that's fed from our water that's flowing out of Wilmington. And I don't think that there's a sufficient amount of land being transferred from the water department for that purpose. Having said that, this is in a groundwater protection district, and I was against this bylaw years ago, which is the groundwater protection bylaw, and it's relative to bedrooms. And I say that it's relative to bedrooms because the fire department has bedrooms. And when you are looking for $3.5 million, when you're looking to transfer the care, custody, and management of a certain piece of parcel of land, you'd want to be able to comply with the bylaws so that you can ensure that you can actually build on it without affecting our town's groundwater, which is where we get our drinking water from. And so it seems to me that 2 acres of land is insufficient for that, number one, because it doesn't include the easement that you mentioned earlier, trying to negotiate with the health center. And I'd just like to offer this suggestion for the negotiations, and that is that our ambulance service brings people and business to that facility. A fire station is going to be built directly abutting it, which would probably reduce or should reduce their fire insurance costs, and it would be greatly beneficial to that facility. So I would hope that you use that as a negotiating tool to negotiate with the Winchester Hospital Medical Center to possibly even be able to get the easement and the railroad bed for free. Having said that,
I'm going to ask Chief Kavanaugh to respond to what you've said so far.
Bill Kavanaugh, Fire Chief. So the Office of Emergency Medical Services, which is governed by the state, is the one who dictates where we can transport patients to, and Winchester Family Medical Center is not one of those places.
okay, maybe they should, then again, second thought, maybe they shouldn't be, but, you know, in reality, if it was a quality place, they should be able to take people there. But
Mr. McDonald, you are out of order and you're done speaking in this
Mr.
article. Further discussion
Moderator.
on Article 20, Ms.
Okay.
West.
Yes, I'd like to move the question.
Thank you, Ms. West. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. If you are in favor of any debate and allowing Mr. Giawar again up to 10 minutes to address the Assembly if he so desires, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Mary? Voted and unanimously so. So, Mr. Giawar, you have up to 10 minutes to address the Assembly on Article 20 if you so choose.
I'll give it back.
Appreciate it, Mr. Giawar. If you were in favor of voting to transfer the care, custody, and management and control of approximately 1 acre of a portion of a parcel of land located on Salem Street, identified by the assessors as parcel 102.1B from the Water and Sewer Commission for Water Department purposes to the Select Board for general municipal purposes, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Article 21, which is is for an additional sum of money to supplement the amount approved by the vote taken under Article 40 of the April 29, 2023 annual town meeting, authorize the Select Board to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise all or a portion of the property or interest therein located at 333 Andover Street, as shown on Assessor's Map R1 as Lot 21A. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $772,480 be appropriated from available funds, free cash, to supplement the amount approved by the vote taken under Article 40.
Ms. Maselli, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to today's meeting, the Finance Committee met to consider a vote of recommendation on Article 21. Ms. Manganelli, what was the result of that vote?
Approval.
Thank you, Ms. Manganelli. Discussion on Article 21.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Moderator, relative to the Finance Committee, in the book it says they recommended passing over the article.
And let me just provide some explanation. At the public hearing that took place in the middle of March on that on this article, the town did not have any number to present to the Finance Committee for a recommendation, so the Finance Committee did vote to pass over making a recommendation at that time, but then did so again this morning and actually made that recommendation.
What was the amount that was prior approved for this property?
I believe that was $3,798,698, roughly.
Approximately.
Give or
Okay,
take.
so we're looking at about
The
let's
total
say-
amount, I can't give it to you, Mr. McDonald, is $4,571,178.
Okay. I want to point something out up on the screen. You see the word appropriate. That's taxation. The problem with this article is, on the third line up from the bottom, it says eminent domain, okay? The town took a piece of property by eminent domain for the cemetery. Legal counsel got involved, and the town actually had to come back and pay double for what they said that they were taking that property for. Now, this is the Sharapa property, in case anybody has any question on that. And it's about 60 acres of land. And if you've noticed some of the lots that have been getting sold that are 2 acres, they've been getting sold for $2 million. So don't be deceived, folks, into thinking that you're going to get this property for $4.5 million, because what's going to happen in the future is these people are going to get that money. They're going to go right to an attorney, and they're going to sue the town. And it's my guess that this could be a $30 million hit to the town. And I am upset that the language eminent domain is in there. And quite honestly, I would have thought the board would have been responsible enough and met with the family so that they had a friendly negotiation where language in that negotiation
Okay,
stated
Mr. McDonald,
that
I'm going to ask Attorney Rich to provide some clarification on the context for this article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. On this article, if you recall, and this is why it talks about supplementing the amount appropriated under Article 40 of the April 29th, 2023 annual town meeting. At that point, the town already authorized the select board to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain. That authority has already been given. This is simply an additional funding item. This does not preclude the select board from negotiating an acquisition by gift, purchase, or eminent domain. It maintains all options for the town. But that issue has already been authorized by the prior vote of town meeting. This is simply additional funding for that purpose. No acquisition has yet occurred. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. McDonald?
since I believe this could be a $30 million hit to the town, okay, and it would throw us way out of the compliance with Proposition 2.5, I'm compelled to make a motion to amend the article to take out the language eminent domain. And
Mr. Moderator, if I may reiterate, town meeting has already authorized the eminent domain. Eminent domain is not the topic of this article. This is an article for additional funding for an eminent domain that has already been authorized. Thank you.
That's an excellent point, Attorney
Mr.
Rich.
Moderator,
So,
thank you, sir. Mr. Moderator, could you turn around and look at what the article says?
I
where
have it
says
right in front of me,
eminent
Mr.
domain?
McDonald. Mr.
That was a
McDonald.
very irresponsible vote. And if you let this go forward and the town gets sued for $30 million
All right, Mr.
or
McDonald,
more,
Mr. McDonald, you are out of order in this article.
I'm not out of order.
Mr.
How am I out of
McDonald,
order?
this
Please tell me
meeting
how I'm out
stands
of
in
order when I'm
this
looking
meeting
at an
stands in
article
recess
that says
until
eminent
2:20.
domain right there.
This meeting is in recess until 2:20.
How's it going, guys? We're back here at the Wilmington Town Museum to talk about some items that we have in our collection. So what we have here today is a membership ribbon and a photograph, which coincide perfectly together. Now, if you take a look at this membership ribbon, you'll see that it says Wilmington Grange number 268. It is obviously reference to Wilmington. What you'll notice too is on the backside, it has a little bit of a different design. However, this was made specifically to be double-sided. So one side, the blue side, would be for normal events, whereas the black side would be for mourning or for funerary events as well. Now, what you'll notice on the ribbon, on the top part of it, it has two letters, PH, and that stands for Patrons of Husbandry. Now, the Order of the Patrons of Husbandry was the sort of the father organization of the Grange in Wilmington. They were started in about 1867, and it's a national organization. And their whole point was to promote agriculture within different communities throughout the country. Now, this chapter in Wilmington was founded in about 1907 with about 30 members. And back then, Wilmington was very agricultural, so it makes sense for the time. And it wasn't until about 1911 when they actually built the Grange Hall, which previously was on Wildwood Street. And this photograph that you see right here is of that same Grange Hall. In the Grange Hall, they hosted their own events, so they had annual festivals, they had harvests, they had so many other things, but also it was a chance for them to talk to each other and talk about their needs when it comes to agriculture. Outside of that, however, they also hosted a number of different social clubs, events, and so on, and that they may have hosted scouting groups, they may have hosted a lot of different other youth organizations. So they had movies going every Saturday, they had plays, they had proms, they had so many different things going on where it wasn't just this organization's hall. It was mostly open for the entire community itself. And unfortunately, in about 1968, the Grange Hall did burn down, and it was relocated to a couple different places. To last standing one was where the parking lot of the library is now.
Sullivan's best known around town as the owner of the Cross Loft in Wilmington.
So that's actually so it's funny. That's right around the last time I was back in the school systems. It was right around when you started. And things have probably changed a bit from what I, assume a generational gap. I don't know. I think I'm finally feeling it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I have no doubt, just because of in the workplace, it has completely shifted, is technology, whether it be in the classroom, whether it be used in the classroom or around the classroom. So I like the show to always be positive too. So we'll start on the positives of the technology that have been brought into the classrooms, things that you guys actually utilize it's better. Like, for instance, I don't think there is a snow day anymore. I don't think there is. I think it's a work from home day, which some kids might not enjoy. It depends on where you go, but some kids might not enjoy that. It might be healthier for everyone's mental health, like you said. But so there might be positives, but then there's definitely, as we all know, some negatives to the technology side of it. So
yeah, it's tricky. I actually am a really big advocate for using technology in the classroom. I love it. I don't think I could or would want to go back to.
So you embrace.
Oh yeah, every step of the way.
Which is huge for a teacher, because that's the change of that society. That's the future, right?
Well, I feel like I'm like, my age is like it's like I'm on like the cusp of things, right? So like we didn't have computers in our classrooms. We had like those old time like typing,
the Mac ones,
right? Yeah, exactly, an Apple IIe type of thing,
Oregon Trail,
right?
That was
Oregon,
me.
Oregon
I stepped
Trail.
up a little bit, but not really. I was on like that little big block thing,
right? So I'm like a weird like the end of Gen X, beginning of like millennials, where like I remember a time of school before computers, and then I also like I'm not like too intimidated to learn something new, right? And so like I can catch on easily to things, and
kind of straddle.
Yeah, exactly. So I have actually loved everything about teaching with technology, because it's helped me individualize education in my own classroom with my own group,
How's it going, guys? We're back here at the Wilmington Town Museum to talk about some items that we have in our collection. So what we have here today is a membership ribbon and a photograph, which coincide perfectly together. Now, if you take a look at this membership ribbon, you'll see that it says Wilmington Grange number 268. It is obviously reference to Wilmington. What you'll notice too is on the back side, it has a little bit of a different design. However, this was made specifically to be double-sided. So one side, the blue side, would be for normal events, whereas the black side would be for mourning or for funerary events as well. Now, what you'll notice on the ribbon, on the top part of it, it has two letters, PH, and that stands for Patrons of Husbandry. Now, the Order of the Patrons of Husbandry was the sort of the father organization of the Grange in Wilmington. They were started in about 1867, and it's a national organization. And their whole point was to promote agriculture within different communities throughout the country. Now, this chapter in Wilmington was found in about 1907 with about 30 members. And back then, Wilmington was very agricultural, so it makes sense for the time. And it wasn't until about 1911 when they actually built the Grange Hall, which previously was on Wildwood Street. And this photograph that you see right here is of that same Grange Hall. In the Grange Hall, they hosted their own events, so they had annual festivals, they had harvests, they had so many other things, but also it was a chance for them to talk to each other and talk about their needs when it comes to agriculture. Outside of that, however, they also hosted a number of different social clubs, events, and so on, and that they may have hosted scouting groups, they may have hosted a lot of different other youth organizations. So they had movies going every Saturday, they had plays, they had proms, they had so many different things going on where it wasn't just this organization's hall. It was mostly open for the entire community itself. And unfortunately, in about 1968, the Grange Hall did burn down, and it was relocated to a couple different places. To last standing one was where the parking lot of the library is now.
People return to the auditorium, and we will resume business. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to mess with my sugar levels. Discussions on Article 21. Is there further discussion on Article 21? Again, the motion is to supplement the amount approved by the vote on Article 40 of the April 29th, 2023 annual town meeting by the amount of $772,480 that will come from free cash. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $772,480 from free cash to supplement the vote on Article 40 of the April 29, 2023 town meeting to acquire 333 Andover Street, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 22. Article 22 is for a sum of money to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise, and upon such terms and for such consideration as the Select Board deems appropriate, permanent and temporary easements in, on, under, and across the property located at 500 Salem Street for the purpose of providing access to and installing utilities to serve the proposed North Wilmington Fire Substation. And further, to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend any donations, mitigation payments, grants, or loans in connection herewith, and to take such actions, enter into any and all agreements, and execute such documents as are necessary to effectuate the purposes of this article. Mr. West.
Good afternoon. I move that the sum of $25,000 be appropriated from available funds, free cash, to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise.
Mr. West, is the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It is.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Finance Committee meeting just prior to today's meeting, the Finance Committee took up a vote to approve or disapprove Article 22. Ms. Manganelli, what was the result of that vote?
Approval.
Vote of approval. So Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 22. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you were in favor of $25,000 to be appropriated from free cash for permanent and temporary easements in 500 Salem Street, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 23, which is for a sum of money to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise, and upon such terms and for such consideration as the Select Board deems appropriate, the fee to and/or permanent and temporary rights in the northeast portion of the property located at 500 Salem Street, consisting of an abandoned rail right-of-way for general municipal purposes, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend any donations, mitigation payments, grants, or loans in connection herewith, and to take such actions, enter any and all agreements, and execute such documents as are necessary to effectuate the purposes of this article. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the sum of $40,000 be appropriated from available funds, free cash.
Mr. Kyra, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It is.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded very quickly by Chief Kavanaugh. The Finance Committee took up this article as well prior to today's meeting. Ms. Manganelli, what was the result of that vote?
Approval.
The Finance Committee has recommended approval of Article 23. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you were in favor of $40,000 from free cash for Article 23, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 24, which is to accept the roadways known as Eagle View Drive, Murray Hill Circle, and the previously unaccepted portion of Eleanor Drive as public ways, and to authorize the Select Board to acquire by purchase, gift, and/or eminent domain the fee to and/or easements in such streets for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of Wilmington, and further to raise an appropriate transfer from available funds and/or borrow pursuant to any enabling authority a sum of money to be expended by the town manager with the approval of the Select Board for such purposes. Mr. De Palma.
I move that the town vote to accept the roadways known as Eagle View Drive and Murray Hill Circle and the previous unaccepted portion of Eleanor Drive as public ways.
Thank you, Mr. De Palma. Does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it is.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? The motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 24. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 24. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you were in favor of accepting the roadways known as Eagle View Drive, Murray Hill Circle, and the previously unaccepted portion of Eleanor Drive, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last of our sequentially drawn articles. I had previously said that we would take I would ask for a recess at the end of the sequential draw, but seeing as though we did that a little bit early, I think we should probably just move forward, and I'll get my pizza at the end. So, we'll go to the bucket. Again, Articles 25 through 33 are going to be drawn via random selection. And first up is Article 32. So, before we get into the substance of Article 32, I do feel compelled to address the Assembly. Upon certification of the signatures on the petitioned article, which became Article 32, being an elected official in my second consecutive term, I reached out first to Town Council for an opinion on whether or not I could continue to preside over discussion on this article. Then, in an abundance of caution, I reached out to the State Ethics Commission and exercised my statutory right to request a written opinion from the State Ethics Commission. I will read to you, as quickly as I possibly can, the pertinent parts of each of those responses. From Town Council. The proposed charter change referenced in the petitioned article would limit the terms of all elected officials of the town, and so would be applicable to all individuals seeking election to all such positions. Therefore, in my opinion, The impact of this charter change, should it be implemented, would be very broad. Further, please note that such a charter amendment would require special legislation for implementation and could not simply be effected through town meeting action. Therefore, in my opinion, the impact of this change at this point is remote and speculative. The change could also impact anyone moderating discussion of this article, including an acting or temporary moderator, as that person may be considering seeking election to the position, thus highlighting the broad nature of the proposed change. Based on the above, in my opinion, the conflict of interest law would not prevent you as elected town moderator from moderating discussion on this petitioned article. You would, of course, be bound by the fairness and impartiality expected of a moderator. You may give consideration to filing a disclosure in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 260A, Section 23B3, to dispel any appearance of a conflict of interest. From the State Ethics Commission, Section 23B3 prohibits you as a municipal employee from engaging in conduct which gives a reasonable basis for the impression that any person or entity can improperly influence you or unduly enjoy your favor in the performance of your official duties, or that you are likely to act or fail to act as a result of kinship, rank, or position of any person. In general, the phrase any person or entity refers not to the ability to influence yourself, but rather to the ability to some other person or entity being able to improperly influence you or unduly enjoy your favor, or to some outside influence on you, such as family or business interest. As such, because you have no financial interest in the matter, you may preside over the article as town moderator, as long as you can be fair and impartial and act in the best interests of the town. In contrast, for example, if your cousin was an elected and compensated town official interested in seeking a third consecutive term, your private relationship with him could create an impression of a conflict of interest or bias in your official actions. In that situation, if you could be fair and impartial, you would need to file a full written disclosure with the town clerk before presiding over the article to dispel the appearance of a conflict. If you were unable to judge the matter impartially because of your cousin, you would need to abstain. Therefore, after filing a disclosure with the town clerk's office in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 268A, Section 23B3, I will preside over this Article 32 in the same manner that you folks have watched me preside over every article that has come up over the previous 5.5 hours. By local custom, the individual who submitted the petition article will be permitted to make the main motion on this article, and pursuant to our inhabitant bylaws, will have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. All other residents may have up to 5 minutes for discussion. I will call on the registered voters in the order in which I see them approach the microphones. Without further ado, Mr. Lyskow for the main motion on Article 32.
Thank you. My name is Donald Lyskow, 16 School Street. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend this motion to read. To amend the town charter under the legislative body initiated charter amendment, Mass General Law 430B, subsection 10A, to see if the town will vote to amend to the end of Appendix Chapter A501, Section 2 of the Town Charter of the Town of Wilmington by adding the following language. Elective officials shall serve no more than 2 full consecutive terms in each office and be eligible for election after an intervening term. The term limits established by this section shall apply to all terms of office commencing on or after January 1st, 2027. Election or appointment to a partial term of office to fill a vacancy shall not be counted against the term limitations. The term limits applied to one office shall not prohibit an elective public officer from being elected to another in different elective office. To the end of Appendix Chapter A501, Special Acts, Section 2 of the Town Charter, as shown in the inhabitants of the Town of Wilmington revised, or take any action related thereto. Signed, Donald Lyskow, May 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Lyskow. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Lyskow, if you could just come over here and I'll take your motion. Thank you, Mr. Laskow. I'll give you your time to address the assembly as well, but as this is being offered through Mass General Laws, Chapter 43B, Section 10A, this will require a 2/3 majority. So, Mr. Laskow to the assembly.
The proposed legislation aims to establish term limits for elected officials, restricting individuals from serving more than 2 consecutive terms in a single office. The amendment to the town charter seeks to introduce a structured approach to local governance. Key provisions include limiting elected officials to 2 consecutive terms, excluding partial terms filled due to vacancies from term calculations, preserving the ability to run from different offices after reaching term limits. The primary objective is to create a dynamic political landscape that encourages new leadership and fresh perspectives, reduces incumbent advantage, provides clear opportunities for aspiring public servants, promotes healthy electoral competition, and ensures regular infusion of diverse skills and experience into local government. By implementing these term limits, the town seeks to enhance democratic participation, prevent stagnation in leadership, and maintain a vibrant, responsive local government that reflects the evolving needs of its community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laskow. Ms. Maselli?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I oppose this for the reason that it's for many reasons, actually. You know, the elected officials, it shouldn't just include elected officials. We have a lot of committees that people are appointed, so this is essentially saying that someone who's appointed to a committee can serve, you know, an indefinite term, 30 years, I'm just saying, you know. I also oppose it because I'm going to use the select board as the example. We're volunteers. We're not being paid for this. We're volunteering. And as a second-term select board member who ran unopposed both times, had I not run, would anybody else have, you know, come up? So I think it's really, really tough to put term limits on volunteers, and that goes for committees and as well as elected officials. Now, I'm not opposed to term limits in whole. I mean, I wish the Senate would do something like that, but you know, that's a different thing. We're talking about, you know, our town boards and committees. So, you know, I think that this is a bigger, broader issue that needs to be discussed and just to have a little more thought to it. So again, I think my biggest issue with this, I understand where people are coming from with this, but you know, again, we need more volunteers. We don't have enough. We have tons of vacancies on committees, on boards. You know, if we had a more robust, you know, amount of people going for these positions, and you know, the same people. But again, the elected officials, the town's people are voting them in. They're who they want in these seats. So anyway, I don't see the value in this. I see it just going to hurt our boards and committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaselli. We're going to go to Ms. Stewart in the back, then Mr. Bendel, and then the gentleman in front.
Okay, okay, good. So it's still on. We just had, for some reason, this microphone needed new batteries.
So I think that's a metaphor for something far bigger.
Anyway, I understand the point of this, and in a perfect world, I agree we should save our elected officials. A perfect world would be one where each of the elected positions had 3 or 4 people running, and that there would be a lot of competition. Everyone in the town would be here to listen for all 6 hours, which is not quite happening. And bless everybody who's here. You guys are the core of our democracy. This is it right here. That being said, we deal in reality. And the reality is, as Ms. Maselli said, A lot of the people run unopposed. A lot of the people may just start to really get into the knowledge needed for their position after a couple of terms. And I think it would unnecessarily squash the ability of some people to do their jobs. I know the idea is you don't want somebody to come in and take over and run the town like their own personal fiefdom. There's got to be a way to get them out. But there is. It's called town elections. And if, for example, our beloved moderator decided he would run this as his own personal fiefdom and not listen to anyone, which I don't think you would, we would vote him out the next time. So there, someone else would run against him at that time. But if he's doing a great job and he's willing to have these 6-hour meetings, then I think we are happy to keep him in for however many terms he can deal with listening to people speak into microphones. So I am against this because I think that although in theory it's a good idea, when it runs into reality, I think it will cause more problems than it solves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Bendel, 57 Roosevelt Road. I also rise in opposition of this article. I hope others will join me in defeating this article. I've had the great honor of serving my fellow neighbors here in Wilmington on the Board of Selectmen for the past 9 years. And to put that in perspective, I've served with 10 other members of the board during that time. In my opinion, we've had quite a bit of turnover in the last few years. I've also learned quite a bit from each one of those individuals, and in the role itself, I've learned how much sacrifice goes into it to be an unpaid volunteer on this board. I'm looking at a group of people who have missed quite a few birthdays and soccer games, anniversaries, and a lot of other things, giving up time to do what they think is right for our community, to make our community a better place. And for that, I'm grateful to have served with them, and I'm honored to have been a member of this board. And I hope we can keep the strong tradition of volunteerism alive in Wilmington, including our elected officials on the school committee, our moderator, and of course, on the select board. I'm grateful for their service. And if you want to talk about state and federal officials, then perhaps we can have that conversation. I'm willing to listen. But for today, as it relates to this article, I hope you'll join me in defeating this. Thank you.
Okay, so the individual in the front is indicated he's all set. Ms. Jones?
Megan Jones, 126 Grove Ave. I'm also the assistant town clerk, and I like to say that I oppose this article. Anybody who's come in to pull papers will tell you how excited we are when people come in to pull papers to run for office. We love to see people get involved, but I don't see the need for a term limit. There was a recent example where it proves that term limits are actually not a great idea, namely that Mr. Kyra remembered from, how long ago was it that piece of property was destined for the fire substation? 10 years, it was a while. That kind of institutional knowledge is invaluable, and it doesn't always transfer. So that kind of thing is incredibly important, especially in something where you've got a lot of history involved, like a town like this. So I oppose this article. I appreciate it, and I will be abstaining from voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fazula, I did see that you approached the microphone. You're all set. So we'll go to Mr. Ragsdale. After that, Mr. De Palma, and then the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Ragsdale, 18 Marion Street. I will also disclose that I am a member of the school committee, currently serving my 3rd term. I oppose this article, and the primary reason is that we already have great difficulty getting enough candidates to run for the school committee. In multiple years over the last 7 years, we have gone almost to the deadline of pulling papers without having enough candidates to actually fill the available seats, in which, we're a 7-member committee, and there have been several times when there is just an open seat, just in theory, waiting there for the taking. Someone could just step right into it by just pulling papers, getting their signatures, getting on the ballot. They would be entirely unopposed, and there is simply no candidate who is stepping forth. and that even with, with lots of recruiting and trying to get the word out through multiple means, this has been a constant issue over the terms that I've been serving on the school committee. And so I think that this would make it even more difficult if the members who are willing to serve on our board and continue serving were then forced out by term limits. That would only exacerbate that problem, which we are still trying to solve.
Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm opposed to term limits. One, we're not getting qualified people. This year's election was, I think, the first time in many, many, many cycles that we actually had competition for a board seat. And the only reason we had the opening was with Mr. Bendel stepping down after 9 years. What are we going to do when no one runs? It could happen very easily. People aren't as involved as they used to be. People I've talked to and tried to encourage them to run or to get on one of the committees, they look at me like I got two heads. And then I hear comments. I don't want to be treated like you guys are treated from the village idiots. It's a hard position to put people in. I know. What are we going to do? What will happen if one member of the board didn't seek re-election and no one ran? So we'd have 4 members. That's a tough move, and that's what's going to happen. State, federal levels, you can have a lot of conversation over that, but local levels, where government starts, I encourage people to stay on. I thought this was great this year, that with Jake and Kevin, a seasoned veteran and a new guy, I thought that fell into place absolutely terrific, because Kevin can guide more. And if he decided, or term limits forced him not to run, now you've got another hole. You've got an opening. What are we going to do? What are we going to do when people don't want to get on these committees? It's a tough call. And if you don't like someone, put up a candidate and vote that person out. Vote your person in. It's easy. Well, not easy, but if you don't like what I'm doing, run someone next year against me. And if they win, they win. But don't just say you can't run anymore because of term limits. Thank you.
To back out, I'm going to go to the 2 women over there, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Caron.
Hi, Robin Theodos. I seconded it because I think a lot of work went into it, and there should be a chance for discussion. But I am personally opposed to it, and I encourage you to vote against it. Thank you.
Ms. Benally?
I'd like to move the question.
We've had a couple of those today, so I won't belabor the point too much. So if you're in favor of moving the question in any debate, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. All right, so Mr. Laskow, you have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if you so choose. You may yield to any other member or give your time back to the meeting.
As quick response won't take 10 minutes. The current system is broke. This is why there is limited interest. Town politics are stagnant. Incumbents are re-elected over 94% of the time. The last election highlighted the need for term limits. As soon as incumbents stepped aside, there was interest. Thank you.
All right, so as this motion does require a 2/3 majority, I would ask the tellers take their places. And just a point of information, the family-friendly room has been closed down for the remainder of today's meeting, so all voters should be located within the auditorium. So if you are in favor of the motion, which is to amend the end of Appendix Chapter A501, Section 2 of the Town Charter of the Town of Wilmington, this is through Chapter 23B, Section 10A, by adding the following language: elective officials shall serve more than 2 full consecutive terms in each office and be eligible for election after an intervening term. The term limits established by this section shall apply to all terms of office commencing on or after January 1st, 2027. Election or appointment to a partial terms of office to fill a vacancy shall not be counted against term limitations. The terms limits applied to one office shall not prohibit an elective public officer from being elected to another in different elective office. To the end of Appendix Chapter A501, Special Acts, Section 2 of the Town Charter, as shown in the inhabitants of the Town of Wilmington revised. If you are in favor of Article 32, as I just read, so indicate by rising in your seats and displaying your blue voter card. You may be seated. If you are opposed to Article 32, please rise if you are able in your seats and display your blue voter card. You may be seated. I understand. It was an insult to both of us. All right, so please bear with us as we tally up the votes. I presume at some point somebody got bingo. The vote on Article 32, there is 3 in the affirmative, 76 in the negative. The measure fails. Go back to random draw. We have Article 26. Article 26 is on page 17 in your warrant booklet. It is to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting the current accessory apartments section 4.2 in its entirety and replacing it with a new section 4.2. Mr. Boland.
I move that the town vote to approve Article 26 as printed in the warrant with the following amendments. Amend proposed section 4.2.3 to read the gross floor area of the ADU shall not exceed 1,250 square feet. Amend proposed section 4.2.9 to read as follows. Definitions, terms used in this section 4.2, accessory dwelling units shall have the same definition and meaning given to them in 760 CMR 71.00, protected use accessory dwelling units, except that accessory dwelling unit ADU shall be defined as follows. Accessory dwelling unit ADU, a self-contained housing unit inclusive of sleeping, cooking, and sanitary facilities on the same lot as a principal dwelling, subject to otherwise applicable dimensional and parking requirements, that A, maintains a separate entrance either directly from the outside or through an entry hall or corridor shared with the principal dwelling sufficient to meet the requirements of the building code for safe egress, and B, is not larger in gross floor area than 1,250 square feet.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 26. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 26. Discussion, Mr. Boland, or are you going to be yielding to Ms. Gingrich for a presentation?
I yield to Ms. Gingrich.
Thank you. Ms. Gingrich.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. And I have a short presentation to give. Perfect. Starting out with what are accessory dwelling units? They are, in short, and I know Terry just read the definition, but they're basically self-contained housing units accessory to the principal dwelling. You may know them as in-law apartments. That's sometimes what they're called. They take different forms. They can be in detached buildings, attached additions, in a basement, or above a garage, or some examples of the forms they take. And Wilmington has had an ADU bylaw for decades. It allows attached owner-occupied ADUs up to 1,250 square feet as a right. So you've been able to do that for many, many years. But in 2024, the Affordable Homes Act kind of standardized ADUs across the state so that not every town has allowed them as a right, like we have. So the standardization was to have them be allowed in every town as of right, and they come up with a 900 square foot size for those. That became effective in February. So we have a bylaw, so we'll go to the next slide, but our bylaw needs a little bit of cleanup to match what the state enacted. So our existing bylaw, for example, has a deed restriction requirement for owner occupancy. So the change would be to eliminate that owner occupancy requirement. So the owner no longer needs to live in those units. Our existing bylaw is up to 1,250 square feet with a maximum of 2 bedrooms. We would keep that 1,250 square feet. The existing bylaw is an attached structure only. The state regulations allow for attached or detached. And then 1 parking space is required currently in our bylaw, and the same is required of the state, except that within a half mile of the train station, you wouldn't have to do any additional parking. So the idea here is to match with the state statute that's already in effect. You're not going to see a rush on ADUs all of a sudden because of this, and we can go to the next slide. There's still a lot of limitations. Wilmington is mostly on septic, so if you have a 4-bedroom home with a 4-bedroom septic and you wanted to add an ADU, you'd be adding another bedroom. So you'd have to either upgrade your septic system or you'd have to build a septic system for your ADU. So you still have to meet Title V requirements, which is, we're finding, maybe one of the most difficult things to do, one of the most stringent constraints. So you also have to comply with building setbacks, and there's always wetland setbacks as well. And you heard an amendment in the motion, and on the next slide, I kind of go through what the changes are to what you see in your booklet. And at first, the article mirrored exactly what the state statute says, but then there was discussion at the joint public hearing, at the planning board meeting, suggestions that, well, we have 1250 now, why would you take that away? So the board talked about that, and the board decided to keep the 1250 as a size allowance, same as what we have today. And the other thing that we added was the definition. Because we changed the size, we had to provide our own definition of accessory dwelling unit to make that change. So an important note as you're considering this is if you don't make these changes to our bylaw, we would be creating an option for you to do what the state allows, because it's allowed, you can do it. And we'd have an existing other allowance. You'd basically have 2 options that you could do. And potentially, if you had a lot of land and a lot of money, you could do both of those options on the same lot. So you would end up with 2 ADUs on a lot with a single family, essentially 3 dwellings. So we thought it's important to just say we need to replace what we have with this article with the new state consistent language, so that we're not creating 2 different options that you could do both of on the same lot. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gingrich. Ms. Manganelli?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to make a point that you'll notice in your warrant booklet that the Finance Committee recommended disapproval. That was when the proposed amendment was for 950 square feet versus the 1,250 that people in Wilmington were accustomed to. So without speaking for the members of the Finance Committee, I will say that that was a major concern for us to have that square footage reduced. And I'm happy to see that the planning board brought it back up to what it had been. I will be voting for this. Just wanted to make that point to you.
Further discussion on Article 26. I see Ms. Maselli and then Mr. Gearwar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a question through you, Mr. Moderator, for Valerie. If somebody already currently has an ADU, attached in-law, whatever you want to call it, can they build a detached one, or no?
If this bylaw is passed, you would be able to do 1 ADU on your lot. So if you already have one, you wouldn't be able to do another one.
And Mr. Gearwar?
Yeah, I actually just wanted to thank the planning board, because I think that's the right move to make the amendment, and as amended, I will be supporting it.
On the back.
Tony Barlett, 20 Swain Road. I'm also a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals and probably been on there for 15 years. So I was at both the planning board and the finance committee meeting and brought up the question of the reduction from 1,250 to 900 square feet. And I just want to thank the planning board for taking another look at this and rewriting it, because I think it's much better this way. It maintains the provisions that we already had and actually expands them. to match the state. So I do support this and want to thank the planning board for taking another look at it. Thank you.
Mr. West?
I question for Valerie. Now, if somebody was to have a land, say a section of land, R60, vacant piece of land, and then they said, you know what, I'm going to put up a house, and then I'm going to put up 2 or 3 ADUs, is that conceivable?
Ms. Gingrich?
No, on a single lot, you would be able to do only one ADU.
Okay, so it would only be one ADU no matter what, whether the zone is R10 or 20 or 60?
Correct.
Okay, because I was going to put an amendment to change this to just remove the detached, but I'm okay with that because my concern is that somebody was to take, say, an R60 zone, put a primary house, put 2 ADUs or maybe even more, and then say, look, I want to split off the lots and, and go for a zoning change to go from R60 to say R20. So you say something like that is not feasible. Okay.
In the back?
Carrie Phillips, 84 Church Street. 2 questions, I think, one of which was already answered. So any other existing units are already grandfathered in, correct? And then the second question, high level, is just, does this, just to confirm, eliminate any deed restriction requirements for existing and going forward?
Ms. Gingrich?
I just consulted with the building inspector. So because we are taking away the owner occupancy requirement, you would no longer need it if you were existing or proposed.
Need what, the deed restriction?
Deed restriction.
Okay, thank you. And also to confirm, I appreciate the change. I was otherwise going to oppose it, but with the edits to the 1250, back up to 1250, I support it. So thank you for that consideration to the planning board. So.
Further discussion on Article 26? See none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of Article 6, which was moved to modify the language as had been portrayed behind me, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Back to the bucket. We're not going too far. Article 27. Article 27 begins on page 18 and goes through page 22 in your warrant booklet. Article 27, to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting the current floodplain district section 6.2 in its entirety and replacing it with a new section 6.2 as displayed again upon pages 18 through 22. Mr. Boland.
I move that the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting the current floodplain district section 6.2 in its entirety.
Mr. Boland, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 27. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 27. Mr. Boland, I believe Ms. Gingrich has another presentation up.
She will explain. Thank you.
Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. Just a quick presentation on this floodplain overlay district. This is the zoning permit that you need to get for work in floodplain. And we need a compliant bylaw for residents to be able to participate in the flood insurance program. So for you all to get flood insurance, we need to have a compliant bylaw. So periodically, we have to update the bylaw with new maps or new language. So the state helps us craft that language and make sure that we're compliant with FEMA requirements. So in this proposal, what you see in the booklet, we reference the new maps, new language, make sure it's all compliant. The one thing, we did take advantage of the opportunity of revising it to streamline the process. So currently, you have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit if you're doing any work in floodplain. But you also have to go to the Conservation Commission for work in floodplain. So you have to do 2 public hearings with different groups, and both require notice to abutters and publication and a permit that you're going to record at the registry. So we took the opportunity to change the zoning board special permit to an administrative permit through the building department with review by health, conservation, and engineering. So you would still, if you're doing work in floodplain, you still have to go to Conservation Commission and go through that process, but you won't have to do it twice with the Zoning Board of Appeals. So it would be a permit through the building department with all of the regular review from staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gingrich. Further comment on Article 27? See none, we'll call for the vote. This does require a 2/3 majority, but we'll try it with a voice vote first. If you are in favor of Article 27 passing as written in the warrant booklet, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Passes unanimously. Go back to the bucket. Random Draw has turned his third straight sequential article, so we're going right to Article 28. Article 28 is at the bottom of page 22 in your booklet. There's a map relative to Article 28 on page 29 in your booklet. Article 28 is to transfer to the care, custody, and control of the Wilmington Conservation Commission for conservation and passive recreation purposes pursuant to the provisions of Section 8C of Chapter 40 of the General Laws, and further to dedicate and designate said parcels for such purposes in perpetuity, subject to the protections of Article 97 of the amendments to the Massachusetts Constitution, and it continues again on page 22. Mr. Boland.
Pitch hitting.
Pitch hitting. Mr. Boland.
I move that the town vote to transfer from the board or officer currently having care, custody, management, and control of the parcels of land described below for which said parcels are currently held to the care, custody, and control of the Wilmington Conservation Commission for conservation and passive recreation purposes pursuant to the provisions of Section 8C of Chapter 40 of the General Laws, and further to dedicate and designate said parcels for such purposes in perpetuity, subject to the protections of Article 97 of the amendments to the Massachusetts Constitution.
Mr. Boland, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 28. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 28. Discussion. Ms. Gingrich, you're up again.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. I do have a colored map that will come up. Just to orient you to what we're looking at here, on the right side of the screen is Chestnut Street running from the top to the bottom, and then Green Meadow Drive kind of spurs off of that. You see a lot of green open space. That green open space was that's town conservation open space that was created when Green Meadow Drive Conservation Subdivision was approved, and then north of there when Mill Road Conservation Subdivision was approved, and then even north of there off the screen when Murray Hill Conservation Open Space Subdivision was approved. We have a great trail network within these developments. Those are the kind of orange type lines that you see on the screen. And the subject of the parcel, or of this article, is the 2 yellow parcels that are circled with that circle. Those parcels, as you can see, they have trails on them. They're kind of nestled in the open space. Those are not currently held in the care and custody of the Conservation Commission. So this article is proposing to transfer those 2 parcels that are already used for open space recreation trails and the preservation of the Clap Mill to the Conservation Commission so that they're preserved as open space in perpetuity. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gingrich. Further discussion on Article 28? See none, we'll call for the vote. This again requires a 2/3 vote, but we'll try a voice vote first. If you are in favor of Article 28 as written in the warrant booklet, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. We go back to the bucket. Article 33. Article 33 is on page 27 in your booklet, which is to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington as follows. By rezoning from R20 to general business, the parcel of land shown as parcel 53 on Wilmington Assessor's Map 42, otherwise known as 306 Main Street. Mr. Newhouse.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington as follows. By rezoning from residential 20 to general business, the parcel of land shown as parcel 53 on Wilmington Assessor's Map 42.
Mr. Newhouse, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does, sir.
And I will accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 33. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 33. Mr. Newhouse, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, members of town meeting. My name for the record is Michael Newhouse. I'm a resident residing at 136 Glen Road in Wilmington. Although I'm here in my capacity as an attorney, I'm the petitioner on this article for the owner who is a non-Wilmington resident and who lives in a nearby town. That owner is Dr. Scott Horning. Dr. Horning is a practicing dentist who's approaching retirement age. He's actually a second-generation dentist whose family has practiced in Wilmington since either the late 1960s or early 1970s. Dr. Horning's father, Richard Horning, originally, in terms of this site, had purchased the property in the early 1970s, relocated his dental practice to this property at 306 Main Street. It's been used for that entire time as a dental practice, and notwithstanding that, it's been zoned residential 20 since, from what I can gather, at least going back as far as 1955. In terms of the location, I think folks will be familiar with it. It is located roughly the halfway point between the Wilmington Plaza and what I still refer to as the old Sweetheart Plastic site. Up to the top left of that screen is the Wilmington Plaza, and to the right we have, oh no, I'm sorry, I have them mixed up. So to the right is Wilmington Plaza, and to the left is the old Sweetheart Plastic site. So specifically, the property is located at the corner of Main Street and Clark Street. Next slide, please. This photo is the perspective of driving on Route 38 Main Street, heading south on Main Street. The property in question is that small white building there. As a point of orientation, the Dunkin' Donuts is directly across the street, as is an office that currently is the home of another dental practice and for a chiropractor and some health-related businesses. Specifically, I'd note that this intersection is a signalized intersection, which is certainly less than ideal for a residential use, were the property to be a conforming residential use. Next slide, please. This perspective is essentially from in front of the Dunkin' Donuts. Across the street, that beige building to the right of this slide is what used to be the home heating fuel business that's currently a fence operation. You can see in the background behind the white building that's 306 Main Street is a salon and spa. And next slide, please. And from the perspective of the property itself, just to give folks a sense of how it relates to that retail area, we're circling around and seeing all the commercial properties that are across the street and adjacent to it. Next slide, please. And this is just a kind of a high-level GIS map on the town of Wilmington's website. 306 Main Street, you can see, is that yellow highlighted section, which does have residential homes to the east of it, but all along Route 38, in both directions and on both sides of the street, a zone general business. So really the essence of this article is for my client to prospectively lease or sell the property. Ideally, it would continue to be used for a use that's very similar to the use that has been put for well over 50 years now, which is a dental office or a professional office space. But certainly a general business would provide a little bit more options for prospective tenants and or purchasers of the building. So if members of the Assembly have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'd appreciate your support on rezoning this to a conforming general business use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Turner.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. Just points of clarification. The salon that's on the other corner there was zoned neighborhood business, I believe from residential a few years back, because that used to be a residence before it was converted to its current use. So just because I don't have, oddly enough, all of our zoning bylaws memorized, the difference between general business and neighborhood business, and why was neighborhood business proposed for this instead of the neighborhood business, which was across the corner there? And also, potentially, even if it's general business, what are the setbacks on general business? Could it become a gas station that would be jammed into that corner because it's a relatively small lot? I don't know those details. So if we could have some of the details on the two different zoning types and why general business as opposed to neighborhood business.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that, both in terms of the history and what makes sense for the site. First of all, in terms of the history with the neighborhood business located across Clark Street on the same side of Main Street, that parcel was really more of an anomaly historically. That was rezoned to neighborhood business, specifically with the anticipation that a bank would be located there. A bank is a good example of a use that could be in either the neighborhood business or the general business zoning districts. As it turns out, that bank never did locate to that property across street. Right now, the salon is a use that would be permitted in both a neighborhood business and a general business district. I think in order to respond to the other question about why the petitioner would ask to be zoned to general business, number one, that's what's all around it, and from a zoning standpoint, that makes the most sense. Recognizing that the neighborhood business parcel across the street is really the anomaly in the neighborhood. Secondly, there are some increased options in terms of the site if it were general business, but frankly, a lot of those options, they're just not feasible. So let me give some of the examples. Permitted uses in a general business district. So for example, a general service restaurant would be permitted in a general business district, but in this case, you'd need a restaurant with at least 100 seats. That's just not going to happen on a site this size. A funeral home would be a permitted use. A bank would be a permitted use, whereas a funeral would not be a permitted use in the neighborhood business district. A commercial trade school would be a permitted use in the general business district. It would be a special permit use in the neighborhood business district. An auto service or car wash would be a permitted use by special permit in the general business district, would be prohibited in the neighborhood business district. So there are some nuances here and there where there are some additional opportunities in the general business district, but the size and the location of this site really prohibits a particularly intense use of this property.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. To the woman in the back.
Roberta Allard, 33 Clark Street. That property currently has 2 entrance exits, one on Clark Street, one on Main. If this is rezoned, is that property still allowed to exit, enter from Clark Street as well as Main Street? Because it's a problem traffic-wise.
Okay, so the rezoning itself will not necessarily mean that there would be any changes to the site. And in fact, more likely than not, there are not going to be any dramatic changes to the site. However, if there's a change in use, regardless of what the zoning district is, whether it's a residential district or general business district, if there's a change in use, then that would require a site plan review by the planning board, and the site plan review would specifically address issues of access and egress and the points and where they're located. So it is quite possible that after this vote, if the town meeting actually rezones it, that there won't be any changes on the site for an extended period of time. But since the market is difficult to predict sometimes, it does make sense for Dr. Horning to be zoned properly for general business to maximize the possibilities.
To the woman in front.
Rose Bradley, 4 Seraphine's Way. Excuse me, I have a cold. My question would be, have all the residents on that street been informed, and did you have any feedback from them as to the zoning, and it's just for that one lot?
So to the first part of the question, yes, as part of the public hearings process, abutters and nearby property owners were notified of this rezoning. The residence that is directly adjacent to it, that person actually, or at least one of the occupants of that property, actually signed the petition and supports it.
Mr. Jackson.
Joe Jackson, 10 Apple Tree Lane. Just a question. Do we know the history of this building? Because on that site in the 1856 Henry F. Walling map, there was the home of J.B. Putnam, who was a blacksmith. And I have read stories that this property that's owned residential currently is built on some of the old rail ties that were made of granite before they changed over to wood, because they were more flexible and more comfortable to ride. I was just wondering, is that a part of the history of this building?
I cannot speak to that, sir. What I can speak to is that according to public records, the building, in fact, does predate the turn of the century. It was originally constructed in the late 1800s. I can also tell you that I looked at the zoning going back as far as 1934. In 1934, it was zoned for light industrial, for a commercial use. The earliest date that I could find that it was zoned residentially was on the zoning map that was adopted at the special town meeting in November of 1955. So without having meticulously researched the 1900 to the 1955 timeline, it does appear that it first became zoned for residents in 1955, which was when a lot of Wilmington zoning districts were adjusted and varying residential zoning districts were created. But it has a history of commercial use, and I can't find anything that indicates it's ever been used for anything other than a commercial enterprise.
Okay, there was an article written by Captain Lars Nielsen in the 50s or 60s about the source of that building, that originally it was a Carter family home who then moved on to Main Street, just for perspective. So
thank you.
I do believe it's before the 1856 map was drawn.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. De Palma.
Thank you. I don't see a problem. It's we're sitting on Main Street. It's commercial. I don't see how we'd have any problem whatsoever with whatever design you want to bring in. You know, it's a nice corner lot for business. But, you know, times change. You have to move along with the time in some of these older buildings. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 33. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority, but we'll try a voice vote. If you're in favor of the rezoning on Article 33 from general business, I'm sorry, from residential 22 general business, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. We're going to have to do a standing vote. So I'd ask the tellers to please take your places. I got great. We had a lot of unanimous in the round. I will. So this is on Article, you sit down, I'm going to go through it, I promise. On Article 33, this is to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington by rezoning from residential R20 to general business, a parcel of land shown as parcel 53 on Wilmington Assessor's Map 42, known as 306 Main Street. If you are in favor of this rezoning from R20 to general business, so indicate by rising in your seats and displaying your blue voter card. All right, you may be seated. If you are opposed to Article 33's rezoning from R20 to general business, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying your blue voter card. You may be seated. All right, I ask that you please bear with us as we tally up those votes. And we got 4 articles in front of us, so we're getting there. Fingers crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, on Article 33, the vote is as follows: 73 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative. The measure passes. Go back to random draw. Article 29. Article 29 is located at the top of page 23 in your warrant booklet. It is to amend the Wilmington zoning bylaw as follows: to prohibit short-term rentals in all zoning districts by adding a definition of short-term rental as section 1.3.14 as follows, and renumber the remainder of section 1.3 accordingly, and to amend section 3.7.1, and there are two sections at the top of page 23 in your warrant booklet. Mr. Boland.
I move that the town vote to approve Article 29 as printed in the warrant with the following amendment. Amend proposed section 1.3.14 by adding the following sentence to the end of the section. A leaseback agreement between a buyer and seller of a particular property for less than 31 days shall not be considered a short-term rental.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 29. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 29. Mr. Boland, and I believe Ms. Gingrich will be presenting.
Usually I get the glamorous part, and she has the hard work. So.
Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. I have a very brief presentation for you, starting out with what is a short-term rental. The simple definition is it's an occupied property that is not a hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, that is reserved in advance and rented for 31 consecutive days or less. You know this use more commonly as Airbnb type of use. Currently, our bylaw prohibits a short-term rental use. But it's really hard to figure that out on your own when you're reading the bylaw. You have to know certain things about the bylaw to figure it out. So this article is proposed to make that prohibition clearer. Doesn't change whether it's allowed or not. I know there's been some discussion about whether the use should be allowed or not. That would have to be a different article at a different time. This is, supporting this article is making it clearer. Voting against it would be keeping it confusing, but it would still be prohibited. So the change that the motion made to the article is there in yellow or orange. We just added a sentence to the text to make it clear that if you're selling a home and you're leasing back for a short amount of time, that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about short-term rental. That wouldn't be considered short-term rental. And with that, I am happy to answer questions.
Further discussion on Article 29. Mr. West?
I was just curious, why did the Finance Committee, I was just curious what their they recommended disapproval. I was just curious why.
Ms. Manganelli?
The Finance Committee talked about this article quite a bit, and we were split, 4 in favor and 3 against, or 4 against and 3 in favor.
Was there any particular, I was just curious if there's any particular reasons, what the rationale for the no votes were.
Well, there were probably 8 different reasons. You know, I mean, I can't speak for what other people individually felt, you know, but that was the end result.
Mr. Levino?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Levino, 336 Chestnut Street. From my perspective, that lack of clarity is a decision for the courts and not just to say, well, by omission, something isn't necessarily allowed. So that lack of clarity led to my vote on the Finance Committee.
Further discussion on Article 29. Seeing none, this does require a 2/3 vote because at least, I'm going to guess that at least one person is opposed to it, if not more. I'd ask that the tellers take their places. Mr. O'Neill, if you don't mind, if you could just, Mr. O'Neill, if you could just get to the motion that was presented, I think that might help visualize. I'm sorry, you were already on that. This is what happens when I skip that second cup of coffee. So, if you're in favor of this, on Article 29, which would amend Section 1.3.14 by adding the following sentence to the end of the section: a leaseback agreement between a buyer and seller of a particular property for less than 31 days shall not be considered a short-term rental, and as otherwise written in the warrant, so indicate by rising in your seats and displaying your blue voter card. So there's a point of order. There's one motion to adopt Article 29 by amending, but as written with the amendment of that one language. So, if you're in favor, please remain standing with your blue voter card displayed. You may be seated. And if you are opposed to the motion on Article 29, so indicate by rising in your seats and displaying your blue voter card. All right, you may be seated. Please bear with us as we tally up the votes. I think there's more than, yeah, there's more than 2 months. How many?
Three. There's 4 to 3. Oh. Oh, no, we all did. I voted yes.
So there were 6 no's and 1 yes.
I said it was yes. I told you, it's very confusing.
There's 7. Yeah, I don't think that. Okay, on Article 29, thank you for bearing with us. The vote is as follows: 79 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The measure passes. We're back to random draw. Article 25. Article 29, which is to vote to amend Chapter 90, Section 9010B of the bylaws of the inhabitants of the town of Wilmington as follows, and there's a strike-through and a bold and underlined as new language, beneath it in the middle of page 17 of your warrant booklet. Mr. Gearwar.
I move that the town vote to amend Chapter 90, Section 90-10B of the bylaws of the inhabitants of the town of Wilmington as follows, with the strike-through language deleted and the bold and underlined language inserted, or take any other action related thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 25. Discussion. See none. I'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of the new language to Section 90, to Chapter 90, Section 10B of the inhabitant bylaws of the town of Wilmington.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator. Can
Mr.
somebody
Mulroney?
just explain in layman's terms what this means to us?
Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the body. The former language of Article 90, which was regards to random draw, had an exception for certain articles which were in sequence and related to each other, whereby the passage of the first article was dependent upon passage of the next article. So there was only a very limited instance in which you could take things that were related and lump them together for one discussion. As folks who participated last December in the town meeting, when we had the special town meeting, that meant that things that were related, the articles about the MBTA zoning, did not come up in order or next to each other. This reduces that restriction on what can be taken together by the moderator. And instead of the restrictive language that was there before, it says, if the moderator determines they're reasonably related to one another, so if there are two articles that are reasonably related to one another, and the moderator draws one of them, the moderator is allowed to take them as having both, that be drawing for both articles and have them in order. I think this still maintains the spirit of random draw, but it means that things that are reasonably related will happen at the same time, so they're not completely disjointed.
Further discussion on Article 25. See none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the modified language to Section 10B of Chapter 90 of the Inhabitant Bylaws as written in Article 25 in the warrant booklet, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Back to random draw. Article 31. Article 31 is located at the bottom of page 23 in your warrant booklet. It is to see if the town will vote to adopt and add as Chapter 148, Section 1 to the Inhabitant Bylaws a demolition delay bylaw. Mr. Jackson.
I move that the town vote to adopt and add as Chapter 148, Section 1 to the Inhabitant Bylaws, a demolition delay bylaw as written in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 31. Discussion and a presentation from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you for having me. My name is Joseph Jackson. I'm a member of the Historical Commission in town. We'll be presenting on what a demolition delay is and how it will benefit Wilmington. In the course of this presentation, I include a few photographs of historic homes that have been lost, some during your own lifetimes. The ones that are no longer with us are outlined in red. Those that are still standing are in green outlines. We can go to the next slide. So as we discuss today, I want to first talk about the what of a demolition delay, like what it includes, and then the why, to provide a little context of the pulse of historic preservation in our own community and as it relates to how other towns' choices impact our choices. I'll describe the motivation behind formalizing this proposed bylaw, both in context of our current phase of community growth and in the context of what our neighboring communities have in place. Earlier in this meeting, someone made a quote. They mentioned, we have to look to our future and be deliberate and careful. A demolition delay is meant to slow things down a little bit and give historic buildings their due diligence and study before they're leveled to the ground. On this slide, just for reference, the Reverend Reynolds' house is was on the corner at Buck's Corner on Woburn Street, the Gowing House on Park Street, and the Pierce Reynolds' house is where the UPS store next to Yentl Farm once stood. And those were taken down during my lifetime. On slide 3, so a demolition delay is not a tax impact. It's not imposing any renovation requirements. It's not floor plan restrictions. It is only a period of protection for an otherwise healthy house from being taken down and replaced by a new build. The Wilmington Historical Commission has proposed that the town of Wilmington adopt a demolition delay for homes that are older than 100 years that are listed on the historic homes inventory. Currently, there are 126 homes that meet that criteria. Historic homes are unique and non-replaceable. That is, we can't just make them historic again as new builds. They help tell the story of our ancestors and our community. A home might be classified as historically significant by having distinctive features of architectural, cultural, political, economic, or other documented social history of our town. This demolition delay asks owners of historic buildings to prioritize the preservation of the building whenever possible over the option of leveling the structure and starting over. During the delay, the owner should make good faith effort to find persons or entities who might be willing to purchase, preserve, rehabilitate, or restore such buildings, and thereby preserve the historic resources of the town. Slide 4. So how does it work? When a owner of a property applies for a demolition permit, the first step is to see, does it exist on the historic home inventory? This inventory is a composite of local and state registered buildings and those that are on the National Register of Historic Places. Second, the Historical Commission will collect information and hold a public meeting to determine if the building or portion of the building to be demolished is historically significant. If that building is determined to be historically significant, or the portion proposed to be demolished, then the applicant can submit the demolition plan, which would be reviewed, again, in a public meeting, which includes justification of the need for removal. For example, if the building inspector deems the property is unsafe or the building is beyond repair. If it's decided that the building should be preserved, then a demolition delay of up to 12 months may be imposed, during which time the owner and commission work together to seek alternatives. Slide 5. We recognize that not all buildings can be preserved. Every historic building, however, should be given the consideration. Does the building have additional life left in it? The desire to strike a balance and save the structures whenever possible seems to make sense. On slide 6, the benefits of a bylaw. When we have a town full of buildings that have character, we increase the allure of our town as being built up over many centuries. They're a connection to our past. They provide resources for the educational programs. For example, this year there's a historical history of Wilmington course being offered, which will include field trips and visiting some of the properties on the list. Economically speaking, the environmentally friendly approach reuses existing resources, encourages labor expertise and being able to work on the older homes, and it invites tourism. Additionally, it does help maintain affordable stock, as the homes as they exist aren't going to then bloat into being built up by a developer into something that's maybe twice as big or twice as expensive, or subdivided and put into multiple houses on the same lot. The environmental impact of avoiding wasting materials or generating need for new materials is also not without mentioning. So slide 7, why now? We currently have only 18 homes that are of the colonial era. We've seen in the last 35 years, since 1990, that there have been homes lost in each of these 50-year increments since the founding of our town. And if we are concerned about rapid change or builders coming in and subdividing lots and putting additional units on lots, we need to be concerned, because these homes generally are were adjacent to farms. They have larger lots. They're spread out. And so it also restricts condensation of more properties in our town. Currently, we recognize that there's also 4 of our current historic buildings that are threatened by demolition or major renovation due to change of home ownership. It shouldn't be forgotten that you've seen some of these buildings come down and be replaced. In the last 60 years, 21 historic homes have been lost to demolition, and 2 of them to dismantling and moving. And the last bullet here, I think, is one that we need to recognize, that all of our neighboring communities have bylaws to protect their community and cultural assets. Wilmington has no protections over our historic buildings in general. So without demolition delays of our own, we become a target because we are easy pickings if you're looking for land and ignoring the buildings. We do have two properties that by name and by specific deed restrictions are preserved. You're familiar with the Butters Farmhouse, and we made a town effort to rescue that one, and the other one is the Wheelgate Farm, which was donated to the town in 2010 and then is now overseen by Mass Historic. The demolition delay is not a deed restriction. It is only a consideration of what should the owner's due diligence be to keep an occupied home worthy of occupancy. So on the next slide, we see just kind of a summary of what other towns are doing. These are our bordering towns. And if you look in the first column, this is what we're talking about, a demolition delay. Every single one of the towns that is adjacent to us has a bylaw restricting removal of homes without doing the due diligence first. Our bylaw that has been drafted and revised by town council is modeled after the one held by Andover. Andover and Woburn both have in common that they're 12-month bylaws. And the other ones that have the same format as the one that we propose includes Billerica, Burlington, and Tewksbury. So same format, essentially the same language and the same structure to implement. The second and third columns are just for reference, but they don't have anything to do with the bylaw as proposed. But we recognize that other communities are doing more to maintain the character of their historical towns. On the next slide, this is just kind of the closing summary. Currently, we have inventory of historic homes that we should be proud of, that our town fathers lived in, that they built, that many generations have lived in, and that they've been maintained for historic occupancy. The pace of redevelopment is increasing so fast that we're losing historic homes every year. And because we don't have a rule, there's really nothing that can be done when somebody calls the town or the historical commission and says, what are the restrictions over what I can do with this property? The answer that we have to give is, there are no restrictions, you can do whatever you want. But we have preference that if you could leave it in the character that it's currently in, I think that serves us all well. And on the last slide, this is the map that was drawn up by Samuel Thompson in 1794. He was working on the Middlesex Canal, and he noted some of the notable homes on our map, and the ones that are marked here in green, they're still standing, and we appreciate them. You know, some of you here today might be occupants of these homes, and we would love to be able to say, we know the history of these homes. They existed for more than 200 years, some of them at the time of our town's founding. The ones with the red circles here were removed during some of your lifetimes. The dates there, demolished in 1965, 1958, and 1965. And these were removed largely because of growth or other causes that led owners to say, well, let's sell and change. So with that, my plea to you is to consider that each of the homes that meet this criteria are worthy of a pause, to consider, is there something that we can do to find someone willing to live in this home, to renovate it, to rehabilitate it if necessary, and that over that period of time, demolition would not be granted unless it's a safety risk or deemed uninhabitable by the building inspector or engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Further discussion on Article 31. Ms. West.
I support this. Earlier, we were talking about not letting the MBTA take us over and rebuild our town. Now's the time we can preserve it. I mean, some of these old buildings, they're really beautiful, and there's no reason for them to be taken down. I've seen some of them taken down that I didn't think should be. I don't think asking to try and preserve our history is such a bad thing. That's kind of all I have to say. Look at Lexington. Lexington has some beautiful, very old homes, and they're able to preserve their history, and I think we should do the same.
Mr. Millerani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Millerani, 176 Middlesex Ave. I understand the 100-year part of this, but what determines whether or not a 100-year-old house is historic? Can somebody answer that?
Yeah, those criteria that were mentioned that include architectural renderings, or if there was significant people to our town who lived there or events that took place. There are criteria from the Mass Historic Council, and for most of these homes, they've already been documented in the 1970s to the 1990s of what the historical purposes are. But that can also be decided in the hearing for, does this building have historical clout to it? So again, could be discussed in that public meeting.
Does the 100-year age trigger that hearing? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like what? My house is going to be 100 years old next year.
No.
Okay.
So it could, if it has been found, or if it had been proposed to be a historically significant building and made it onto one of the inventories, then yes. If it's 100 years old but it hadn't been proposed to be historically significant by you or somebody else, then it wouldn't be under consideration because it's not listed on the inventory.
But there's no move afoot by the town to notify people who may live in 100-year-old homes that they would be restricted at some point in time.
From demolition? Like,
Yeah.
I want to take my house down and put up a different house?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like?
So if I didn't know about this, okay, and next year, for whatever reason, I had to move quickly, and I decided to sell to a builder who wanted to take my house down and put up a new house, I would be restricted for, if this passes, for 12 months.
You could still sell to the builder. It would be that the builder would need to do the due diligence to find an occupant who would be willing to live in it.
Time is money. I don't think there's many builders who would hang around for 12 months to do that.
If I could at least give from a personal perspective, when I was a first-time home buyer looking for buildings to live in, often, before I could even go see the showing, a builder would swoop in with cash and say, I know what I can do with that place. Because I was looking for an entry-level home, the builder was saying, I can make that an executive home. So there are people who are looking for homes that are at the market rate as they currently stand that say, you lived in there, I'm willing to live there too.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Megan Jones, 126 Grove Ave. I'm not going to say for or against this. I am just going to mention that I do know of a town, have you ever heard of Noank, Connecticut? They decided against becoming a historic district, and then you can see the house that ate Noank from the water as you go down the Mystic River. So if we want to maintain the integrity of our town, if you want to maintain the look of the town, this is not a bad way to go about it. It just puts a little bit of a pause. But again, it's entirely up to the town.
Okay, so we have Mr. Turner, we have the individual in the back, we have Mr. De Palma, Ms. Manganelli, and Ms. Maselli.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue, and I do think this type of a suggestion is a fantastic one in that it is a delay and not a deed restriction. I would not particularly support it if it was a deed restriction. But it really does go to all the things people said at the beginning of this meeting. It's one of the reasons why I moved to this town almost 25 years ago is it had character. This sort of thing helps give a chance to preserve character. I've driven by several houses in the last few years that were of this vintage, and as you see them coming down, it's a really sad statement towards the town and towards how we view the character of our town. So I think this is well crafted. I think it's aligned with the other towns near us. Certainly, to Mr. Molinari, to your point, a deed restriction would be really problematic. But as a pause, I think it's a really good way to have people be thoughtful about things. And my house is 90 years old. I certainly hope to get it to 100, and then I hope that it would be one that they might view that way. I don't think it's that special, but it wouldn't be a bad thing if it was. So I support this, and I hope you do as well.
Thank you to the individual in back.
Carrie Phillips, 84 Church Street, so clearly one of the homeowners of a historic home in town. I appreciate the intent behind this, and I support the intent behind it, but as drafted, I do have some concerns, and not because I or my family has any intent of demolishing that house, but it's concerning because, you know, my family's from Massachusetts. We've been in this town for 15 years, but you think about how this state has changed in the last 100 years, post-World War II, how much change has happened. And going to the prior individual's point, we have houses that will hit 100 years in the next 10 years, next 20 years. You have post-World War II houses. You have the houses down by Silver Lake. All those old cottages are arguably historic. I am concerned just as drafted, it's already hard enough. Having purchased a house, a steward of a house, you don't know what you're quite going to get into. You buy it for the character, you open the walls and you realize, oh my goodness. Sometimes you have to go through a bunch of substantial renovation to maintain that, and not everyone can do that. And I think we've all seen houses that have deteriorated. There's still one on 62 on Burlington Road going up that way that it breaks my heart because I know a woman's living in there and I see it every single time I drive past. I know we've lost houses because they cannot maintain them. They are expensive to maintain. And so when I look at this is so broad. It's not limited to external or exterior. When I look at demolition, it says altering significantly. Arguably, if you need to put significant work inside the house, you're now asking us to potentially delay renovations by close to 6 months, and assuming a demolition permit is denied, then we have to wait another 12 months. It's bureaucratically, administratively, very, very burdensome. And so I am concerned as it is now, and I apologize I didn't go to Historic Commission meetings, but I think this can be fixed maybe for next year, and I think I would urge folks to maybe delay it a little bit because I think it could be problematic for the current homeowners. And as this individual said, if they do want to sell their homes, it's going to be really tough to turn those around. So that's my comment. So thank you.
Mr. De Palma?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not supporting this article. One, I think it's too much of a burden on the homeowners. If you bought a home and you didn't know it was 100 years old or it had any significant historical backing, and then you were going to go sell it, and you have someone coming in and saying, hey, wait a minute, this is historical, we're going to ask for a delay. I think that's unfair to the homeowner. You know, on how many homes do we have right now in Wilmington that are registered? 120? 126.
Yeah, there's 126 that are still standing out of our 8,300.
And all these homes, the owners of them at this time know that they're of historical nature?
Every homeowner of an old home knows that it's an old home, yes. They don't, I mean, whether it's historically significant to their knowledge would be if they're trying to knock it down, and they would need to see, is there something historically significant? My experience when talking to the homeowners is that they know what they have because when they bought it, it was for the purpose of being in a historic home.
Thank you. I just, I don't feel that a delay would do anything except cause the homeowner aggravation. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Manganelli, Ms. Maselli. Mr. Malrani, I do see that you're up there, but I want to give folks the opportunity to speak who haven't yet spoken. So after that, Ms. Benelli, Mr. Kavanaugh, and then back to you, Mr. Malrani. So, Ms. Manganelli?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My concern, and through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. When I was looking at the timeline, now I'm just thinking about a non-historically significant home. If you want to demolish a 50 or 60, 70-year-old home and you apply for a demo permit, that's day one. And correct me if I'm wrong, in trying to interpret the schedule here. So between days 1 and 10, the building inspector needs to forward that permit to the historical committee. Then between days 10 and 40, the commission collects information on the home and holds a public hearing. On the outside, that's 51 days that would have expired, and then if it's not significant, your proposal says that it would be sent back to the inspector. but it doesn't give a time frame for that. So that may be another 10 days or so. So this is just an average home that is in disrepair, and the homeowner wants to remove it and build new. According to your article, this would be minimum 51 days to get a demo permit through the Historical Commission. Is that correct?
Mr. Jackson?
No, that's not correct. The current demolition permits already have to go from the building inspector's office through the chair of the Historical Commission. I don't believe there's a timeline required on the current process. On the proposed process, for buildings that are less than 100 years old, the Historical Commission sign-off would be as previously described, where the building inspector checks the list. Is it historic? No. Then there's just the sign-off that it's been acknowledged as not being historically significant. That's a part of the current process. If it's outside of 100 years, it's not on the historically significant list as written in this bylaw.
Can I just do a follow-up on that?
Oh, I have to get mine.
Thank you. I'll have to take another look at this.
I'm going to go to Ms. Maselli.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so the houses in question here have to be on that list for this bylaw to kind of kick off the process.
That's right.
So if I have a 100-year-old house that is not on this list, I want to have it demolished, it has nothing to do with this. Is
That's
that
right.
correct?
It has to be on either the town or state or national inventory of historical properties.
And then my house is 100 years old, I want to have it demolished, I have to go through the process. As you're checking that list, do you also say, oh, well, let's look at this property and make sure it shouldn't be on the list? Is that something you do as well? Or does it already have to be on that list? Do you know what I'm saying? Like maybe you say, oh, well, let me look at 25 North Street. It's been, in town for 120 years, but it's not on the list. Are you going to investigate to see if it should be on the list at that point?
I couldn't say for certain. I mean, if it's not on the list when the application is made,
it probably wouldn't be, yeah.
Then it wouldn't be.
Okay. And then I guess my biggest, I'm all about preserving history. My biggest concern is the time. I think that year is a lot. I'm just thinking of it as a resident, I have a house that is in enough disrepair that, I can live there, it's habitable, but, it's going to cost me, I'm making up numbers, but, $100,000 to get it where it needs to. It just needs everything new. Whereas, okay, if I go ahead and demo it, yeah, it's going to cost me more, but, my ROI is going to be better. It's just a better move. I just don't know that I like that I can't make that decision for myself if I fall into that historical, and I do think that 12, you going through the process, and forgive me, I don't know at that point what days I would be, but just, kicking off from day one, and then I have to wait a year. I mean, at that point, I need to live comfortably in a house that, my windows are, not retaining heat. I'm paying a ton, you know what I mean? I just don't think it's a fiscally responsible plan for the homeowner. Giving this, I know this could be some people might just come in and be like, yeah, I want to raise this house and build a new one. Then I could see you saying, well, it's still their home. They paid for it. I don't know. I just, the time constraints really bother me, that 12 months. And I do have concerns where people may not be able to afford to be living in that home during those 12 months because, they're spending too much money, or they just, are not living comfortably. And I don't mean money-wise, I mean, in their surroundings. Right. So those are the restrictions. So I'm not opposed to it, the thoughts about it and, the restrictions as a whole. But I don't know that I can be 100% on board with the way it's written, I guess is what I'm saying. So if I had to make a decision today, I would ask to pass on it and give it a little more rework. But if I have to make a decision today, I have to oppose it. Thank you.
To respond to any of that, Mr. Jackson, then Ms. Benelli.
Sure. Just the brief response would be, in that case, I hear what you're saying, that the owner is tired of living in an old home but they own the land that the old home sits on. And this bylaw would seek to preserve the old home for somebody who is willing to live in it as an old home and do restoration work to it.
May I respond to that, Mr. Moderator?
You may, Ms. Pacelli.
I understand that, but what if I'm not in a position, you're basically saying, okay, well, you live here, you own this house, sell it. Well, what if I don't want to sell it? What if I like where I live, I want to be here, whatever, raising my kids, doesn't matter, but I don't want to leave my home. You're basically saying, well, you either have to comply, you have to do what, you can't do what you want to do, even though you own the home and the land, so we're telling you to go ahead and sell it. Well, that's not fair. It's my home, I paid for it. I'm sorry, but even if I know, and I would assume I would know when I purchase a house that it's historic, but if there were none of these requirements on me when I purchased that house, then there should be no requirements on me, when I want to do something. They need to be grandfathered in, or I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, and that's why I'm saying, I don't think this is, ready for prime time right now.
Just to correct any mistakes or provide an explanation, Mr. Jackson.
Just the explanation that there is no second chances with old homes to grandfather them in because they existed first. And we treat them as cultural assets to the town as well.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Spinelli.
So Ms. Pacelli got a couple of my questions there, clarifying, but two more. One is, do you have any of the perspective from the actual 126 people? Because I think a lot of people are speculating about a home when they misinterpreted that this is only relevant to those 126 people. So I want to know what they think about this, and rather than us speculating what they might think. And then number two is, I did see some of the other towns had 6 months versus 12 months. You chose 12 months. Could you just explain why you chose 12 months over 6 months, and is that something you would consider?
So to the first question, I've spoken with several, not all of them, residents who live in the old homes, and all of them are surprised when talk about it that there are no limitations or restrictions or expectations or responsibilities that they have to upkeep or maintain the property as a historic home. All of the ones that I have spoken to said it is worth having a demolition delay such as this, because when I sell the home, I don't want to come back 2 years later and see that my home that I loved and kept up is gone. This has been a uniform response from everybody that I've talked to that lives in the old homes. In answer to the 6-month question, I think there was 2 of the towns that have 6 months, 2 of the towns that have 12 months, one of the towns has 9 months. North Reading has indefinite, that they require a determination of applicability, which means if they determine that your house is historic, you cannot remove it for any purpose at any time. It has to be renovated. So we chose 12 months because the towns that are seeing the best success on maintaining their culture basically need the 12 months to be able to find the right buyer or the person who's willing to put the renovation effort into it. And the towns that we've reached out to that have 6 months say 6 months is just too short to get anything done for the amount of having the hearings and the publicity and getting the right person who wants to give that property a second life, third life, 10th life, whatever it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I hope my fellow residents will take in the perspective of the 126 people who actually own these homes. I would never do it, but I respect our culture, and I respect the people who do this and their work, and the sentiment of preserving this. And I hope you support it today, but if not, Mr. Jackson, I do hope we see you here with more of this concrete, information and feedback and accounts.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Bill Kavanaugh, 288 Salem Street. So someone who grew up in this town and whose family has always been in some way, shape, or form in a historic building, I know the cost that goes into maintaining these. There is no real assistance from the Historical Commission with keeping up with these buildings. So also as a person who's had to take in an older family member through a health crisis and had to do a renovation of my home, if this passes, and I'm not even just focusing on the demolition part of it, but the renovation part, 6 months is a ridiculous amount of time when you have a family member in crisis. And it does put an undue burden on families who own these homes to be able to choose between doing the right thing and going through this 6-month process or whatever to even start renovating and taking care of a family member. So, you know, we discussed earlier and we voted down an overlay district because of an unfunded liability, and that's all I feel like we're doing here to people who own these historic homes. I appreciate the Historical Commission and the work they do on this and their passion to hold the town's history and preserve it, but at the same time, I'm echoing what my neighbor over there had said and a couple of other people have said is this needs more work. As a point of kind of order or privilege as well, is there's a mention in here about the fire chief being involved in the decision-making process, and whether it was through oversight or just because they cut and pasted from somewhere else, I was never even brought in on this to understand what my role would be in this. So I think, you know, with Ms. Maselli's thing, maybe we pass this over. We need to do more work on this. I don't think anyone's really ready to vote on this today. There's a lot of questions, but if I had to vote today, I would be with Ms. Maselli and vote no. Thank you.
Ms. Galezo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As the previous speakers have said, I'm in agreement. I do not like this article, and I'll even read a section in it. Any building or structure located within 200 feet of the boundary line of any federal, state, or local historic district. So even if the building isn't 100 years old, if it's within a historic district, the demolition delay would still apply to these homes. I love the spirit of the article, but it needs work. To put somebody in a financial position to delay them over a year to get a demolition permit, I'm not in agreement.
Mr. Jackson, to correct the mistake or provide an explanation.
Yes, the explanation, again, this would not automatically impose a 12-month delay. It would trigger the discussion in a public hearing of, does this building have historical significance? In this case, you were talking about the historical districts, the next door neighbor in the historical district. Should that also be under consideration? If the determination is no, because it's dilapidated and needs to be removed, then that would be found in that first 40 days when the public hearing is held.
I understand that, but even 40 days, if we stick to the timeline, it's 51 days according to our calculations, if you look at your bylaw. 1 to 10 days to the building inspector, forwards it to the Historic Commission, 10 to 40 days for the commission to collect info and hold public hearings. And then that's a pretty tight timeline. And
meaning it's too
you guys are all volunteers.
Too long or too short? Yeah, I was going to say, we're volunteers.
Right. And I just believe, I hope that this body votes it down. I think it puts a significant burden on the people in the Historic Commission or a district, or even people who own a home 100 years or older. I think it needs work.
Are you saying that that's too short or too long?
Too short. Too long a time. It's a financial hardship for people who otherwise, might need to move quickly on getting a demo permit.
And is the observation the only way to get a demolition permit that I don't understand what makes an emergency demolition for a house that's inhabitable.
It doesn't have to be inhabitable according to your bylaw. Somebody could be living in there and they go and sell it to a contractor, or try to subdivide the land, whatever the case may be. That's my feeling at this point. I do think this bylaw needs work. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Kelly. Mr. Malorani, I still see you. It's going to be Mr. Kelly, the individual in the black and the blue T-shirt, and Mr. West.
All right, couple things. My parents live in one of the houses that is supposedly registered.
Could you just speak a little bit closer to the microphone? Thank you.
My parents live in a house that is considered one of the ones registered. When they bought it in the 80s, it's had 3 different names. So when we do our due diligence to determine how historic value is there, how does the name change? There was a conversation or a comment made that they've reached out to everybody that have a 100-year-old house. My mother's in the audience. She said she's never been talked to about it. So she hasn't been part of that conversation. So when you look at how you determine if it's got historic value, who is to determine that? When you talk about registered, it's not registered with the federal government. It's registered with the Historic Commission. So that's a group of volunteers that have decided that. And they do an amazing job, and I don't want to take anything away from them. But when my parents first bought the house, it was run down back in the 80s. And back then, it cost a lot of money. They tried to keep this hand-cut glass and restore the house. And probably 10, 15 years into it, they started replacing my final replacement windows. Someone from the Historic Commission that's no longer on there stopped to see my father and said, "You can't do that. It's a historic house." There's no bylaw, but he said,
Mr. Kelly,
"Well,
I just want to constrain your comments to the demolition
Yep.
delay.
So he said, if you want to help pay for my oil, I'll keep it the way it is. So when you look at a house that's old, there is a cost to keeping it running. So when you keep the hand-cut glass, just like the Hardin Tavern, that's hand-cut glass. There's no R value to that glass. So if someone's living in a historic home, there's more cost to having that. But I think there should be more outreach to the people that are in them to confirm that they understand that. And one last comment is, 10 years from now, the houses that are 90 years old are now fall under this guideline. 20 years from now, those ones do. So this bylaw is going to carry on for years. It's going to affect a lot more houses in town.
All right, to the individual in the back and the blue.
Yes, sir. Jeremy Phillips, 84 Church Street. I am one of the people you're talking about. No one has reached out to my family. We've lived in our home for 15 years. We know what it's like living in an old home. But I can comment that when we looked at it and saw the registry sign on there, we specifically looked to see, are there any deed restrictions? Are there any requirements around our home? And through digging through the town bylaws, talking to our realtor, the answer was explicitly no. There are no requirements. And as someone who went through extensive home renovations within the last couple of years, I understand where financial burdens can come up when you open the walls up, and that can be unanticipated. Do I want my home to be torn down now? No, I don't. But I don't know what I'm going to feel like a year from now. I don't know what I'm going to feel like 30 years from now when my children inherit my home. And I feel like this is something that's being imposed on us without even our input. That's all.
Okay, Mr. West, and at long last, Mr. Malorani.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a former member of the Historical Commission back from 1990 to 2012, so a lot of the homes, that 126 home list, I was one of the guys that helped compile that list, and we literally had it blessed by Captain Lars Nielsen at the time. We had him down and all that. I hear a lot of frustration with a lot of the folks here that, some people haven't been involved. There hasn't been a lot of outreach. I get it. I know, like Mr. Melagrandi has an issue, for example, that his house is 99 years old, but it's not on the list. So his house, he could knock it down tomorrow. He could knock it down next year or 3 years from now, as long as it's not on any historic list. The thing is that I'm just listening to the crowd, and I support this, to be honest with you. I support it because I think historical preservation is good. But I'm hearing from the crowd that I think more work needs to be done. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to pass over this article, only so that we can do some outreach, talk to the fire chief, see if we can get consensus or some blessing. Because like I said, I think as it is now, I think the vote's going to fail, and I'd rather you get another shot at the apple, either at the special town meeting or next year, than have it fail. But If you want, if you tell me what you guys want to do, but I'll make a motion to pass over just so that you guys can get the recognition, get some time to really deserve what you need, what I think the people in the audience are asking you to do.
So, Mr. West, the motion to pass over is a main motion which cannot be applied to another main motion. The effect would be, if a motion to pass over were to carry, and we've had that at least on 2 other articles today, the effect would be the same as a negative vote. I suspect that your intent is something different.
I have a motion to table.
Well, a motion to table would can only be in order if there's some exigent circumstances that exists that would require a delay of this. Really, the best example I can give is if we had an article that would be to allow the fire department to purchase a new fire truck and the fire chief had to leave for an emergency. A motion to adjourn is never in order if there has been an article that has been tabled and has not been then removed from the table, brought up for discussion, and ultimately disposed of.
Okay, because my thought is that I just don't want them to get a no vote on this, and then they can't bring it back for 2 years.
So I'll go to town council on a question of procedure as to whether or not there's a 2-year ban.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate the effort happening here, but as you were probably going to say, the 2-year delay applies to zoning bylaws. Okay. So for general bylaw, it would be able to come back. So that should not be an issue.
Okay, then we'll vote. I can't say anything because I'll just withdraw. I'm done. I'll withdraw my motion.
It's been a long day for everybody. Mr. Millerani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Millerani, 176 Middlesex Ave. This is a tough one for me because anybody who knows me knows I love history and I love Wilmington's history. I'm not going to demolish my home. I'm in the middle of reglazing 3 casement windows in my home above my front door. Each one of those windows has 27 pieces of glass in it. I could have just threw Harvey windows in there, but I'm reglazing 3 windows that have 27 pieces of glass, okay? So I'm doing my part to preserve history in town. The burden here is all on these people that own the homes, and I just think that this is too subjective. If the building is determined, if the building or structure is determined, I'm not comfortable with that verbiage in this. I agree that we want to preserve and maintain the character of this town, but I think this needs some more work, like the young lady who got up at the mic behind me said. I'd like to see this come back. I'd like to see maybe a more comprehensive list of what homes would be affected. I would like to see some outreach to those homeowners so they can come here to town meeting and speak about this and not just be surprised when they go to get a demolition permit because they need to replace their home on their property. That's all I'll say about it. Thanks.
Ms. West?
Can the maker of the motion withdraw it so he can bring it back sooner? 2 years?
Yeah, the 2 year does not apply.
Oh, it
So,
does not.
In theory, if this were not, if the vote on currently before this assembly does not pass, the historical commission or anybody else could bring this back next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that, and you get the point. Seeing no further discussion on Article 31, I will call the meeting to vote. I am sensing the House divided, but I am going to try with a voice vote if I can't determine whether or not a majority has made its. Mr. Jack, did you have another?
Well, do I get 10 minutes before you end?
So I know there's been an awful lot of moving the question today, but that's only if the question has been moved.
Oh, I see.
So, if you are in favor of Article 31, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. A lot of people whispering, so. If you are opposed to Article 31, so indicate by saying nay. Nay. Okay, I'm going to say that the majority are nays, so the measure fails. No need to go back to the bucket. We have one article left, and my sincere appreciation for those of you who have stuck it out and your patience with me and otherwise during the course of today. We have Article 30, which is to see if the town will vote pursuant to Chapter 64, Section 64-1 of the Inhabitant Bylaws to name a conference room at the new Wilmington Town Hall in honor of Dr. Phyllis D. Genetti, who served over 30 years on the Wilmington Commission on Disabilities, and to have a sign installed to commemorate the same or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Oliveri.
Speaker. Rob Oliveri, 557 Woburn Street. I just wanted to give you a brief summary of why we're asking for this. And
Mr. Oliveri, if you could just step a little bit closer to the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep, and why she's so exceptional, that she does deserve some type of honor. Again, I'm Rob Oliveri. I'm one of 7 members on the Wilmington Commission on Disabilities.
Mr. Moderator, I don't think we have a motion before us.
That's a very good point. Long day for me, too. So, Mr. Oliveri, if you could just read your motion.
Oh, sure. I thought you did that, but thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, Article 30. I move that the town vote pursuant to Chapter 64, Section 64-1 of the Inhabitant Bylaws.
Mr. Oliveri, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes.
Council, we good? All right.
Okay. Okay, so we have 7. I'm one of 7 members, and I'd like to at least acknowledge them. Carol Hilbinger, Roberta Biskin, Susan Clarkin, Carrie Dalton, Chris Sambataro, and Select Person Liaison, Gary DePalma. Thank you to Beverly and Beth for your help and the guidance in getting this warrant article submitted. And on the screen, you see Doc D and Marquis, her service dog. Unfortunately, they're both passed. I was lucky to have served with Dee for 8 years and had the privilege of driving her van to our meetings and inspection sites. She was my friend, and as a combat veteran, she was my personal therapist during those rides, and for that I'm forever grateful. Dr. D was a member of the WCOD, or Wilmington Commission on Disability, for 36 years and 7 months. She became disabled and sustained 2 traumatic brain injuries after being in motor vehicle accidents years apart from each other on 128. She joined the Wilmington Commission on Disability in 1987, 2 years after her first accident. The first accident took her ability to walk. The second accident took her ability to speak. She learned to talk in short order, to the amazement of her doctors and therapists. She remained a WCOD member throughout that entire time, at sometimes being the only member. She pursued and obtained her PhD, has 2 books published on TBIs and post-traumatic stress disorder. TBI is traumatic brain injury. Continued to be an advocate for the disabled and all Wilmington citizens. She developed a local TV show called Access Abilities in conjunction with WCTV. The show had 15 episodes. Her objective was to try and spread the word about the Wilmington Commission on Disability and services available to the Wilmington community. I'm almost there. Sadly, Doc D passed on May 13th, just 6 months after her diagnosis. She attended her last WCOD meeting in February of 2024 and continued to participate until April, when she became too ill, but still had some input from the hospice bed. I've seen very committed people, excuse me, willing to give their life to or for a mission. 31 years in the military and a combat vet. Doc D is just one of those people who is dedicated to the disabled community and the WCOD mission, which is to allow for the full and equal participation by people with disability in all activities. It's important we remember, recognize, and honor these types of people for their volunteerism, and they are dedicated to our community with selflessness. It is without reservation that I and the WCOD advocate and articulate our support for warrant Article 30. We hope you will vote, or hope you will support Article 30, honoring her memory and dedication, for those with disabilities. In closing, she had a few quotes that were kind of cute. One, she had said, "When you have a disability, you just move differently throughout the world." And she'd say, remember that in the word disability, the most prominent and prevalent word in disability is ability. Focus on that. And she loved to laugh. And I'll quote JFK, "There are 3 things in life which are real: God, human folly, and laughter. The first 2 are beyond our comprehension, so we must do what we can with the third." Indeed did that. I'll take any questions if anyone has any questions. And if not, Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveri. Mr. De Palma?
One of the first committees I was appointed to when I got on the board by Jonathan was the Disability Commission. I got to know Dee pretty well. She was a classy lady. Loved her dogs. Loved her dog. But it was never about her. It was about disabled people, and she didn't like to use the word disabled. She was more concerned with making sure that kids, adults, could get into buildings, go to parks, than she was about herself. She sacrificed so others could have. Her being disabled gave her a different viewpoint than me or you on what it was like and what she had to do. And she accomplished a lot in this town. And the town should be proud of what she's done for people with disabilities. So I would support this 100%. Thank you.
Further comment on Article 30? Mr. Turner.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. Just a quick request. If we do this, which I think is a fantastic idea, can we also have some form of, not just the name on the room, because those of us in the room who've heard the story today will not be there, 100 years from now when we're still using that new building. But if we have her story, behind a little bit of glass or some elements of what she accomplished, what she did, who she was, people can continue to learn from her. So not just the name on it, but some small plaque inside the room or outside the room so we can learn from her in the future as well. It's a thought.
Question the council on the executive authority of the select board with this request.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. This is an interesting issue because of the intersection between town meeting and the legislative authority and the executive authority of the board. In my opinion, the determination of how to placard this and how to put up the sign designation, that would be an executive action, so the board would take that over. But I think, given the support of the board, I think you found a sympathetic audience.
Fantastic. That's perfect. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 30? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of Article 30, which is to name a conference room at the New Wilmington Town Hall in honor of Dr. Phyllis D. Giannetti, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say no. Didn't think so. It is unanimous. And with all business on the annual town meeting warrant being disposed of, I need only a motion to dissolve so I can have a 133-day break. Couple motions to dissolve and seconded. All those in favor of getting out of here say aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously.